Yo, what's up, guys? I woke up this morning and I left my Factorio paused last night. Oh, so I wasn't making materials overnight. Not good. Oh my god, we got our daily content. Nice one, Remy. Video not available anymore. Strike one. Oh, wait, I copied it wrong.
Hey everybody, Tim Miller from The Bulwark here with managing editor Sam Stein. We have breaking news. FBI Director Kash Patel says that he has arrested a judge.
Get these corrupt
Milwaukee,
judges
Wisconsin,
out of here.
On the charge of obstructing the arrest of an immigrant, an FBI operation to arrest an immigrant, I guess, in her court. I'm going to read the tweet from Kash Patel that he since deleted. So we'll get into that in a second. But
do you think you'll ever reach the point where you temporarily pause your differences with Hassan and Vosh in order to organize marches? With Hassan, never. He's the same side, or he's the opposite side of the same coin when it comes to the Trump shit. No illiberal people. I've actually considered it maybe with Vosh, but I've made too many mistakes in my career where I completely forgive somebody who's just been like absolutely fucking insane, and then that pattern repeats over and over again. So the ball's in his court on that one.
He wrote, just now, the FBI arrested Judge Hannah Duggan out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, on charges of obstruction after evidence of Judge Duggan obstructing an immigration arrest operation. We believe Judge Duggan intentionally misdirected federal agents away from the subject to be arrested in her courthouse, Eduardo Ruiz, allowing the subject, an illegal alien, to evade arrest. Thankfully, our agents chased down the perp on foot, and he's been in custody since, but the judge's obstruction created increased danger to the public. We'll have more to share soon.
Serious question. Do you place much value in being right all the time or having a good thought process in order to be right most of the time? Would be curious to hear what you say. I mean, those two things should generally be in alignment. You want a good thought process, and then you'd be right as a result of that most of the time, right?
So he tweeted that, then deleted it. Was unclear why, but I guess, Sam, now we have confirmation that this judge has been arrested.
Yeah, we were all sort of confused about why he deleted it, which led to us wondering if it was real. Normally, you would have like sort of a coordinated announcement around this stuff. It's all very bizarre. But then Milwaukee Journal Sentinel has a piece that says that the arrest was confirmed by a local U.S. Marshal Services, D.C. U.S. Marshal Services spokesperson for them said that this judge was arrested at 8 a.m. at the Milwaukee County Courthouse and is in federal custody. So just let that sink in. We have arrested a local judge and detained her in federal custody over immigration proceedings. I can't recall anything remotely like this.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, we're going to have to wait for more details to emerge before you get into total speculation mode, but just like at the top level, like arresting a judge over not like some other private crime, but of their of their job, like of judging, something that is part of their work.
Taking foreign bribes. Yeah, I can see that. Right.
Yeah, sure. A judge that is also happens to be a murderer or whatever. Okay, right. But this is a judge like in the process of we presume judging work. So that is noteworthy.
The arrest is I think the allegation specifically is they tipped off a person who was going to be arrested by ICE and tried to let this alleged target of the ICE officials evade arrest. And so it's an obstruction charge. Now, this is, again, maybe a little bit beyond my expertise, sending the FBI after a judge over this, as opposed to sort of trying to adjudicate in less dramatic fashion, is a choice, right? Like, that's a choice.
Well, here's another choice. The way that you announce it. I mean, like, I guess he's deleted it, but like that we have the FBI director, right? Like, this wasn't, Bob Mueller wasn't out there being like, we nabbed him, like we nabbed him. Like, the idea of doing this as ostentatiously as possible is also a choice. And it is, right. And I think that is what we can speak on, with full information right now, because what they're trying to do here is intimidate people. They're trying to intimidate officers of the court. They've already gone after lawyers representing undocumented migrants. And so they are trying to intimidate anybody that wants to give any aid and comfort to people that are in this country, not illegally. And and this is like a huge shot across the bow. Effort, right? And like that is what that is true. This is like obvious.
And I think you have to put it in the context of what's been happening for like the past couple of weeks, which is the administration's had a series, not just a series, like a torrent of judicial decisions handed down against them, many of which have restricted what they want to do on immigration. And they've responded by ratcheting up the rhetoric by saying, this is a judicial coup. These are liberal justices issuing nationwide injunctions. They've tried to, challenge the idea of being able to do nationwide injunctions. And they've basically been trying to fight this through more or less PR and legal battles. And now this, to me, and it's being presented this way too, is them responding to the justice system by actually flexing, real...
the power of their Department of Justice.
Right, exactly. And so now you've pitted two parts of the justice system against each other.
Yep. Yeah. No, there's no doubt about that. And I also think this is notable in the context of the Trump Time interview that came out this morning, because Trump was pressed by Time magazine about the way that he's defied the Supreme Court. And it's interesting that Trump's rhetoric on this is like he is almost trying to ratchet it down. Like, he is hiding behind lawyers, right? Like, and I think Trump thinks that the safe play here is to be like, I'm just whatever my lawyers tell me. If Kash Patel, if Pam Bondi says this judge needs to be arrested, okay, nothing I can do. I'm not involved. Like, my hands are clean on this one. If the Supreme Court says I got to bring back Abrego Garcia, but Pam Bondi and my lawyers say that they interpret it differently. Well, okay, I got nothing. Right. And so this is like the game Trump plays, where they can intimidate, they can act extrajudicially, and he is trying to like avoid like personal accountability for it by saying, okay, this is what those guys are doing. This is over there.
Right. He gets a little bit of a shield, right? Yep. They're his human shield. And so if this blows up in his face or in the administration's face, he'll just say, well, Kash decided. Kash just went ahead and did it, and who am I?
I thought you guys didn't want me to interfere with the DOJ. I thought you guys didn't want me to politicize. It's like I'm instructing you to investigate Chris Krebs in this case on one hand, but then on the other hand, when you guys go out and do something, I'm like, I can't do anything about that. Like, this is the way that he's trying to have it. I think it's important just to like be blunt about that, so that to kind of expose like how. They're going to try to have it both ways.
How does this play out from here, right? Like, obviously, this judge is going to challenge her arrest. I mean, she's not going to like just say, "Yeah, you got me." No, and the secondary question is, how does the other courts react to this, right? Like, there is sort of a fraternalism around the judicial system. Yeah. Judges should, in theory, be appalled that one of their own was arrested. But I am curious. And also, how does it go for more adjudication of local immigration cases, right? Like, if you're a local judge and you're trying to figure out what the right thing to do is around the adjudication of the stuff, obviously they want you to think, well, the FBI might come knocking on your door if you go in the wrong direction.
Here's what I think. I think that the judicial system will fight back, and that we'll see a lot of pushback from judges. And but here's what I also think will happen.
It's like a million different fires right now.
There's going to be a chilling effect, though. Yeah. There's going to be a chilling effect, man. There are great CERT people out there who work for nonprofits, who advocate for migrant groups, who will not be cowed by this. But there will be people that look at this and are just like, ugh. I can't. I'm not. I don't want to deal.
This judge should have been arrested. Never. I think this is a bad hill to die on. My voice means absolutely nothing here, and I know that in the context of everything happening, that people will seize on this case. This sounds like this judge was being a fucking retard, and this arrest was totally warranted. If everything in this affidavit is true, and it sounds like they have corroborating witnesses for all of this. Okay, so here's what it sounds like happened. Okay, so they have notice of somebody in the United States who shouldn't be here. He hasn't applied for any sort of, administrative hold or any kind of whatever you would do to like, hey, don't deport me or whatever. He hasn't done any of that. So the immigration police show up to the courthouse, to the district courthouse, to arrest this guy. Sorry, I'm trying to read this and listen to him at the same time, and reach out at the same time. It looked like somebody in chat said something like, do they really arrest people in courthouses? That seems like so weird. It seems like they do. And the reasoning that they provide in this affidavit actually makes sense. In the affidavit, they say that they arrest people in courthouses because, one, they know where the person's going to be. So it's obviously it's knowledge of where they are. And then two, it's a secure area. So it's a general safe place for officers and everybody to do their business. You know the person's going to be in court. You know they have to go through security. You know exactly when they're going to be there. You know there aren't going to be any guns or confrontation because they can't be armed because they go through security. And not only do they say that they've actually done 2 of these in the same area. I'm aware that 2 prior arrests in public areas of the Milwaukee County Courthouse complex of individuals who were not lawfully present in the United States had received public attention. Both incidents involved individuals who had been charged with criminal offenses, but were not in custody and appearing for scheduled hearings in their criminal cases. I'm also aware that pursuant to the policy, so they've done this before in these courthouses. It sounds like what happened is once the judge was made aware, once she was made aware that there were immigration police there, she got, it says, visibly irate and was arguing with multiple people, and then asked to see the administrative warrant, got that, took the officers with her out of the courtroom, I guess, to go and talk to the chief judge of the courthouse. And then after that, apparently she came back and she helped the guy who was here illegally sneak out of the courthouse through the jury exit. Bro, that's obstruction like crazy. There's no shot you can do that. And then once he'd snuck out of the courthouse through the jury exit, they chased him down on foot and arrested him. Nah, that's absolutely no bueno. If you want to fight on the principle that like no illegal alien should be deported or whatever, I guess that's fine. But you're 100% at fault for every single thing there. Yeah, I don't know. Unless there are things in this affidavit that aren't correct, and more information comes out or something, then I would change my mind. But this judge seems like that was dumb as fuck. But this is just an affidavit, so it could be that there are things in here that aren't true, or there's another legal aspect of this that I'm missing because I'm just not aware of it, so who knows. But that's just from reading this thing is kind of... Someone in YouTube chat said she's contesting this story from what I heard.
Deal with the Trump DOJ, if I'm housing an illegal migrant, if I'm doing something like I do think that that is where they'll be successful. I think they will eventually lose. Again, we don't know the details of this particular case, but like they will continue to lose these broader fights in the courts where they're breaking the Constitution. Right. But I think that they will succeed in the chilling effect, and that's really it's really bleak.
It's somewhat related here, but the whole immigration thing, there's like 2 parallel storylines going on, and I think you hit on it. One is like the big national headline stories: Abrego Garcia, Andrew, the barber, and those are taking all 95% of the action. But then the 5% is what's happening locally, the stuff like in Milwaukee, and that's actually more consequential in a way, because this is where you're starting to see some really kind of nasty stuff. And so someone passed on our tips line, which, by the way, use the tips line. It's great. What is it called?
Theborg.com/tips.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. Okay. So there's a local story out of Dayton about a barber. This guy who has been here for decades. Honduran native. He's been here illegally, but forever he's had sort of an understanding with local officials where he would wear a monitoring bracelet as his asylum process went through the system. And this is so messed up. But they basically said to him, this is how it reads. It says, ICE called Rodriguez, the guy, and told him he didn't need his bracelet anymore, and he should come to the Blue Ash, Kentucky office to have it removed. What officials didn't tell him is that he would be arrested and sent to the Butler County, Ohio jail, where he's being held currently. Jail records show. This is the stuff. It's this local stuff. I know, it's horrible. It's this local stuff that's happening all over the country. Now we're seeing it here and there. And then, of course, in Milwaukee now you have this confrontation, this arrest of a judge. This is what I think is like the real story. And I think this is also what's contributing to a lot of the backlash against Trump, is that people don't like this shit. I don't think normal Americans are like, yeah, let's have a judge get arrested by the FBI because they might have like tipped off, someone here illegally. I think that stuff is the stuff that people recoil at.
All right, much more on this to come. Our colleague Adrian Carrasquillo, who writes our immigration newsletter, which you guys should check out at thebulwark.com, will do more reporting on this. Send us tips if you guys tips, thebulwark.com/tips, and subscribe to us on YouTube. And we'll be talking to you all soon. Thanks, Sam. See you, everybody.
Thanks.
Hey, YouTube fam.
YouTube fam?
If you want to support The Bulwark, the best way to do it is by becoming a YouTube Bulwark Plus member. The Bulwark is truly independent. We have no corporate overlords. We're not settling any dumb lawsuits with Trump. By joining, you help support our work, and you can get a bunch of perks right here on this platform. Ad-free content, bonus videos, live streams, and some...
If ICE acts against the law, e.g. possibly deporting to El Salvador, rights-free prisons, can't you make an argument that it's reasonable action by the judge? No. What? Because a federal official has taken an illegal action once, now you can ignore all federal officials? Of course not. Yeah, they got our boy Santos. Not good. Not good. We gotta break him out, guys.
So last week, I did this episode called The Emergency is Here. The crisis is now.
Isn't part of the issue that administrative warrants, which aren't judicial warrants, might not allow for an arrest in a courtroom? I'm pretty sure... Okay, careful. I'm not a lawyer. I think the administrative warrant would allow you to arrest somebody if they're in a public place and they're not currently under in somebody else's custody. So if he just showed up for trial and he's not under arrest at that moment, he's not in the custody of any police force, if he just showed up for trial there and then he left, they'd be able to arrest him in the courthouse or right outside, I guess. But also, if you think that they're not allowed to, then you would then that's what the grounds that you would fight on. You wouldn't try to sneak him out of the courtroom. It's probably not the smartest idea.
It's not 6 months away. It's not another Supreme Court ruling from happening. It is happening now. And the problem with an episode like that is it's a little bit hard to know how to follow it. The most common reaction we got was, oh, so you think there's going to be midterms. One thing I've noticed is a tendency, an understandable one I've used too, to understand what Trump is doing here as best analogized to something that's happened somewhere else at another time in another place.
Literally saying things straight out of Putin's playbook.
Franco had used a version of that. Mussolini has used a version of that. Hitler has used a version of that.
Similarities to what happened in Germany and what's happening now in America are just undeniable.
But one thing that looking at these other analogies for all of their uses can do is make it seem like what's happening here has no precedent here. But it does. Deportations, expulsions.
Holy shit, it's the Nazis!
Form of politically potent illiberalism has always been with America. And so I wanted to have on Stephen Hahn today. He is a Pulitzer Prize-winning historian at New York University, the author of the book Illiberal America, and he traces these tendencies back all through our history in a way that I think is a bracing reminder that this is a fight that has been going on here for a long time. It's something that we have been in conflict with, pulling in and out of, with losses and with victories, and that happens in our context, with our institutions, and with our politics. Stephen Hahn, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me on the show. I appreciate it.
More like
so in
Stephen
Trump's first term, we often heard the advice.
Honking. Get it? If Stephen Hawking was a duck, do you know what they'd call him? Stephen Honking.
Don't normalize him. This is not normal. This is abnormal. We would hear, this is not who we are. And your view is this is sort of normal. This is part of who we are and always has been.
Well, I think that there was a deep desire to think about a set of liberal democratic norms, the use of the term norms, as a way of understanding how we have been as a people and how we have practiced politics. And therefore, there was, as alarming as Trump may have been, there was something comforting about thinking that this was a weird abnormality. It was kind of a noxious weed that had sprouted.
A dying gasp of an old order?
Either that or as a dangerous protrusion of a new order potentially coming into being, but that could be pulled out and we would go back to normal. I was really struck in 2015-16, not so much by him per se, but by journalists and other very thoughtful observers who were aghast at his various violations of liberal democratic norms, even though for the previous 2.5, 3 decades, they had been undermined in so many different respects, but wanting to hold on to them and not to normalize him.
So you write that liberalism is, quote, deeply embedded in our history, not at the margins, but very much at the center. When you say that, what is the illiberalism you're talking about?
Well, I'm talking about a way of thinking about the world that has to do with the embrace of inequality, inherent inequalities, about hierarchies of nation and race and gender, about a desire for cultural and or religious uniformity, a particularist idea about rights, meaning you don't carry your rights with you. You may have them where they are, but you don't have them all the time. An idea of marking internal as well as external enemies and the use of exclusion or expulsion as a way of dealing with this. Thinking about the access to and maintenance of power with the legitimacy of political violence. And as much as anything, really it's about the will of the community over the rule of law. And I think understanding this as a set of ideas and relationships that really preceded the European colonization of North America has, in some preceded liberalism and then became very much entangled to it, but had a logic of its own.
Let's go into a bit of that historical depth. Mm-hmm. One of the parts of your book I found interesting was your analysis of Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. That's normally seen as a document laying out the early structure of America's inevitable ascent into liberal democracy. Mm-hmm. And you read it quite differently.
Mm-hmm. I do. I read it both in terms of his interest and admiration for what he saw as a robust individualism and equality, but I also read it as a series of warnings about where this could be headed. The largest section of his warnings had to do with his very long chapter on slavery and race, which he recognized infused the entire country. In fact, he thought racism was more powerful where slavery had been abolished than where slavery still existed. But I was especially interested in how he understood local democracy and local politics in general, the collective and associational activities. And what worried him was what he called the tyranny of the majority, the narrowness of mind, the way in which associations on the ground tended to both emphasize certain ideas about belonging, but at the same time put those who didn't fit in into real jeopardy. He ended up arguing that he thought it was likely, or is certainly possible, that the United States could very, very quickly move toward a despotism, and where people would be willing to give up their rights in loyalty to a strong man. So you read this and you think, I think he really had his finger on things that were going on in the 1830s that oftentimes, as you mentioned, are kind of overlooked because it has become one of those texts that are iconic in establishing ideas of American exceptionalism. And it was republished during the early phases of the Cold War when ideas about American exceptionalism and American consensus were taking great strength.
So in the 1830s, you also have an example of the tradition you're talking about at really full strength under Andrew Jackson. And you have a chapter on this, in particular around Jackson's use of deportations and expulsions, which you see as central to the illiberal tradition, and I think is central to the sort of story we're tracking here. So tell me a bit about that decade from your perspective.
Right. Obviously, the expulsion of native peoples from their lands east of the Mississippi to what was regarded as Indian territory, which was really the first territory in the United States that was not imagined as heading towards statehood, so it's not entirely clear what it was. This was the end of a process that had begun back in the 17th century that was directed toward removing, expelling native people. But the thing that's important to recognize is that this was a central aspect of American society and political culture in that period. Free African Americans were targeted for expulsion. It was called colonization. This goes back to the 18th century, and even Thomas Jefferson, who couldn't really imagine how white and black people could live together under conditions of freedom in some ways that Tocqueville re-articulated. But there were mobs that were focused on driving out not only African Americans in cities where they were free or had escaped from enslavement, Catholics, Mormons. Joseph Smith is murdered in the 1840s, not far from Springfield, Illinois, Lincoln's place. Abolitionists. The 1830s were a time of these, anti-abolitionist riots in cities large and small because...
In some ways, it's good to to talk about like the best things that America's done to get people to kind of like realize like, hey, we can be better than we are right now. But in other ways, it's good to be realistic about where we've come from too. I feel like a lot of what this guy's talking about was some of my complaints with that one newsroom scene where the guy's like, America used to be great. We aren't anymore, but we used to be real good, and now we've lost it. And it's like, well, America's done a lot of fucked up shit too, right? It's not like we've always been this amazing place, or we used to be this super ultra amazing place, and just recently it's gotten really bad. Like, we've done fucked up shit. It's a part of our history,
Because they were accused of promoting miscegenation. And what was the remedy? The remedy was to drive them out, drive them off.
Tell me a bit about the rhetoric Jackson uses to justify the expulsions. If somebody's reading it today, how much of it would read horrifying and archaic to our ears? We don't think like that anymore. And how much would not? How much would we hear resonance in?
That's a really good question. And in fact, it suggests the way in which historical understanding and thinking has really changed. One of the reasons that Jackson attained heroic proportions for a very long time was his status as an enslaver, and his multifaceted role as an Indian fighter tended to be diminished. And what was emphasized was his apparent support for the common man, popular democracy, the age of Jackson, so to speak. Jackson thought, like many white Americans thought, is that Native people were, they didn't belong, that they were in jeopardy of basically dying out, and that what he was doing was actually in their interest by finding a territory outside of the centers of population where Native people could in some ways be safe. We only would read this in a horrifying way because of what we've learned about the history of Native peoples, the really complicated history of Native peoples, and how this has been a long-term process of expulsion. So he tried to dress it up as something that he was doing as an alternative to their physical destruction and their dying out. But, I think a modern reader, by and large, who knew anything about the history of the United States and of Native people would recognize what he was really after.
How connected is it to Jackson's politics of the common man? How much does the support of the common man...
Do you think the idea of American exceptionalism is positive or toxic? Americans, we do have respective exceptionalism in Europe, but it's a bit different. I think exceptionalism is good. It's like patriotism versus nationalism. Like, it's good. You just have to be realistic about it. But like, you should be proud of your country or love your country and, feel patriotic about your country. But you should also, it's simultaneously recognizing your strengths and your faults, which seems very hard for a lot of people.
Man, the channeling of the common man braid itself into this project of who you have to push out so they're not part of the common man.
Right. I think he saw himself as representing the interests of white Americans in the Trans-Appalachian West, who themselves were in the process of trying to expand their population and settlements, which would be at the expense of Native people. And so, in a sense, what Jackson really represented was, he was the first president from the Trans-Appalachian West. He had strong support among white adult men from that area and also from the southern states because he was a slave owner and he was committed to the maintenance of slavery. So, at the same time, access to politics in the United States, in most states, in terms of voting and office holding, property holding requirements were being dropped. And so adult white men had more access than ever. And so even though in most places people of African descent didn't, women didn't, in some ways the workforce in many, many places didn't because they were made up of women and children. But nonetheless, there was kind of the sense that the groundwork for what would be an expansive democracy was being laid then.
Jackson is interesting, I think, in this moment particularly, because he is very explicitly talked about as a model for Donald Trump. Trump restored his portrait to the Oval Office. When you hear Trump and the people around him, like Steve Bannon in the first term, who talk a lot about Jackson, who lionize Jackson, what do you hear them connecting to in him?
Well, I think there are a number of things that they could connect to, not least was his defiance of a Supreme Court rulings on the potential expulsion of Native people. He said, okay, that's fine, let them enforce it. I think they see him as a quote-unquote strong leader who was willing and able and interested in moving directions of his own choosing. Obviously, he had a very complicated relationship with the federal government, but he stood up very strongly because the nullification crisis in the 1830s when South Carolina said, unlike Jackson's view of the Supreme Court, no, we're not going to enforce the tariff. Jackson threatened to really crush them militarily as well as politically. So I think they see him as an example of an early executive who was interested in expanding the powers of the presidency at a time when the president of the United States really had relatively few powers, and the important power remained in the states and nationally in the Congress. And I think they saw him as a harbinger of what would happen later and what Trump clearly admires.
Let me move forward in time a bit to the Red Scare. Yep. You spend some real time in the book on the Palmer raids in 1919 and 1920. What were they?
Well, the Palmer raids are called the Palmer raids because the Attorney General of the United States was A. Mitchell Palmer. I think it was an example of how, political people who were regarded by those in power as politically objectionable could suffer all sorts of forms of repression, including expulsions of various sorts. It included people who were isolationists, but it's also included people who were on the left, first socialists who had a complicated history with that, and then after the Russian Revolution, people who were associated with the spread of communism, or those who quite simply did not fit into their view of what the United States should be, which is a republic of white Christians. And in that particular time, the federal government became involved in the repression of these movements, and whether it involved prosecuting them, I mean, Eugene Debs ran for president from jail, or whether it had to do with expelling them, not only communists and socialists, but people who were accused of anarchism. Sacco and Vanzetti, it became a very notorious example of how that could happen. It's important to recognize that.
How does YouTube chat function compared to Twitch for streamers? It's more or less the same thing, no? The biggest issue, I think, or one of the big issues that I feel like YouTube has that I don't think they've ever fixed, I don't know why, they just don't care about fixing it, or they don't, I say fix, it's not really fix, it's a feature ad or feature request, is for some reason emotes can't carry over from one stream to another. Like if I subscribe to a YouTuber, I can't use their emotes or whatever in another YouTuber's chat. I feel like that hurts like cohesive YouTube culture. I feel like it does, but
that the Ku Klux Klan was in the process of reorganizing in this period. It was reestablished during the teens, but it really exploded in the 1920s, and it fed off a lot of these currents. It admired fascist regimes elsewhere. It admired the sort of political violence and paramilitarism that went into it. And it, one of the things that they did was enforce prohibition, which they regarded as an attack on the lifeways of European immigrants and others who were not white Christians.
Speaking of fascism, you have this argument that in the 20s, you have prohibition, as you're saying, the second KKK. You argue that, quote, the threads composing the fabric of Italian and German fascism were an earliest evidence, not in Europe, but at that moment in America.
Right.
Why?
Well, one of the things I try to do in the book, which is recognizing that illiberalism is not one thing. It's not an unchanging, static thing. It's a collection of ideas and notions of relationships or political power, is to think about how illiberalism was modernized during what we call the progressive period. And there, the idea of social engineering, the use of eugenics, which is oftentimes not adequately accounted for by historians of the period, disfranchisement, segregation, warfare overseas that was justified in racialized terms, the use of troops who basically got their experience in Indian wars in the Trans-Mississippi West, and the idea that was advocated by people. Herbert Crowley is a good example because he was one of the founders of the New Republic. He was one of the advocates of Teddy Roosevelt's new nationalism. And yet he was very suspicious of what he called Jeffersonian democracy. He thought that many people in the United States didn't understand the national purpose, and that therefore politics really should be conducted by those who were trained, by those who were experts.
Doesn't Hitler praise American immigration
Not only
policy
that, he was
period?
a great advocate of westward expansion because this was the American version of breathing room. The Nazis and American scientists were sharing a lot of their work about eugenics. I mean, they kind of sensed that they were sort of they were involved.
I wanted to push back on that concept of breathing room. There's some German word, Breitenstrom, or I don't know what the fuck it is, that Hitler talked about a lot when it came to like rationalization for the expansion of Nazi Germany. It's because they needed room for all of the wonderful Germans. And I was going to fight with comparing that to America, but I guess we kind of did have the same concept. The only difference is the people that we needed to clear out were natives that nobody gave a fuck about. So I guess we got away with it better.
In a joint project. So I do think that without saying that the United States was moving in a Nazi direction, I mean, there were people, obviously, who in the 1930s very much embraced what was going on in Germany on many accounts. There were many people in the 20s and into the early 30s who thought that Mussolini was really pointing out the future that the Euro-Atlantic world was headed, because he seemed to be somebody who was active in...
Wait, what was this guy's background again? I think you have to be really, really, really careful when you start talking about some group of people were supportive of another group of people that we have modern, heavy connotations of. Like if you supported the Nazis or their rise to power in the early 30s, 1930s, that means something significantly different. You can say whether it was good or bad because of the anti-Semitism, or you can say whether it was good or bad because of the nationalism or whatever. Like, you're allowed to have that opinion. But it means something significantly different to say that somebody supported the Nazis, in the early 1930s when they were rising up because of their strong nationalist bent or whatever, versus somebody thought that Holocaust was good. These are very, very different statements. But, okay.
Engaged, strong, and recognized the limitations of a kind of the liberal state that had really fallen into real question. The Klan was the largest social movement in the 1920s, and their ideas about what the United States would be, it was an early America Firstism. I mean, that's really where...
I'm being a little nitpicky, though, I guess. I mean, largely this point is true, I guess.
It emerges. And so, again, I think that without necessarily saying that this was Italian fascism or this was Nazi, which it wasn't, but to say that some of the ideas, some of the connections, and the overall project, the sense of who really should be participating in this, who shouldn't be participating.
But flip it, because I think so often in politics, particularly those of us who like thinking about ideas, we think about the supply side, not the demand side, to be an economist about it. We think about what politicians and political movements are offering, but those offerings only matter if they meet or create demand. And so, yes, what was happening in America is not Italian fascism. It's not Nazism. It's not anything that is anywhere else because we have our own context. But there is a demand for something
I think that's
is, at least
right.
in an early way, speaking to similar anxieties, speaking to similar views about belonging, speaking to similar...
It is really good to recognize the similarities, too, though, because oh, my God. We'll go back to reading, I swear. Okay. The author of this book, the one that we're reading on Nazi Germany, points out a lot, and it's important to know that history could still go other ways, or history could have gone another way. There were a lot of moments in the rising of Nazi Germany, and of any country, really, where things could have been way different. We fall too much into this trap of assuming that history is inevitable, that one side would have always won, and things could have only gone this way. But the danger of that kind of thinking is that sometimes you're in historical moments before you realize it, and you don't want to be trapped in some moment where you think like, well, where we're at right now in life, it might be easy to think that, well, the quote unquote, the good guys always win, I guess, because you're part of this country now, and hopefully you think this country is better than the Nazis would have been. And so that's an inevitability, and no matter what happens, like, things will always kind of work out. And that's not necessarily always true. Well, not necessarily. That's not true at all. Things could always be much worse or go a much different way. And it's important to recognize that.
Fears about what will happen to a country if it becomes too multicultural, or the power structure changes too much, or the wrong kinds of people are voting. I always make this mistake that we're so focused on what the politicians say that we forget that what they say only matters if it matches what the voters want.
I agree. I do think it is important to recognize the kind of social basis that existed for these ideas. Because, as horrific as we may find it, disfranchisement and segregation, Jim Crow, as we call it, only had pushback coming from the, African Americans, and not all of them, but most of them. And most white Americans and political leaders thought that this was a perfectly reasonable, perfectly modern way of choreographing the great diversity and inequalities that existed in American society. So there's no question that, these right-wing groups really did fulfill a need, but, a sense of community building, a sense of what belonging was, belonging that not only included people you were comfortable with and you thought were part of the community, but non-belonging and the resistance or expulsion of those or the repression of those who you saw as political threats.
Tell me about the Johnson-Reed Act of 1924.
Well, that was really the first major immigration act that was passed. It established quotas for the first time. Before then, it was really the Chinese and then Asian exclusion acts, but which were not designed to have quotas, but designed not to have people from Asia come to the United States. The 1924 Immigration Act was different, and it was organized in such a way that it really did try to undercut the migration of people from certain parts of the world who were regarded as...
Did that seem to be the Atlantic article in Asmongold? Uh-oh. Did they write one on him?
Culturally unassimilable, as politically objectionable, as people who were breeders and therefore threatened the population balances in the United States, not simply by the numbers who arrived, but by the population increase once they got to the United States. And, when it was passed, I mean, in most major journalistic venues, it was celebrated. The New York Times, the LA Times, everyone sort of saying, yeah, this was the way in which we could preserve an America that we feel comfortable with. And, this was a law that was enforced until 1965. And not to mention that, Jews who were trying to flee Nazi Germany and then the Holocaust were themselves harmed by this. But I think it's part of a piece of what's happening in the 1920s as trying to offer belonging to people who could be easily assimilated and offering little but repression or non-belonging to people who couldn't.
We're talking here about substance. One thing that surprises me is that there's a style to illiberalism that recurs over place and time. And it's probably a good time to bring in Joseph McCarthy, who, as he's a politician and a political force, I think a much bigger political force, and is now remembered. And he's remembered for, communist witch hunting.
Taking out communism, corruption, treason in government.
He's also a very early example of a populist style that Trump fits very well.
You have a choice in this new world, because the time will come when, how do you say, the wheat detaches from the chaff. Have you taken your German lessons?
Oh, yes, sir.
Good. You, how do you say thank you in German?
Oh, of course, sir. Let me see. It's,
Yes.
Dank.
Yes, out with it.
Did we play Wolfenstein 2, or did I just play the first one? Which one do they cut his head off and reattach it? I forget.
Well into, and that gets embraced by elite dimensions of conservatism. William F. Buckley writes a book sort of anti-McCarthy's way I put it. Like, okay, yeah, McCarthy maybe goes a bit too far, but the people who oppose him are the real problem, which is a very common form of Donald Trump defense. Tell me a bit about McCarthy's political style, the anti-elitism of it, the populism of it, the way he wraps up his illiberalism.
Well, one of the things that became part of the reception of McCarthyism, especially among historians, was to liken it to 19th century populism, because they saw the very much of what you're describing, the kind of anti-elitism, his emergence out of a particular social setting, his finding of enemies, internal as well as external. People emphasize some of the unsavory aspects of 19th century populism, which I think were greatly exaggerated, at a time when mass movements were held in a lot of suspicion by historians, journalists, and scholars, because they had just come out of a war, recognizing that fascism, was a mass movement. It wasn't simply taking of power, coup d'etat on the part of a small elite or oligarchy. And so, McCarthy is now, not surprisingly, getting a new look by people on the political right, precisely because they felt that he had the courage to stand up to those who were threatening American values and American politics. And he did this, at great, in the end, personal cost. But I mean, Joseph McCarthy fit into a framework in which a lot of this was going on anyway, and it was not only going on among Republicans, it was going on among Democrats. I mean, what historians have found is that actually the people who voted for populists in the past were not the people who voted for McCarthy, at least in terms of their social profiles. And so that was sort of debunked, and that McCarthy was not a kind of new 19th century populism. He was really appealing to a different kind of constituency, obviously more native-born, but not entirely native-born, people who were sort of small business types.
I want to hold on the anti-elitism and the anti-institutionalism of him for a second, because one way I've heard McCarthy being brought up as a referent to what is happening now is, look, he was on the hunt for communists. There were communists at different layers of American life. And he also had a broader view, as did many others in conservatism at that time, that the big institutions of American life had been captured.
By the Jews.
And, the culture had been captured in Hollywood, and the universities were captured, and maybe even the government was captured too.
Definitely Jews.
And the
military.
And the military. And the hunt for communists, which I've seen people analogizing now to the hunt for people who believe in DEI or anti-Semites or wokeness, also became a way to break open these institutions, to use the power of the state to cow them, and to force them to come back into some kind of alignment, or at least stop opposing the alignment with what McCarthy represented and the political tendencies that he fought for. How valid do you think that?
Okay. I don't want to ruffle any feathers here. Does anybody feel like Ezra Klein speaks a little bit too dramatically? Like a little Voshonian, kind of? I feel like he could tone it back like 25%.
Well, one of the things we have to recognize is that the federal state grew enormously from the 1930s through the 1940s into the 1950s. I think McCarthy was in part representing a certain unease and suspicions about that, about a world of people who were trained into these institutions, what expansive and bureaucratic institutions might involve. There's no question, I think, that he directed attention and concern to institutions that really didn't have a deep history in the United States, that were far from the direct reach of many Americans who were themselves experiencing enormous change, whether it had to do in bigger cities. I mean, a lot of these struggles over housing, people had this idea, well, it wasn't until the 1960s when the urban uprisings began, but actually it was much earlier.
Isn't it kind of weird that we conflate Nazi and neo-Nazi ideology? The Nazis killed what they consider to be inferior whites while ignoring non-white populations. Neo-Nazis specifically target people, non-white people. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like you should call them like DEI Nazis or something, although nobody would take it seriously. But in some ways, I've made this joke before, but it is true. in some ways, I think that the neo-Nazis in the United States, I think, represent just like how far diversity and stuff in the United States has come, and how arbitrary like racial distinction is. Like if you can have like white nationalists or neo-Nazis that are like Nick Fuentes, like Hispanic in origin, that says a lot about the arbitrariness, I guess, of what it means to be white, or just racial categories in general, right?
As there were housing shortages, there were population, demographic migrations. And so I think he did appeal to those who were trying to hold on to a kind of sense of community that they saw in part being overrun. And by going after the institutions and suggesting that not only were they far from you, but they were being infested by people who didn't have your interest in mind at all, whatever you understood about socialism, communism, or the left.
One of the things we're seeing now is different institutions in American life having to make this choice. Do they try to make a deal with the administration? Do they try to bend the knee to the administration? Or do they fight? Right? Harvard just decided to fight. In the McCarthy era, how would you tell that story of the institutional response? Like, what was the period, were they lockstep in trying to submit to this and until something changed? What can be learned from that now?
I think the response was mostly bending the knee. I think that universities, workplaces, other institutions were very quick to try to identify people who could be regarded as threats. And for the most part, they were expelled. People lost their jobs. They were blacklisted. They were run out of important political positions, or they could not seek. They were excluded from labor unions at a very critical point in our labor history in the late 1940s, early 1950s, when organizations like the CIO were increasingly powerful. So I do think that bending the knee, especially in the...
Would Proud Boys be considered neo-Nazi type? I feel like I've seen enough. I feel like Proud Boys in general would probably be considered neo-Nazis, because I think they believe like in all the weird Jewish conspiracy shit and everything, right? Basically, if you have anybody that has any form of like white identitarianism, meaning usually that implies some form of like racial essentialism, meaning you think that the phenotype of a race is a culture, and that comes from a genotype. So different races have different cultures, and that's essential to the race. It's built in. And then you mix that with a little bit of Jewish conspiracy theory. I would consider that. So any kind of like white identitarianism, racial essentialism, plus any kind of like Jewish conspiracy stuff. That's enough for me to say it's probably like neo-Nazi, I guess. But also, I'm also not as interested sometimes in the neo-Nazi label, because people just want to have the label so that they can bring in all the morality. Yeah, the morality, like the moral condemnation, the normative badness of Nazis. But I'm more interested in identifying it or whatever.
The face of what seems to be significant power is not uncommon, and is a worrisome precedent.
So we've been talking here about political figures and political groups, McCarthy, Jackson, the Ku Klux Klan, that to the extent people think about an illiberal tradition, they all fit very squarely in it. One of the points of your book is that liberalism and illiberalism are often braided together in the same people. So around this time, we have Japanese internment, and you have over 100,000 people.
A good modern difference between Nazi and fascism would be people like the Proud Boys versus the new tech bro, technocrat fascists. Typically, when like a 6-month-old child hits somebody else, usually you don't even scold the child. They're so young, they're just like flailing their limbs around. You would never describe like a 6-month-old child as evil. Just on the limited stuff I've seen from tech bros, I don't know if I would ever... Now, maybe there's a tech movement like the Peter Thiel stuff, maybe, where you'd call them like techno-fascists or whatever. From what I've seen from Silicon Valley types that get into politics, these people are too stupid and too politically illiterate to be called fascists. They don't even have enough political thought in their brains to even be called fascists. They're just retarded. I don't even know how I would be tasked with describing the political beliefs of some of these people. They're so simple and basic and stupid and naive and retarded. Just retarded.
Around this time, we have...
Dude, gamers made a better, more coherent political splash when it came to like entering politics or having political thought than the crypto bros. It's unbelievable to me how disappointing it's been to see how fucking stupid people could be when they're, I don't know, man, Jesus Christ.
Liberalism and illiberalism are often braided together in the same people. So around this time, we have Japanese internment, and you have over 100,000 people, many of them citizens, rounded up and put in camps. No due process, no ability to have a court, decide if they were actually a threat to the country. And this is done by...
Curtis Yarvin is at least a thinker. You can say he's stupid, but at least he's thought about things. Now, whether I think he's retarded, no, I wouldn't describe him as retarded. Or if I would describe him as retarded, I would describe him as retarded because I disagree with him, but not retarded because he's an actual thoughtless buffoon. But listening to that one, Andres, he looks like the guy that made Minecraft to me. Fuck, whatever that guy. God, oh my gosh, so stupid. Holy shit, he's just thoughtless and stupid. Oh my God.
By liberal hero FDR. How do you think about what leads to that?
I do think that one of the challenges that liberals have had is that even though they may embrace a whole variety of ideas and relationships that we may find admirable, that nonetheless, I think they are interested in maintaining social order. That in many of them, they still do have an acceptance of cultural hierarchies. I mean, look, the liberals played a very important role.
Mark
in,
Anderson,
the so-called McCarthyism. Many of the leaders, Arthur Schlesinger, and the establishment of Americans for Democratic Action, and all of this was to try to sort of hive liberals off the left of American society. Not only that, but condemn the left as followers and people who really should be subject to deep suspicion. And it was okay if you fired them, from universities or other positions because they were evil. They were the internal, enemies. And I do think that liberals were not very well equipped for the sort of unravelings that began to take place, and that they kind of begin to abandon the whole project.
One read of what you write in the book is this idea that the liberals their project is often compromised by a desire for social order, by some of the same
liberals, yes.
by some of the same dynamics you're pointing out among the illiberal side of American politics. And another way that I think that same dynamic can be read, and here I'm not supporting Japanese internment, but I do want to raise this as a question, is that the liberals who are nationally successful often contain some of this countercurrent inside of them. That you are describing such a strong and present and enduring ideological faction in American politics that it isn't going to be a surprise that FDR, that Lyndon Johnson, who contains the American South inside of him, that Bill Clinton in a very different way, who's sort of a merger of unusual currents, that Barack Obama, who part of what his genius is being able to speak to the white end black story and fears and anxieties in politics at the same time, that much of what ends up getting remembered as disappointing about them, I think from a different perspective, has been a pluralism that I think their defenders certainly would say kept some of these other currents in check. Mm-hmm. Because it sort of drained some of their opponents of power. Definitely Bill Clinton's defenders often say to me, I had Rahm Emanuel on the show, he said this explicitly, look, this is the guy who took crime and immigration off the table as weaknesses in welfare for the Democratic Party. And as the Democrats came back to national power. And now it's looked back on as, a terrible set of compromises, but that was, the alternative was losing to these.
You gotta, I don't know how to get this point across to people. Sometimes problems are real. And when a problem is real, it's good to talk about it. But just because a problem is real in one place, whether we're talking a place in time or a place in history, doesn't mean that it's real everywhere. Violent crime was exploding in the 90s in the United States. Things like crack cocaine were legitimately destroying entire communities and neighborhoods. Okay, our violent crime peaked so high in the 90s. It was insane. For people that look back harshly on things like the crime bill, they just were racist, they were horrible. No, everybody wanted more police in the United States. Everybody wanted more crackdown on criminals. There were still issues with racial disparity in police forces, in disparate outcomes, and how people were being treated in the judicial system, not just because they were committing more crime, because people were more racist, but that was a real thing. Same thing today in the world, how eager everybody is to kind of have the same exact political groups across borders, like people that are Brexiters, really want to be Trumples, and people that support Andrew Tate also really want to support the AFD, and we're all the same guys. We all have the same, problems, and that's just not true. Immigration. I'll say this a billion times. Stay mad. Well, you guys won't be mad because my dick sucks. Immigration is just not that big of an issue in the United States. We can take so many more immigrants and be fine. We put these motherfuckers to work like crazy. But in other countries, it is a lot more challenging to deal with a large influx of immigrants, whether it's all of the Indian students that are going to Canada and driving up the cost of houses and changing the way that a lot of things look for better or for worse in a lot of different ways, or whether you're talking about certain European countries that took on a lot of Muslim immigrants during certain refugee crises. There's different countries have different problems, and to pretend that it's all the same shit and then to use the same talking points and to paint with a broad brush is stupid. I've said this a million times.
How do you think about that tension?
Well, I think it's important to describe it as a tension. I think it's certainly the case with many liberals who have ascended to important leadership positions in American political life, that it comes with the terrain of seeking office and dealing with complicated constituencies and our own complicated past. I mean, obviously, people in the Democratic Party through the 1960s, had the southern wing of the party that they had to appease. And, you can excuse it from today until tomorrow, but they did. And, Johnson famously said when he was signing either the Civil Rights or the Voting Rights, now we've lost the South for a generation, and that was true. It's also important for us to recognize that, across our history, most of the political regimes, so to speak, were regimes that were conservative. The United States have a very, very, not simply overall violent history, but a politically violent history. It's not as if liberal democracy and political violence were separate or parallel. I mean, they were interconnected, from the beginning, and usually to the benefit of people with wealth and power and people who wanted to exclude, large sections of the American public from having decision-making power and authority.
I think this starts to bring us into something more modern. Trump often references an immigration policy called Operation Wetback. Operation Wetback comes under President Dwight Eisenhower, who we now look back on as this icon of moderate republicanism, even maybe a liberal Republican. We quote his speech about the defense industrial complex.
Whoa, bro.
What was Operation Wetback?
Well, we need to understand that in relationship to the Bracero program, which was a sort of government-sponsored program that was meant to provide labor for mostly for big agriculture, but not only for big agriculture, and so that immigrants had the right to work, and they usually were moving back and forth across the border. But by the 1950s, this was coming under attack, and therefore Operation Wetback was an attempt to sort of push that back across the Rio Grande and back into Mexico. But the idea was to basically deport people. And it kind of expressed, one of the really complicated aspects of American, economic development policy, which is on the one hand, it depended so heavily on so many different groups of immigrants. And on the other hand, there was hostility to them, especially by that time to those of Mexico. It sort of gives us an idea of the really, sort of repressive impulses and the ease of building a repressive apparatus. Dwight D. Eisenhower, admittedly, it's easy to look back compared to what we're situated with now. But, when the Warren Court came down with the Brown decision in 1954, his response was, appointing Earl Warren to the court was the worst mistake he ever made. And they had to, go through a second Brown decision to provide some means of enforcement.
One thing in that era, though, is you have American citizens being deported. And one reason I'm interested in it, in addition to the fact that Trump allies use it as an example now, is that it's a reminder that we have done deportations in violations of rights people were assumed to have had many, many, many times before.
I think that's right. Certainly, we know that during the time of the Red Scare, in the period of World War I, that there were lots of immigrants who were also politically radical, who were deported and whose rights were regarded in very, very limited ways, and whose deportation was generally embraced, accepted by the public. In some ways, it's because the advent of citizenship and the 14th Amendment, as strong as it was in many respects, didn't really, if you compare that to the Mexican Constitution in 1916, that laid out a whole series of rights that working people had, that women had, and you compare it to a sense of, well, what are the rights that come with citizenship in the United States? But I worry, as you may worry too, that precisely because a lot of those rights are not clearly established, and because there could be any one of a variety of loopholes, whether in the language or whether in the way citizenship and rights are conceived, that we may be entering a period, in some ways marked by like the Dobbs decision of the really withdrawal of rights that we had come to believe that people have.
One thing you're gesturing at here, which I think is important, is the way in which we seem to phase in and out of periods. And oftentimes, even from a decade before what you're about to be in feels unimaginable. And so when we talk about the Palmer raids, they lead, in a sense, to the founding of the ACLU. We're talking about Operation Wetback, but it's just over a decade later that LBJ overturns the Johnson-Reed Act, and those sort of racist quotas dissolve, at least for that period of time. And so how do you think about this question of the cycles of it? Is it a pendulum that one action creates a backlash? Is it much more contingent and unpredictable than that? I mean, you go from Obama to Donald Trump, right? There is this way in which one era feels...
That's pretty wild.
It often feels much more radically different, almost radically opposite to the era that preceded it.
It seems to me, I'm not somebody who thinks about pendulums.
Same thing with the, it's very strange. I don't know if there's been like a coherent explanation for this or if it's just like accepted as a thing that is. It's very strange that Americans, our elections are always like very close. Like our parties are always about 50-50. And then when one side wins, usually in the midterms, the next side wins. Like that's just like a thing that is observed so often. It's just weird how closely balanced everything is. Balancers. Balancers in chat. This is why we ban balancers.
I don't think that history repeats itself, but I do think that there are moments when circumstances make possible developments moving in any one of a number of directions. And so, even if you think about Obama and Trump, I think it follows perfectly. Obama gets elected and everybody was talking about how we were now in a post-racial society. And then two blinks, the Tea Party is organized and basically Obama draws out a lot of deep racism in American society and senses that a black person like him should not legitimately hold the power he does. And therefore you have a birther movement which really harks back to Reconstruction when, Southern whites recognized that slavery was over, but the idea of empowering former slaves was just inconceivable to them. And you realize some of the depictions of Obama, in African dress and so on and so forth, I think suggests, I think, it's an interesting question about...
And Trump rides birtherism to the forefront of the Republican Party.
Absolutely. He found his way into leadership precisely in that, even when it was debunked, even when it was absolutely clear that this was a lie, nonetheless, most Republicans still believed that it was this idea of the general illegitimacy of certain groups of people holding power and breaking the hierarchies that they thought were essential to stability and security in the United States.
In your book, you frame the rise and era of mass incarceration as another example of the
like people are saying even 2008 that those weren't close, but maybe by U.S. standards they weren't, but it still feels like this is decently close. These are considered a blowout. Okay, these are blowout elections. 2008, Obama had 69.5 million votes. McCain had up 60 million votes. So was it a blowout? Yeah, by American standards, but even that feels fairly close. It wasn't 100 million to 10 million, or something like some crazy blowout like that, like an actual crazy blowout.
Deportation and expulsion impulse, finding policy expression. That in a way looks at least facially different, right? People aren't leaving the country. Now we're possibly going to do mass incarceration in El Salvadoran prisons as opposed to American ones.
Yeah, I feel like the last blow up was probably Reagan. And even that, was that 30-70 for popular vote? Reagan, election, Ballotpedia, Ronald Reagan. Wait. Even this was 60-41, which is still a blowout, 59-41. It's a blowout by your standards, but still not insanely, ultra, unbelievably crazy,
But tell me about the continuities you draw there.
I think that it's important to recognize that, first of all, we have a long history of incarcerating people. And from the birth of the penitentiary in the early 19th century on, the people who were incarcerated, wherever they were incarcerated, were disproportionately poor, disproportionately immigrants, disproportionately black. I do think that basically what happened was after the enormous urban unrest in the 1960s, that there was kind of the sense that, they could, militarily occupy big cities, or they could find other ways of pacifying and repressing the populations. And I think part of what happens is that, there is a bipartisan consensus on crime as a problem that's out of control, people of color as those who are most threatening, most dangerous, and that effectively deporting them from society and putting them in institutions where at least they were under, direct surveillance and repressive control. And we have to, again, remember that, what happens is they're not only expelled from, communities, but they're effectively expelled from political society, because not only don't they have, political rights, and they had to fight for whatever civil rights they, do they have a right to sue? Do they have a right to, challenge the structures of power within penitentiaries? I fear that a lot of people would be okay with expelling citizens who are deemed to be true enemies of the people because of their violence or because of their racial and ethnic background.
Trump is racist explicitly now.
Explicitly. And, whatever the courts do, he's obviously looking for confrontation. He's interested in provocation. And he thinks basically there's nothing much they can do about it. And that may prove to be the case.
So when you look across these different episodes, we've talked about some of them, there are others in your book, what feel to you like the commonalities of these eras of deportation and expulsion? How does the political system, or at least a faction in it, come together and say, the rights have gone too far, the community has expanded too much? What seems to connect the periods, and what feels new to you in some of them or in this moment?
I do think that what happens is that it's very easy to invoke a notion of communities under siege, being threatened. It reminded me of what ideas and relationships that could so quickly be reconfigured about belonging, and what the even before the United States became the United States, but what it meant to be part of communities, what rights communities had to exclude or to expel, to punish. One of the things we saw is that, there were members of quote-unquote immigrant groups who supported Trump, and this is part of a long-term phenomenon whereby those who have arrived and established stability, this is true during the Great Migration too, where northern black communities were, not all that comfortable with these rural black people who were coming up, who didn't really know the ways and were potentially threatening the stability of their own communities. It's an easy thing to kind of drum up because it has been so much part of the conversation for so long.
After canceling thousands of foreign students' immigration records, threatening their ability to study and live in the U.S., the Trump admin has reversed course and restored them all. It follows intense pushback from courts across the country. ICE had terminated the records of thousands of students from a federal database called SEVIS that tracks their legal status in the country. The effect of those terminations was in dispute, but many students said they had been barred from continuing their studies and were at risk of deportation. The reason ICE appeared to have canceled their SEVIS records, minor legal infractions that showed up in criminal history searches, which the law explicitly says is not a basis to deny a foreign student studying on an F-1 visa their legal status. Now, after dozens of judges across the country flagged the likely illegality, ICE says they won't do it anymore. Okay. By my count, there have been 103 lawsuits filed in the last 20 days, and judges had issued 50 restraining orders. 50 restraining orders requiring the Trump admin to reverse the SEVIS terminations. Those decisions came in more than 23 states, and from judges appointed by several presidents, including Trump. Under F-1 immigration policies, look at that. See, look, our courts are doing their job. That's good.
Wrong, and I do think that this is exactly what needs to be resisted and reimagined.
Is Trump, in the work you do, after you've done books like this, with the knowledge of American history you have, does it make him look to you like a more or less familiar figure? Does he feel like a manifestation of something common, or does he seem very distinctive?
Well, I think one of the things that makes him seem so, quote, distinctive and unprecedented is, if you think about the national level, where, there's no question that it would be very difficult to find anybody who has ascended to the presidency and has behaved in the cruel and demeaning, not only to people, but to institutions, to his political enemies. But I do think that if one is aware of what has gone on over the course of U.S. history on the state and local levels.
And George Wallace and
Wallace is certainly the case, and he's somebody I think who's really important, who did become a national figure, and I don't know what would have happened if it wasn't for the assassin's bullet in 1972, which basically pushed him out of a race that he was in the process of maybe winning. So, but you think about a world that was organized around slavery and the personal domination of people who were enslavers. You think about a variety of what one scholar has called authoritarian enclaves, not only in the South but in other parts of the United States, where there were hierarchies of power that were long existing and that were supported by a lot of people because they basically saw benefits that came from it. And I think one of the things we have to understand about illiberalism and illiberal communities or sensibilities.
Was that outside? Was that my computer?
I think one of the things we have to understand about illiberalism and illiberal communities or sensibilities is that there was a lot in them that was satisfying. I mean, when people who were in the Klan in the 1920s were interviewed later, they couldn't understand. I mean, I'm talking about ordinary people like in Indiana, which was a state that was pretty much dominated by the Klan. They didn't get this. They didn't see themselves as being involved in an extremist organization. They saw themselves involved in an organization that was reinforcing community ideas, that was providing for recreation, that was embedding notions about what it means to be an American, a white person, a Christian. They may not even articulate it that way, except for being a Christian. So I think one of the things we need to understand is that it's not simply those moments of rage that we can identify and then ask, why does that happen? It's a way of life that can go on in very prosaic ways until they're being threatened, and then they erupt. But we need to understand the day-to-day lives that are created, that bring people together, that provide them with all sorts of meaning in their lives. And I think one of the things that is important about recognizing, say, illiberalism as a important current and field of force is that we have a tendency of looking at the disruptions of the liberal tradition as simply a backlash, as angry people who are venting their fury, and which doesn't really have a lot of substance, and things can go back to normal easily. And I think that that's a serious mistake.
It also gets to something that I think has been a very common fantasy, which is that you can destroy this tendency, right? Maybe it's if you beat Donald Trump in the 2016 election or the 2020 election. Now I think people don't hold this view anymore, but that it was something that you could crush or you could suppress. You can make the things that are dominant in illiberal thought unsayable in polite society. You can make them illegal or unconstitutional. and that you could sort of push them to the margin. Having pushed to the margin, they don't really have a way back in, and they'll sort of fade away and wither, and that'll be the end of them. And I think something we're saying with Trump is that suppression can work, but then if it fails all at once. And it turns out the thing you were trying to suppress is much stronger than you understood it to be. But I do think one of the reckonings that liberalism is going through right now is a recognition that it doesn't go back. It's not like maybe Nikki Haley just wins and then we're just done with this whole era. That it's not the sort of the more comfortable Republican-Democratic cleavage that was around in the 90s or the 2000s to people. It's now this liberal-illiberal cleavage, which probably has much deeper roots. And there's not going to be an approach to suppression that's going to work. And there's also not going to be any final victory over it, right? You're just in this fight for the foreseeable future until something you cannot predict changes in some way you cannot currently predict, and maybe not in a way that you would like.
Well,
the tree of liberalism needs to be watered by the fresh blood of populism. Just kidding.
You used the word fantasy, and I think that's a very good one, because in 2016, I think there was a sense, first of all, that there was a sense that there was no way he was going to win. But even when he won, I think there was a sense that this was a very unusual, very toxic phenomenon that could, once you defeat him, would be defeated. Now, obviously, we've learned that this is not the case. And, I remember shortly after he was inaugurated in 2017, there was a big demonstration in Los Angeles, and someone was carrying a sign which was, "I can't believe I'm still protesting this shit." And the answer to that is you're always going to be protesting this shit, because there are no final victories of anything. But I think it's also important for us to recognize that politics are very volatile, that people's political sensibilities do not fit into very neat boxes. When Bernie Sanders was running in 2016, there were more than a few people who said that Bernie Sanders would be someone who would be very appealing, and that, they ended up voting for Trump. But, somehow or other, Sanders also, touched them in ways that they found, very significant, that he understood what
they're both also fundamentally anti-institutional candidates.
Right.
And very different in the way they're anti-institutional candidates.
No, in some ways.
But I think we now understand this is a much more fundamental cleavage than people were looking at it as then.
Absolutely. I think that's right.
Absolutely.
But I also feel, I sort of finished the book with an example of this movement in a county in East Texas in the late 19th century where, someone who was part of a community of enslavers and someone who was part of a community of enslaved came together for basically opportunistic reasons, because they shared grievance with what was going on, and they knew they couldn't win local office without forming some kind of coalition. But little by little, they actually began to do it. Little by little, they learned a lot about each other, and in fact, over many years, they came to establish their own republic in the biracial republic, where the white people who were the insurgents learned a lot about the needs of the black community, and the black community was able to engage with what was 30 or 40% of the white community. And even then they called themselves populists in the 1890s, and even when the populists nationally lost, they were still winning. And, in the end, they were gunned down by...
Yeah, it's not the most inspiring example.
But I think it's an example of the way in which really meaningful coalitions and political connections are forged, recognizing things that are beneficial to everybody.
Let me ask you about liberalism itself.
Okay.
I would say over the past decade in particular, liberalism has felt very exhausted and very insecure. And its great victories are taken for granted. Now we're, I think, realizing again that it's actually quite remarkable for people to have rights, for there to be due process, for there to be courts where things can be checked, and for those courts to be listened to by the political system.
You can prioritize the lasers to shoot only the smallest of asteroids. The only reason I have lasers on here is because if I'm parked somewhere and I'm back here, I can just have the lasers shooting at asteroids that are going to wander into my ship. That's what these lasers are back here for. But I think the issue that I'm running into is I think that the accumulators can only output so much power. So when all of my machines are processing shit, it's just trying to draw too much power at once, and then it's all getting short-circuited. So I'm just trying to efficiency module shit, so that stuff's happening.
Despite the fact that they don't force that judgment at the point of a gun. And liberalism was, I think, sort of beset by critics on the left who felt it never achieved enough, right? Barack Obama did not make our society post-racial, did not solve inequality, did not solve climate change. What is doing all this work made you think about liberalism itself, and what a renewed version of politics around that tradition might look like?
One of the things we have to remember is that the sense of rights that people can enjoy, the sense of rights that people are entitled to, were products of very, very divisive and very, very, in some cases, violent struggles. And that the period of time that we're talking about when this was true is pretty short. One of the things I was really trying to do in my book was what I would call decentering liberalism. The liberal tradition, as I try to argue, is really something that's kind of invented in the 1940s and 1950s, and holds on in many remarkable ways. But part of the problem with liberalism is that it...
Yeah, I could just disable them while moving, but I would have to put on... right now, they won't shoot if the capacitor's only at 50%. So I would have to put on another thing to add two signals together, and I would have to say, because I would want to say, when this is at 50 and when the speed is at 0, then it outputs a signal Fuck. What's the thing I'm looking for? What logic machine do I need for that? I can do it. Fuck it.
Never really dealt very well with the issues of power. And therefore, when push comes to shove, they abandon ship, or they sort of put together projects and policies that are not going to work or become self-contradictory. If what we're after is some of the things that liberals and liberalism at least say that they're interested in, a more egalitarian society, a world in which globally as well as nationally and locally, where it's possible for people regardless of their social, economic, racial, or ethnic background to pursue a life that is meaningful to them, if we're actually interested in that, as opposed to rhetorically interested in that, then we have to face up to really what liberalism has been inadequate. You write about, in a sense, liberalism's failure to be visionary. And I think that's true. What about, what a future could look like? And then the question of how you get there is related to what a future could look like.
So I hear people make this move a lot. Liberalism's had its failures. It has not gotten us to utopia, though it's had quite profound successes. So we need something that is better at confronting power. And then I will say the question I'll ask you, but I'm pretty sure I know the answer to it. Can you point me, in all the states we have, in the history in the different countries, of a place where this alternative politics has emerged and has been better at containing right-wing liberalism, has been better at pushing forward the engines of human progress? I'd sort of like to see...
Out today, 6 p.m. Eastern, the final installment of our Lost Episodes series. Are they ever going to put out the... Oh, that is the Hassan one. I wonder why didn't they publish the Hassan one? I'm so curious. What happened? Wait, 1 minute break.
You're somewhat of a fashion icon.
Okay.
So I'm gonna show some of your best looks.
Oh, here we go.
Here's the famous one. Here's the famous one.
Oh no!
Here's the famous one. Okay, so here we go. This is the famous one. The jeans don't get enough love.
So that was I gotta stop wearing my friend's merchandise. That was.
Why would you say this? Just own it, bruv. How are you going to have the aesthetic and then deny the aesthetic at the same time? If you want to be the LARPy revolutionary, then be the LARPy... What do you mean, I got to stop wearing my friend's clothing? Oh my god.
That was a dude who was doing graphics design at the Young Turks at the time.
Bro,
he's an anarchist.
He's an anarchist?
Yeah.
He's like the Joker? This one, you got killed on this one.
Okay, let's see it.
This one you got killed on.
Oh, yeah. That's another...
Yeah.
So
it looks almost like you're being like a little bit...
So that lady was like, "Can I have that? Like, can I have that sweater?"
I hope
and
you gave it to her.
I did. No, I didn't. I was like, I need to take more photos.
I'm calling the police. This is my favorite look of yours.
Which one? Okay.
Let's see it right here.
What the fuck is that?
That's you with the.
Who is that guy?
That's you, no?
See the small example of it working before I say, well, that's where our politics should go. That's what we should excavate. So when you say that, what are you looking towards?
Historically, I think there have been important moments in the past where social movements have, even if they haven't entirely won or were able to gain political power as we think about abolitionism, which took on the biggest, the most intractable power in the United States. And I think about abolitionism as black abolitionism and about enslaved people who managed to take down a system of plantation slavery that had created the wealthiest people in the United States and people who owned disproportionate power. Now, but
Lincoln emerges in your book almost as a villain.
Well, I don't see Lincoln as a villain, but what I would do is what I was trying to do there was to talk about some of the limitations. And I don't see putting Lincoln, that he's just a racist, because I think that's not a useful way of understanding Lincoln. If anything, you see somebody who grew and changed in very, very significant ways, but at the same time, he kind of embodied a lot of the contradictions about what a national family is and who would be included in that family.
I guess that's what I'm getting at here about this embodying of the contradiction. It's something that I was thinking about reading your book a lot, and it relates to my own struggle with the realization that there is no final victory. And that if you understand the kinds of politics, the liberal currents that you're writing about, the field of force, I think you called it, which I liked, if you understand it is ever present, the political scientist Larry Pertels talks about the populist right as a reservoir, not a wave, but a reservoir that's always there to tap into, then it becomes more obvious in a way that the national figures who can...
Want to invest in a complete travel streaming setup, double laptop, separate screen, or camera and a green screen. That way you can leave the day before events and stream when you do it. Because it's just usually not, I don't like it streaming laptop. There's always just dumb shit that comes up. Like the internet will end up being laggy, and then that'll fucking piss me off. Or people want to go out and like chat, or like meetings will come up or whatever, and it's just fuck all that.
Can lead in this country will have to embody some of the contradictions. The idea that you will have a pure movement is not going to happen. And the reason why the pure movements tend to fail is that politics is about the contradictions, and it's about absorbing them hopefully in a way that moves them more towards justice and just outcomes and vision and the things that I would like to see in the world too. But I guess that sort of movement between this illiberalism is always here and always powerful. And so sort of almost anybody you look at has had to embody some of its contradictions, even if they're pushing away from it. And then also the sort of political verdict that, well, isn't there something that doesn't have any of these contradictions that we can use as the weapon that will finally win? I'm curious how you resolve that, because you're the person, not me, who's been sitting in every single decade of American history is full of a very potent illiberalism that nobody ever quite seems to be able to push into the back room for very long.
I don't think there's any such thing as a pure movement. As a friend of mine put it, if you want to build a movement where everyone has to fit through the eye of a needle, forget it. And, frankly, most social movements don't last very long. But if you're going to build a movement, which I think about in a large way of consequence, I think there's, if you're serious, and if power is actually what you're interested in, and change, and using power for the point of change that will be appeal to large numbers of people who want change and whose lives can actually be better. I think a central issue is to confront this. It's that I understand why you think that. And maybe there are ways that we can move, recognizing that no one's going to be fully changed, and that you're always going to be protesting this shit, because there's no such thing as a victory, even if you like your side winning, that there's going to be ongoing struggles, ongoing need for vigilance, ongoing need for self-criticism. And we have to find ways of reckoning our ideals and ambitions and visions and utopianism. People are not going to put themselves on the line for a world that they can't quite imagine. And I think that is a basis for something bigger. It's always going to be an ongoing process of rethinking, interrogating, and changing, being open to change.
I think that's a good place to end. Always our final question. What are 3 books you'd recommend to the audience?
Okay.
The books!
Well, first of all, I think Tocqueville's Democracy in America would be a good place to start. Not going into it thinking of it as the iconic text, but going into it thinking about it as someone who is an observer from the outside looking in, and who has, both admiration and reservations. 2 other books. Elizabeth Hinton's book, From the War on Poverty to the War on Crime, which focuses on the 1960s into the early 1970s, and is, I think, a very, very interesting way of understanding how illiberal sensibilities kind of infuse their way into what are major modern liberal projects and pave the way for mass incarceration, which I learned a lot from. And the third book is a book by Lawrence Powell called Troubled Memory, Anne Levy, The Holocaust, and David Duke's Louisiana. It's an extraordinary story about a woman who was part of the only whole family to make it out of the Lotz ghetto, and they end up in New Orleans. And when Duke runs for governor, she plays an incredibly important role in outing his Nazi past and helping to undermine his pretty, his claims to power. So it kind of links fascism on both sides of the Atlantic with an incredibly inspiring and well-told story.
Stephen Hahn, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, that guy didn't look like a Han, but he was. They've got an audio reader for this article. Is it real or is it AI? All we wanted to do was play video games. Streamers such as Zach Asmongold Hoyt have more influence than ever. What are they really saying? By Spencer Kornhaber. Subscribe to listen? Wait. Am I an Atlantic subscriber? Hold on. I think you're a Warhawk neocon. If you disagree, can you tell me which war in the last 20 years you disagreed with? A war... well, I can't bring up Iraq, I guess, huh? I mean, I can kind of say the residuals of Iraq and Afghanistan, the lack of clear mission understanding, I think was bad. I don't know if I necessarily disagreed with the wars. We just didn't have goals, so it's hard to even know what I would disagree with, or what anybody could agree or disagree with, since they seemed so aimless. I don't think that any of the intervention that we helped the Saudis with in Yemen was any good. I don't think we had a clear understanding of what was going on there at all. I hear a lot of bad stuff about intervention in Libya, but I don't know if the issue there was so much the intervention or just that we didn't have a clear understanding of what would come afterwards. I don't know anything about U.S. intervention in places, I think, was it Sudan? So I don't have a strong opinion on that, but... I'm not subscribed. God damn it. Subscribe. How much does this cost? $79.99 a year. Fuck it. Rape me, fam. Yes, take me. Take me. Take me. Take me. Take me. Hold on. Looking up like that will hurt your neck. I do neck exercises every day with your mom. Wait, this will work? Wait, how'd you make this work? What'd you do?
This episode is brought to you by Temptations Cat Treats.
Yes, no volume
Your
button.
cat
Yes.
will come running for the perfectly irresistible Temptations Creamy Puree and Temptations Lickable Spoon Cat Treats. The best time to feed lickable cat treats to your cat is anytime. Feed by hand for a playful moment, in a bowl for a creamy treat, or as a topper to make mealtime fun. Visit temptationstreats.com to learn more.
All We Wanted to Do Was Play Video Games by Spencer Kornhaber, published on the 25th of April, 2025. This audio article was produced by 11 Labs and NOAA, News Over Audio, using an AI voice.
No! How, you subscribe, you don't even get the real voice? What? I got alopecia around the same time as you, but mine is fully grown back. I think using a derma roll is what helped me. I don't think when it comes to autoimmune stuff, everybody's presents differently and progresses differently or goes away differently. I don't know if any of that shit actually helps at the end of the day. Yeah, some people get really, really unlucky. There's a subreddit where people have like lost splotches of hair all over their body, or some people get the universalis where they literally lose all their hair. And then other people seem to have like a thing and then no more spreads, or it comes back and it's whatever. So I don't know. Rip. Okay, how does the AI voice sound?
You can listen to more of the world's best journalism on the NOAA app or at newsoveraudio.com.
Okay.
When Representative Al Green of Texas started shouting and waving his cane around during Donald Trump's address to Congress last month, pundits described the Democrat as causing a disruption, pulling a stunt, or peacefully protesting. In the wilds of online alternative media, another term was being used: malding. Mauled is a blend of mad and bald. It's video gamer slang for getting...
Malding. Will you be doing a stream debate prep for May 6th? I don't know.
So angry after suffering a loss that you pull your hair out. I learned the word by watching Twitch, the streaming platform that is famous for turning video games into a spectator sport, and that has, of late, become an important forum for political commentary. One of the most popular Twitch streamers right now is a 35-year-old World of Warcraft expert who goes by the name Asmongold and primarily streams under the handle Zacrower.
Asmongold?
On the day after Trump's congressional address, Asmongold kicked off his stream by telling his viewers he was excited to finish playing the new game Monster Hunter Wilds and to sort through the fallout from Trump's speech. He pulled up a TV news interview in which Green explained that he'd interrupted the president to object to potential Medicaid cuts. Asmongold offered his view. Interrupting Trump was tantamount to malding out, which makes people think you're a fucking retard. Asmongold, whose real name is Zach Hoyt, is a prominent member of a class of influencers that has been helping remake the American electorate. With an average of more than 2.2 million people...
2.2 million people. Have you seen that apparently a new memo from the DOJ has instructed law enforcement officers to be able to enter a person's residence without a warrant? Nope.
Tuning in, which makes people think you're a fucking retard. Asmongold, whose real name is Zach Hoyt, is a prominent member of a class of influencers that has been helping remake the American electorate. With an average of more than 2.2 million people tuning into Twitch at any given moment, and clips of the top streamers regularly going mega viral on the wider internet, the platform is, as the journalist Nathan Grayson points out in the new book, Stream Big, comparable in reach to mainstream television networks like CNN and Fox during primetime slots and major events, and that's without counting other streaming venues, such as Kick and YouTube. During last year's campaign, the Trump camp courted the streamer Aiden Ross in order to reach a young, largely male constituency that ended up helping decide the election.
Wow.
Trump's second administration has made it even clearer how the culture of gaming, a pastime enjoyed weekly by 61% of adults, age 36 on average, is bleeding into American politics. The avowed Diablo 4 player Elon Musk explains Doge's activities with gaming terms such as speedrunning, beating a game way more quickly than its creators intended, or slashing government at a far faster rate than previously seemed possible. Musk recently beefed with Hassan Piker, the popular leftist Twitch streamer who has been enlisted by Bernie Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to help rally opposition to Trump. He has also publicly feuded with Asmongold, after Asmongold criticized Musk for exaggerating his own gaming accomplishments, which is kind of like the 2020's equivalent of a politician fudging their golf handicap or Warzone experience. I've been dipping in and out of Asmongold's channel for the past month to understand what it means for politics to be processed through the lens of video games. After all, how a society amuses itself tends to affect how it governs itself. The rise of TV, the media theorist Neil Postman famously argued, remade politics into visual entertainment, ruled by optics. Professional sports, it's often said, primes people to view elections as a contest between rivals. The internet has inflated the importance of identity and authenticity, inviting campaigners to act like just another face in the social media scroll. Gaming seems to be intensifying the effects of those three media and adding in something else: cynicism. Asmongold's hair is scraggly and brown. His build is stringy. His eyebrows are given to vigorous wiggling.
Hater
He likes to
alert,
brag
Jesus.
about not showering for months. Most of his streams start with him taking questions from his viewers, who provide a continuous river of comments in his Twitch chat room. The topics might include what he ate last night, possibly Taco Cabana, what he thinks of puzzle games, not a fan. The reason why is I don't want to think, and whether he's ever going to stream from the White House. We'll see what happens. He then starts browsing the internet, sharing his screen with viewers while clicking among memes and news clips shared on Reddit and X.
That's us!
He'll watch speeches and news segments in full, pausing every so often to add an uh-oh or a let's go, or a longer bit of analysis.
Let's go.
Before I started tuning into Twitch, keeping it on in the background while sending emails or cleaning the house, I wondered whether its practitioners were just updated versions of old media archetypes, such as the talk radio host, football commentator, and news anchor. But Asmongold is less energetic and polished than those kinds of professionals. The feeling one gets is not of watching him, but of watching with him.
Aww.
I sometimes felt a pang of nostalgia for middle school hangouts with friends. A specific form of communication arises from a group of guys staring at the same screen. You murmur nonsense back and forth in a knowingly Neanderthal manner. It's bracketed in irony, based less in thinking than reacting.
Jesus.
He's playing the role of a buddy on the couch. That said, he's a buddy with a lot of opinions. Last year, he was temporarily banned from Twitch for saying that Palestinians were part of an inferior culture, whose destruction he doesn't mourn. He apologized. Earlier this month, he attracted controversy for saying that transgender kids exist only because of adults' mental illness. He doubled down on that one. But his style is far from the stridency of provocateurs such as Candace Owens and Newsmax's Trump apologists. Instead, he's detached or wryly amused. He comes off like a burned-out tutor hired to translate current events into gamerspeak for distracted teens. For example, he said Trump's tariffs were fixing the Loot Council, equating global capital to gold or treasures earned in a World of Warcraft raid. Indeed, Asmongold's foray into political commentary often seems to have been undertaken half-heartedly. The gaming world's rightward drift can be traced back to the Gamergate controversy of a decade ago, when a vocal slice of gamers organized an angry backlash to game designers and journalists who had been trying to make the art form more diverse and inclusive. All we wanted to do was play video games, Asmongold said in a recent stream, and then they had to put girls in video games, and so now we have to elect Donald Trump to stop that. He was speaking in a sarcastic deadpan, but he was suggesting a truth about the particular brand of conservatism that has taken hold of numerous men lately. In many cases, it's driven not by a committed belief system, but by a tribal vendetta against, to use one of his favorite terms, the retards of the identity-focused left.
Man, this guy says
That
the R
particular slur
a lot.
actually says a lot about Asmongold's outlook. He presents himself as standing for opinions that are so widely shared and so obvious that disagreeing with him means you're intellectually disabled. and the logic of his usage would suggest he thinks pitiful.
True.
He'll often reiterate that he's no partisan hack. Unlike many elected Republicans, he's in favor of universal basic income and a constitutional right to an abortion.
Wow.
I place pretty much no values in principles or morality, he said in one stream. I think that these are top-down ideas that are given to you by the elites. The professed disregard for ideology is, of course, hardly rare these days. Joe Rogan's entire brand is free thinking. Even Trump likes to justify his decisions as being common sense. This sort of logic is perhaps why the term NPC, or non-player character, has become trendy on the right. In video games, an NPC is a computer-controlled ally or opponent, such as a blacksmith who sells the player gear and a goblin whom the player must slay. Their pool of dialogue is limited and their characterization thin. They have no real identity beyond how the player sees them. In recent years, Musk and many others have taken to calling their liberal opponents NPCs. Ironically enough, the diss suggests its own ideology. Politics isn't a dispute among philosophical visions for a better world, or even a contest among constituencies for resources. It's a
just
quest for
meme
certain humans
shitposting.
who matter to defeat people-shaped obstacles that don't. In this schema, Trump is simply the man who's rescuing the country from the rule of the brainless. Asmongold's commentary about the president usually focuses not on whether any given decision by Trump is wise in its own right, but rather on
Whether
how
it's
the
based.
average or normal person is going to react.
Oh.
Asmongold has, for example, little particular insight about the economy. I don't really care about whether the tariffs are good or bad. I don't give a fuck, he said in one stream.
So brave.
But he seems to have schadenfreude about the distress the tariffs have caused. Over and over, he's hammered at the idea that normal people don't care about the stock market, in the same way that the elites who are criticizing Trump's policies do. Asmongold doesn't agree with everything Trump does, but he clearly thinks that the president is scaring the right people. Sometimes I'd start to wonder what I was doing spending time listening to Asmongold at all. Then I'd notice that 60,000 people were watching live. Or I'd go to his YouTube page and see that the viewership for any given clip from his streams ranges from the hundreds of thousands to the millions. He may sound like just some guy on the couch, but now he, and many other guys on the couch, have captured a slice of the voting public and have ties to political figures of influence.
Damn.
Not all gaming streamers are alike. Piker, who's been hyped as the potential Joe Rogan of the left in news coverage since the election, delivers heady Marxist theory and wonkish research on geopolitics.
Just to be clear, nobody in the entire world that knows what a wonk is or that has watched any Hassan Piker streams would ever describe him as a wonk in any sense of the word. He is an ideologue through and through. So that's a very funny glaze, but Jesus.
In a tone of frat boy exuberance. But Asmongold is the more popular figure, and he's one member of a larger, right-leaning ecosystem.
Remember, we did it, guys. We're the ones that made him popular. Good job. What is a wonk? A wonk is like a guy who likes to get into the minutia of some particular thing. Usually you would hear a policy wonk is going to be a guy who's like, I think that the marginal tax rate should be 37.9% because it'll raise like that kind of money, right? That's like a policy wonk. Wonks are guys that like work at think tanks or do like a lot of policy analysis, basically.
Often while watching Asmongold, I thought about the video game concept of the meta. It refers to shared knowledge among dedicated players about the best practices for succeeding in a game.
Wonkish isn't a glaze, though. Is wonkish a glaze or not? I feel like it can be. Like, people I don't think I've actually ever heard wonk used as an insult. It sounds like an insulting word, like just the letters. What a wonk. But I feel like I've heard people self-describe as policy wonks, a policy wonk that works for whatever. I feel like that's what I generally see.
The meta means approaching video games with a Moneyball mentality. It means knowing, say, the optimal sword to use against a particular boss. Gamers play games for all sorts of reasons, to roleplay, to challenge themselves, to kill time with friends. But digging into the meta means looking beneath a fantastical veneer, story, graphics, so on, to exploit the rules. To see the world in this way means discounting the ideas that ostensibly govern our society, ethics, beliefs, norms, and instead processing life as a struggle for dominance. The strangest thing about this view of politics is that it's seductive enough.
Paul Ryan was kind of described as wonkish in a derogatory way. It compares to calling a politician nerdy. I guess it can. Paul Ryan, though? Maybe.
Perhaps even addictive enough to pull.
Damn. This is why I don't like talking about who's going to be president in 2020. I feel like there was talk of Paul Ryan being the next president. That guy had a really bright political future, didn't he? I thought he was so popular. And then, what? He just didn't want to carry the Trump banner? And he just, like, completely and totally disappeared from politics forever. What does he do? I don't even know what he does now. He quit. Yeah, I think he quit the first 2 years after in the Trump admin. That's crazy. We don't even know his name. Paul Ryan. Who's that guy? Jeez.
Pull people away from the greatest distraction on Earth, video games. On the first day I tuned into Asmongold, I was amazed to find that it took him a full 5 hours of chit-chatting before he finally fired up Monster Hunter Wilds, a game about, well, hunting monsters. In combat, he frantically mashed buttons, hooting "Big Dick" whenever he was doing well. During cutscenes, videos advancing the game's narrative, he talked over the dialogue, issuing summaries like, "So I have to kill the big thing, right?" I recognize his hypnotized, single-minded mentality from my own gaming experiences. After a certain amount of playtime, what's on screen stops looking like a coherent world and starts looking like inputs and outputs, challenges and rewards. And when you look up, reality feels like the screen. That was All We Wanted to Do Was Play Video Games by Spencer Kornhaber.
Wow.
This audio article was produced by 11 Labs and NOAA, News Over Audio, using an AI voice. You can listen to more of the world's best journalism on the NOAA app or at newsoveraudio.com.
We'll give it to him.
To preserve democracy, one has to believe in it. To believe in democracy, one has to understand it. Where it came from.
No one cares. What do Asmongold's people think about this? After reading it, one of the things that caught my eye was this. I knew they were going to get mad at this. That's not what Gamergate was about! The gaming world's rightward drift can be traced back to the Gamergate controversy of a decade ago, when a vocal slice of gamers organized an angry backlash to game designers and journalists who had been trying to make the art form more diverse and inclusive. All we wanted to do was play video games, Asmongold said in a recent stream. The author's opinions can still be picked out a bit in the article, but this might be the first time in a major news article that they didn't refer to Gamergate as a harassment campaign, though he still kind of alludes to it. Baby steps, I suppose. Oh, well, they actually thought it was a good thing. Crazy, okay. Can you show Vlad Vexler some love? Now his health has been in a very bad shape. Sure, we love him. I guess. I don't have strong opinions on him. Seems like a cool dude. Seems like Asmon's view is he is a centrist and will sympathize with whatever side he thinks is being less stupid overall. Wow. That's kind of how Joe Rogan is as well. We've seen the Frogan's response to Ethan's video. Yep. What? Kanye West was banned from Twitch just 7 minutes into his first stream. No. Not yay.
Why do these people do this? Why? You hate Trump. I do too. Please wake up.
Oh my God, he's so the most disgusting thing that Hassan does is when he LARPs as a liberal. It is so it's more gross too, because no offense, but like for the Pod Save America guys, like people just aren't willing to do their homework on like who he actually is, and then they end up platforming him, and it's the grossest fucking thing in the world when you allow yourself to be fooled by the himbo cringe shit for a guy who's an actual like ideological fucking terrorist. It's so fucking gross. He just wants to be involved in like the upcoming political season because obviously everybody sees there's going to be kind of like, or we've been in this like big reset era and people want to like hop on board with where everything's going next, but
Just wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Trump is a extension. Trump is a logical continuation of the system that you are defending.
Of liberalism,
Please,
bro.
wake up. I genuinely don't understand how these guys like liberals who see me as their like arch enemy, their arch nemesis, are so fucking stupid. I'm so sorry for linking them. No, it's all good. It's funny. It's a funny little sidestep that we took here. Ay, ay, ay.
Ay, ay, ay.
They hate me, but then they fucking take and assume my positions that they initially hated years later, you know?
Yeah? Is that how
years
that works?
down the line.
Mm-hmm.
They will always inevitably arrive at the same positions.
That is not supposed to go there. Fuck.
Thanks for retweeting my tweet, Hassan. I won't you. Wait, are you the one who fucking posted the Sam Hyde thing? Do you see Sean O'Brien is going after AOC and Byrne?
Hassan doesn't make an enemy out of liberals, by the way.
I learned how much he hates liberals.
Dude, I hate liberals, dude. I hate them. I hate them so viciously.
Did he secretly despise me this whole time?
I'm sorry, dude. I hate liberals so much.
Did this man sit next to me for 2 years and pretend to be my friend?
Dude, liberals are a burden on this planet, dude. Liberals are the most, like, scummy, vile fucking idiots. Liberals are incredibly stupid. I hate these petulant liberals, dumb fucking liberals.
What else is someone this sociopathic capable of?
I will say, I feel like this... I don't know if I agree with Ethan's perspective here, because I feel like... I'm trying to remember the part of the content cop that responds to Hassan being so cagey and stealthy about his feelings. Fuck. In the content cop, what does Ian say about how much Hassan openly lies about how he masks himself? Wait, why don't I remember this? It was a huge part of the content nuke that Ethan did. Ian, the iDubbbz guy, when he did the content cop on Ethan, how does Ian explain all of these things from Hassan? Wait, why don't I remember him talking about this? Did he leave that entire fucking part out of his video? That's crazy. Huh. This tweet is going viral. What tweet? Hassan's going viral on TikTok. 1 million likes and counting. What, Palestine? This is a safe space to say that I have a strong dislike for the specific type of man. Oh. Oof. 1 million likes. Damn. How old is this picture of Hassan? George Santos sentenced to 7 years in prison for fraud and identity theft. He told me they were going for 2 when we spoke. Rip. Identity theft. Or wait, did Legal do a video on the actual legal stuff?
We got him! Yes, to the surprise of everyone.
Wait. I'll get the Red Bull.
One, Congressman Santos has been criminally indicted. Assistant District Attorney Scout Owl has more.
George Anthony Volder Santos. Convicted every day in the court of public opinion for fashion crimes by wearing sweaters with his suits every single day. And now alleged to have committed 13 federal crimes in the Eastern District of New York. Who is this international man of mystery? This alleged felon with questionable fashion sense? And what's he accused of? Let's dive in. George Santos is an American citizen. That much we can say for certain. He may have been born in Brazil or the United States, but he's repeatedly...
Hello?
Hello? Oh, cool.
Hi, what's up?
Hey, are you in the middle of anything?
No, what's up?
Hey, you read through the chartering document or the affidavit in support for Dagan?
Yeah, what about it?
Okay. I'm going to try and give your take on this to make sure that I'm not misrepresenting before I soy out.
Okay.
You would say that Dagan did intentionally obstruct the arrest of the undocumented migrant. I can't remember his name in it. And then you would say that that warrants her being arrested, and that this is a bad thing for us to stand up and or for people to like defend or point out as some kind of overstep of executive power, right?
Yeah, I would say so. From assuming everything in the charging document is true, and assuming there's not some crazy law that I'm not aware of or whatever, then it seems like a decent arrest, and she seems really out of line. But.
Okay, good, because that's all totally fair. I'm about to tell you about the crazy law that you don't know about. So in the United States, we have something called judicial immunity, and it's one of like the few forms of absolute immunity that exists in the legal system. And if a judge is acting as a judge...
Oh, no, hold on. Judicial immunity, I believe.
One second.
Okay, yeah.
Before you say anything, I'm applying the standard of the electors were not fraudulent because they never lied to the government. They just wrote down things on a piece of paper that they believed to be true. That's the level of charity I'm about to give you on this, because I am done doing anything other than the letter of the law here. So you go ahead and make your argument, but I'm going to come back at you and just let you know that judges let people leave out of doors in their courtrooms all the time. And if she chooses a different door than normal, well, you know what? That's still within a judge's purview. She was wearing a black robe. Cases were in front of her. She was acting as a judge. She should not have been arrested. So you go ahead and make your argument.
Sure. So my understanding is when you talk about judicial immunity, you're talking about immunity. You're talking about absolute civil immunity for a judge insofar as they're performing their job as a judge. That like if a judge were to make an incorrect ruling on something that gets appealed, for instance, but that ruling caused somebody to owe somebody a whole bunch of money, you can't sue the judge. Like the judge can never be sued for their job. But let's say that a judge says, the case is over, you've been convicted, we're at sentencing, I sentence you to execution, and then the judge stands up and pulls out a gun and shoots somebody in the face. The judge doesn't get to say, oh, well, I'm acting as my role as a judge, I have immunity here. So the judge was clearly obstructing the federal agents, and she was helping to basically shoo a guy outside of a courthouse so that ICE wouldn't find him, and she had no good reason to do this. And also, when we finish this, I have a clever or a cute little thought experiment that I think the judge could have done that I actually maybe would have supported, but I don't believe that this was it. I don't think this is the judge acting in their official capacity. It seemed to be pretty clearly just trying to obstruct immigration officers.
Sure, I think that's fair. But I would say that in the past, so just like 1991, there was a case where the Supreme Court, there was a judge that issued a bench warrant for a man's arrest, told the cops to rough up the guy. Cops beat the shit out of this guy, brought him in, and the Supreme Court said, yeah, what that judge did was probably unprofessional and possibly criminal, but he's got absolute immunity from any lawsuits coming from this. So.
Wait, careful. Wait, just real quick. When you said absolute immunity from any lawsuits coming from this, because that could mean different things. Are you saying that that judge was unimpeachable? Not like to be, sorry, that's a bad word in this case. That judge couldn't be charged with a crime? Or are you saying that the behavior of the judge, while unprofessional, probably doesn't rise to the level of criminal conduct, and they still can't be held civilly liable for ordering the cops to do that, such that the person couldn't sue the judge for that order? The minutiae here, I think, is really important. Because let's say the judge told the cops, hey, go arrest this guy, and while you're doing it, why don't you rape his children? Like, are you saying the judge wouldn't be held criminally liable for that? Because I feel like, these distinctions matter a lot here.
Well, actually, I'll give you this. I think you're right in the distinctions. And as far as I understand, judicial immunity has not been tested in the sense of criminal actions of this nature.
Yeah.
Right.
Because generally when we talk
Um,
about immunity for people, it's never in a criminal sense like the president got. And there's also that one other key distinction for the president in that usually when we're talking about immunity, it's not this type of immunity where you're not even allowed to consider the motivations of the person. Like that went above and beyond for the president as well. But okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, well, actually, then now, actually, I'm actually going to be stronger in my argument.
Okay.
We have 3 co-equal branches, and I think that they could never be co-equal unless the judges were afforded the same level of criminal immunity that a president was afforded whenever they're acting within their capacity as judges. As this has not currently been expressly decided with regards to the criminal immunity of a judge doing something like this, I think the Supreme Court should 100% give this person, would say, no, the judicial immunity extends to official or whatever the other 2 things are. Was it? It's official, on the edge of official, and then personal actions. What are the 3 things for presidential immunity?
One was core power, so exclusive or preclusive, and the other was official acts and then non-official acts, yeah.
Yeah, I think this is purely, core powers, letting people out of a courtroom. I have to ask if I'm dismissed at the end of every single case before I can leave the room. It's core power of a judge to let people out of the courtroom.
Okay.
So I'm going for that.
Okay.
But what I'll say is, memes aside, I think that there's also, I would say that conceding the ground of she did, even if all the facts are true in this, I would say conceding the grounds to the point that she should be arrested, I think is premature. I think that there are judicial disciplinary committees that really should be handling this rather than criminal actions, especially if she is acting in an official capacity. If she's acting in an official capacity as a judge, I would say that this is something that's much more in their purview, especially considering the man was also immediately arrested. Also, she didn't sneak him out of the courthouse. She let him she just let him through a door that put him into a different public area in the courthouse where he was then pursued and arrested outside of the courthouse. So
yeah, but the goal was to get him around the goal was to obviously get him around the ICE agents. That was.
I understand what you're saying there, but there are minutia arguments within that I would make on her behalf if I were her attorney or whatever. But what I would say is that I think that to me, I would say this would be something for judicial disciplinary committees to review, and then once that is done, potentially criminal charges, because that's the other side is that if it is within, if the judicial committee says we think this was within her judicial purview and she should enjoy judicial immunity, whether it's criminal or civil, we are going to disbar her, right? In the same way that the way that people seem to treat impeachment of, you can't charge the president with a crime until he's impeached, right? I think that kind of thing, since that's the world we live in, that's how this should be treated, where we should see whether or not she's disbarred or whether or not the judiciary even thinks this was an official act. They really should be the ones to determine that. And I think that this kind of charging document is premature, especially because I don't think there's, it's like a crime that she's committing that's like an ongoing harm. I don't think that the resulting harm that came from her actions are such that we need to arrest her right away. If she was suspended from the bench until this is determined, I think that's a totally appropriate thing. If she was disbarred for this, I think that could also be a totally appropriate thing. And then from there, make this determination. But I think that just reading the affidavit, even assuming everything there is true, is premature to say, yeah, she should be arrested.
That's possible.
Because also,
you could argue that an arrest was too far and it should have been a recommendation for some type of disciplinary. That could be it. Here's a thing that I think I actually would have supported because it would have followed the letter of the law, and I think it would have been a more clever way to get around this. Actually, I don't know, maybe she could have done this. My understanding is they showed up with an administrative warrant. If she would have taken the guy into custody, I don't know if the feds could have arrested him at that point, and that would have been interesting.
Well, yeah, so I think that would have probably only been a temporary measure thing, because you're right. Well, as long as he was in that courtroom, they literally could not arrest him. They wouldn't have been allowed to if he was in the courtroom.
Well, that's true, but the second he leaves, now it's considered a public area, and they could. That's what they were waiting for, right?
And so then if he's in some kind of judicial holding area at the court, I'm sure there's some rule that'll tell us exactly how that works. But you're right, and the other issue though is let's say she found him guilty of a crime and they sent him to a state or county prison. they would have just turned him over to the feds. Those prisons, they would just have done that. That would have been outside of her.
Sure. Which is probably fine, right? Like it's probably okay. Much the same that I think conservatives are unhinged by basically saying they really don't want any asylum seekers at all, which is ridiculous. On our end, we should be able to say that like there are illegal immigrants that probably should be expelled from this country, right? Like if the guy hadn't asked for a stay or anything like that, and like he's illegal, then yeah, I mean like these people should be kicked out. We follow the due process and everything, but like we shouldn't be wasting money on keeping them in all that bullshit if they haven't applied or anything like that. Yeah.
Sure, but I think it's also fair to say that we shouldn't be wasting our money on having like 14 ICE agents and FBI agents going into these courthouses in the way that they're doing. Like I would say that like
I would agree with you policy wise, but I would protect the president if he chooses to dole out his executive in that way. That really is in his purview, and it is appropriately so. So if he decides he wants to enforce illegal immigration that way, I mean like that's on Trump to do it. He can do that, yeah.
That's fair. I think that one thing that I thought was interesting, I don't know if you saw it, is that it looked like the court was currently undergoing a change in policy regarding federal arrests within the courthouse. I think that she's probably got not a great one, but at least something in there where she could say, I thought we weren't supposed to allow arrests to happen in the courthouse at the time because there was a conversation that was had with the Chief Justice that said differently, but she wasn't present for that conversation. So I can see them doing something.
Your actions here, this is part of why, right, as a lawyer, right, why you tell if you have a client, like don't talk to the cops or don't say anything, is because the actions that you take are going to highly speak to your mens rea, your state of mind. If she truly thought that it wasn't an issue, then you know, the fact that you're getting irate, you're arguing with people, the fact that you're trying to lure them away, the fact that you're letting this person have an atypical exit, like all of these things are going to go towards, you know, proving your intent for what you thought was going on.
And I'm going to, real quick, I agree with what you're saying there. You're right. I'm just saying, that's what I'm saying. It's not the best defense, but it is something that could come up. What I would say, though, is that reading this charging document, and I can't say I'm an expert at reading federal charging documents.
Sure. I do want to say real quick, I didn't see the charging document. I read the affidavit that was filled out, so I don't know what the charging document looks like.
Sorry, that's what I meant. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Affidavit and report, which, So I haven't read a ton of them, so I can't speak with any kind of expertise. But I will say, compared to the ones that I have read, the hearsay that was contained within that affidavit was quite flagrant compared to other stuff I've seen. Usually whenever you're seeing hearsay in these documents, it's usually like, I interviewed this officer, he told me this specific thing, this is what he told me, and I used that for the probable cause, right?
Yeah, so I would agree with you if you're talking for a PC assessment, for sure. However, this isn't the charging document itself. This is just an affidavit, right? So it could be that the actual charging document, if they've charged her with a crime, I don't know if they have yet or if they just arrested her, but it could be that the actual charging document has other affidavits, or if this guy is, you know, reporting what he heard from somebody else, that they also have that other person's statement in an affidavit as well. That's possible too, right?
Well, yeah, that's all I was gonna say is if there are other affidavits that can, you know, that can elaborate this hearsay in this affidavit. I don't have any complaints, but there's some stuff in there where it's like, this person believed this, that, and the other, and it's like, why are we talking about people's belief, like their beliefs about things, or just like the amount of just like these people are just random people telling things. Like there's one point where the deputy goes, he wasn't familiar with people using the jury door for these different reasons. And it's like,
I think the reason why you state that, and I might just be borrowing from my own civil case at the moment, is I think it's pretty common that you would say upon belief in information, because a person might not be the one who sets the policy. So like if you've worked in a courthouse for a long time and you've seen people go on, you might say like, well, upon belief in information, you know, this person says that these people don't typically go through the store or whatever. If you were the person who set the policy or whatever, or if you were the guard, you could say like, you are not allowed to do this, but otherwise you wouldn't make that strong statement. Yeah, go ahead.
I know what you're saying. I'm just saying that, like, and that's what I mean. If there's an affidavit supporting that statement, but the person writing the affidavit isn't saying that. They're saying, this person told me that it's their belief that this is how this stuff works. And that, for me, in an affidavit supporting the arrest, it was like, that's because it's, and the reason I'm saying that is because it's pretty important to this case, them leaving through that jury door, right? Like, if leaving through, right, and that jury door, then leaving through that still resulted in him in going to a public area outside of the courtroom.
Sure.
Okay?
Yeah.
And so it's kind of a thing where whenever if I was like her defense attorney, I would look at that and go, okay, they're trying to set this as though it is strict policy, as though going outside of that strict policy is weird and such that we can infer her intent, right? And
True,
I would
but
say
although
that,
in this case, this is just, remember, our standard here is just probable cause. And we still don't even know if she'll be actually arraigned, right? Maybe she won't be charged with any crimes, because I don't know if there is even a formal charges against her yet. So, like, for just probable cause, this is probably okay. And if they were to do a full investigation, if they were to do an arraignment and they do an investigation, then obviously they would clear up any of these hearsay elements in the course of the investigation. They would interview, or they would figure out, like, well, what is the actual policy? And then they would go through that, right?
I agree with you, like, when we're moving down the line. I'm just saying, for me, whenever I'm reading this right now and I see these issues already right here, because, like, in the other one, like, one, I would say that it shows us, it signals that this is an incredibly rushed action by the government, right?
Do you think so? I feel like this, I'm happy that they at least felt the need to release an affidavit. At least it shows there's some pressure on them now that they realize they can't just start doing all this stuff willy-nilly. So at least they had a guy fill out a statement, release an affidavit, and do it. I think
I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in the sense of, like, yeah, like, if I was thinking about, like, a case like this normally, I would be surprised to see this happen within a week under any other administration, is all I mean. And then whenever I'm looking at the charging document and I'm seeing kind of the way that they're supporting their actions, it feels very like we just need to put something on this piece of paper to support it, because we don't have that much right now, rather than taking the time to get these other affidavits. And maybe they have them, so I could be speaking out of my ass.
Mm-hmm. The question, I guess, right now, it is pretty exceptional to arrest a judge, I think, and you should understand, especially in the context of everything, how that looks. Like, I would definitely agree with that.
Yeah.
But who knows?
Yeah.
Like I said, I mean, is it 72 hours, or how long do you have to formally charge somebody with a crime before releasing him? It's possible there won't even be an arraignment. She'll just get released,
Probably
right?
48 hours. Federal, right?
Sure. Yeah. Well, yeah. She was arrested by federal officers, so imagine to a federal place. Yeah. So it would be. Yeah. She might not even be charged with a crime, right? That could be the case.
It could be the case, though. They are already bringing 2 charges under. It's fine. They've got 2 charges of obstruction they intend to bring, but. I'm still, to be clear though, I'm not backing away. I think that I still stand by. I think she should have judicial immunity, and, you know, any other argument at this point until it's determined that her actions weren't within a judicial capacity is giving too much ground. I think that it's really seeing what other people have gotten immunity for in the past, and I'm not gonna say for certain, but I'm pretty sure that they enjoy a good level of criminal immunity within that judicial immunity. But
I don't know, man. I don't think criminal immunity exists for anybody. I don't think even judges have criminal immunity. I think it's just civil immunity from being sued for judgments they make. And then, yeah, obviously you can't be criminally charged for stuff that's part of your job. So, like, a judge wouldn't get a conspiracy to murder if they sentence somebody to die, obviously. But I don't know if judges have criminal immunity.
Right.
But I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see.
Yeah, that's fine. I found an opportunity to disagree with you and come be soy.
Based.
I feel like I agree with you too much on strain.
Okay, it's always good.
Okay, yeah. Well, sorry everybody for interrupting. Whatever. We're doing Hassan drama slop. Oh, you're doing the Santos thing. Oh, I'm sorry everybody. I have been interested to see what's going on with that. I'll hop
Well,
on.
this is old, so I was just curious what he was formally charged with. This is a year old, but apparently his sentencing was today, and it was 7 years, so rip.
Yeah, I saw that. Is it? Oh, I see there's the Bermuda Triangle in this opening shot, so I'm expecting just some absolutely fucked up shit from Santos. But yeah, you have a good weekend, man.
Yeah, have a good
everybody
one.
else in chat. Oh, everybody in chat, real quick. Thank you guys in chat. You guys actually gave me some good advice about my microphone. And I've got some stuff coming in that might make it a little bit better. I appreciate you guys. Destiny, you also did kind of help with that, so thank you.
Cool. Well, thanks a lot.
Bye.
Bye.
avoided clarifying his place of birth for reasons that are unexplained. Nevertheless, he went through primary and secondary school in Queens, New York. He lived in Brazil from 2008 to 2011. The circumstances of him moving back to the United States in 2011 are odd. He was accused of check fraud in Brazil, but failed to appear in court in 2000. He went through primary and secondary school in Queens, New York. He lived in Brazil from 2008 to 2011. The circumstances of him moving back to the United States in 2011 are odd. He was accused of check fraud in Brazil, but failed to appear in court in 2011, leaving the case open for over a decade. After moving back to the U.S. in 2011, he bounced around jobs before running as a Republican for New York's 3rd Congressional District in 2020. Now, he lost to the incumbent, Thomas Suozzi, but not badly. And in 2022, Suozzi announced he wouldn't run for re-election. Santos decided to run again, and this time against a non-incumbent.
George, do you have an honest moment inside of you ever when you're campaigning?
And in November of 2022, Santos won in what some people called a mild upset. The stories that Santos told on the campaign trail started unraveling in late December 2022 when the New York Times published a long investigation. What followed, though, was often stranger than fiction, a seemingly endless string of new revelations. He said he worked for Citigroup and Goldman Sachs, despite them having no records of him doing so. He claimed to be a star college volleyball player. He even allegedly stole a dog from an Amish dairy farmer. To his very minor credit, Santos has admitted to making some misleading claims about his education and financial status and apologized for it.
I made a mistake, and I think humans are flawed.
But he continues to deny the more serious allegations. Meanwhile, the Brazilian government publicized his whole open check fraud case, and Santos managed a civil compromise that closed the criminal case down there. As the story swirled, Santos showed up for his job in Congress and swore nothing would stop him from doing his job. Despite several fellow Republicans calling for his resignation from Congress, Santos vowed to run for re-election.
It's a great day to be an American, it's a great day to be a Republican, and it's a great day to go down to re-election.
On May 9th, news broke that federal prosecutors in the Eastern District of New York had filed a sealed indictment against Santos.
We just saw Matt Gaetz survive a massive scandal. He's elected.
Oh my
we
God.
See members of Congress survive scandal on scandal.
When confronted by the media, Santos actually seemed surprised by the news. But it quickly became apparent that he would show up the next day in the Eastern District to be arraigned. On May 10th, Santos was arraigned in federal court. The indictment was unsealed. It contains 13 criminal counts, including wire fraud, unlawful monetary transactions over $10,000, theft of public money, and false statements. Those 13 counts basically capture 3 separate but related criminal schemes. First, defrauding campaign contributors. Second, unlawfully obtaining unemployment benefits. And 3, lying to Congress about his finances. Let's start with the first.
Not
defrauding
good,
campaign contributors.
George.
This
Not
scheme
good.
is the most complex, involves the most money, and is covered by the first 8 of the 13 counts in the indictment. Here's the gist. Federal prosecutors allege that Santos lied to 2 people to get them to make what they thought were political contributions to a company Santos actually controlled, and then Santos took that money from the company for his own personal use, buying luxury designer clothes and paying off credit card bills. Again, I have to question the luxury designer clothes allegation when he's wearing a sweater under a suit jacket every single day, but I will let the federal took that money, people, to get them to make what they thought were political.
To defraud supporters candidates for the House and to obtain money from them by fraudulently inducing supporters to contribute funds to Committee 1 or the false chance the money would be used to support DeVolder Santos' candidacy and then actually spending thousands of dollars on this. I wonder how he defrauded them. What did he say?
Contributions to a company Santos actually controlled, and then Santos took that money from the company for his own personal use, buying luxury designer clothes and paying off credit card bills. Again, I have to question the luxury designer clothes allegation when he's wearing a sweater under a suit jacket every single day, but I will let the federal prosecutors deal with that particular factual incongruity. I don't think it's essential to the case. Now, this campaign donation scheme almost certainly starts with a company called Redstone Strategies, LLC. The indictment doesn't name the company that Santos used to get the campaign contributions, calling it only Company Number 1. But there's good reason to believe that Company Number 1 is, in fact, Redstone. The indictment describes Company Number 1 as a Florida LLC formed on November 1st, 2021, with its principal place of business in Merritt Island, Florida, and with 2 authorized managers, one of which was DeVolder Organization, LLC. Sure enough, Redstone Strategies was an LLC registered to an address in Merritt Island, Florida on November 1st, 2021, and listed the DeVolder Organization as one of the managing officers. And as the name would suggest, the single authorized manager of the DeVolder Organization was George Santos. It's also worth pointing out that Redstone Strategies was voluntarily dissolved on January 25th, 2023, just 3 weeks after Santos was sworn into Congress. Federal prosecutors allege that Santos caused a person identified only as person number 1 to communicate with 2 potential donors, contributor number 1 and contributor number 2. Those communications stated that Redstone Strategies was a 501c4 organization, that donors could contribute unlimited amounts of money, and that the money would be spent on advertisements in support of Santos's candidacy. Now, again, while the contributors were not named in the indictment, the New York Times has identified them as Raymond Tantillo and Andrew Intrater, 2 wealthy businessmen. Apparently, in response to person 1's communications, both Tantillo and Intrater each made what they thought were political donations to Redstone Strategies. Each gave $25,000.
Look, I don't have a number in my head. Like, the fact that I'm having these conversations, these are conversations I never in a million years thought I'd be having. But when in Rome, let's have the conversations.
So why was the assurance that Redstone was a 501c4 organization important? Well, 501c4 organizations are so-called social welfare organizations governed by special IRS rules. You can't write a donation to a 501c4 off your taxes like a 501c3 nonprofit, but they are tax exempt and they don't have to disclose their donors. Most importantly, they can engage in politics. Their major purpose can't be to elect candidates to office. So generally speaking, they can spend up to 49.9% of their budget on candidate election work, but they are frequently used to funnel money into election campaigns through so-called dark money contributions. Remember, the donors don't have to be disclosed.
Not the
The
dark
problem
money.
for Santos, of course, is that Redstone was not registered with the IRS as a 501c4 organization. Oops. So the lie that Redstone was a 501c4 was designed to induce a transfer of money from those 2 wealthy businessmen that they wouldn't have otherwise done. That is what the law calls a scheme to defraud. And since it was done over interstate wires, bingo, wire fraud. Actually, 5 separate wire fraud counts for 5 separate emails and text messages to those businessmen. Those are the first 5 charges in the indictment. What happened next? Well, according to the feds, the very same day each of those supposed contributions were made, Santos transferred.
The ad for Adam/Hassan interview was shot in my bedroom. Prize Picks American Psycho. Told Adam I'm a fan of yours and he made fun of me. Wow. You should have punched him in the face in a video game for that.
What happened next? Well, according to the feds, the very same day each of those supposed contributions were made, Santos transferred the money from Redstone Strategies to and between his own personal bank accounts. Those transfers from Redstone to his bank accounts and between his bank accounts constitute the unlawful monetary transactions in counts 6, 7, and 8. The second criminal scheme in the indictment relates to unemployment benefits. And this one is fairly simple. On June 17th of 2020, Santos applied to receive unemployment benefits through the New York State Department of Labor. Those benefits were funded through the federal government during the COVID-19 pandemic through the CARES Act and administered by New York's Department of Labor. In his June application, Santos claimed to have been unemployed since March 22nd, 2020, and he kept recertifying every single week his unemployment status through April 15th of 2021. In total, the feds say that Santos took over $24,000 in unemployment insurance benefits. The problem? According to the feds, Santos was employed that entire time as a regional director at an investment firm with a salary of about $120,000 per year. Oops, simple mistake. Who among us hasn't done such a thing?
I've made a huge mistake.
After he was arraigned, Santos actually had the gall to complain to the media that the unemployment benefits issue was confusing at the time.
You keep extending the unemployment benefits.
The irony, of course, is that on April 6th of this year, Santos became a leading co-sponsor of a Republican bill that its supporters say will help states recover unlawfully obtained unemployment insurance benefits through the CARES Act. Just no notes. Count 9 of the indictment alleges theft of public money in an amount greater than $1,000. Now that more or less covers the entirety of the unemployment benefits fraud. Interestingly, counts 10 and 11 allege wire fraud for Santos applying for those benefits on 2 separate occasions a week apart in January 2021. Remember, he had to recertify his...
True, we finally found Schrodinger's migrant, the guy who is stealing all the jobs and stealing the unemployment insurance. Oh no.
On a weekly basis from June 2020 to April 2021. So why only the 2 wire fraud charges in January? My guess, and this is only a guess, is that on those 2 occasions, Santos had his unemployment benefits sent to a different bank account than he normally did, one that required crossing state lines and thus having the interstate nexus that federal wire fraud requires. But like I said, that's just a guess. Now, if I can interject,
I feel like if there's a federal crime on the books, you're almost always committing, or I'm sorry, if there's a crime for in the federal government, you're almost always committing this, because if you ever use a cell phone, like at any point, they can always get you on this like interstate stuff that like elevates it to a federal jurisdiction.
For just 1 second, I know at times it seems like George Santos' identity was stolen by George Santos, but many people suffer identity theft at the hands of negligent companies who have allowed data breaches. Literally millions of letters go out a year saying that there's a data breach and that your data has been compromised. Now, if you received a data breach notification letter, save it, contact my firm, the Eagle Team, because we offer a free consultation and we don't charge any money unless we win. Or contact the Eagle Team with any other legal issues you might be facing. The link is down in the description. Now back to George Santos' legal problems.
Thank you.
The third criminal scheme relates to false statements to Congress. When you're a candidate for Congress, the Ethics in Government Act of 1978, passed in the wake of Watergate, requires that you file a financial disclosure statement. That financial disclosure statement covers a lot, including basically every kind of income and liability. Knowingly and willfully falsifying a financial disclosure statement is a crime. It's a false official statement in violation of 18 U.S.C. 1001.
Damn.
George Santos filed the required financial disclosure statements during his 2020 and 2022 congressional campaigns. How'd he do?
Not great, Bob.
In his 2020 financial disclosure statement, Santos said that he earned $55,000 from a single company, when, in fact, according to the feds, he earned only about $27,000 from that company, but $25,000 from his investment firm. Remember, the investment firm he was employed at while he was claiming unemployment benefits. Yeah, that one. So while the total amount of income is about the same, he failed to accurately report the sources of his income. That failure constitutes the false statements charge in count 12. In his 2022 financial disclosure statement, things get extra weird. This statement covers 2021 and 2022 up to the reporting date. Among other things, Santos said that his income was $750,000 in salary from the Devolver Organization and between $1 and $5 million in dividends from the Devolver Organization with no other sources of income. He also claimed to have over $1 million in certain bank accounts. In fact, according to the feds, during that time frame, he received $28,000 from his old investment firm and $20,000 in unemployment insurance payments. And that's it. He didn't have $1 million in any bank account. Those false statements are count 13, the final count of the indictment. Okay, wait, so I lied. There's actually more than just 13 counts in the indictment. After count 13, there are 2 allegations of something called criminal forfeiture. Not civil forfeiture, criminal forfeiture. All that needs to be said about those allegations is this. If the federal government proves the criminal counts, they want the money back. That's it. So those are the allegations in the indictment. But what are the potential consequences for Santos? That's one of the first questions any criminal defendant has for their lawyer. What am I charged with, and what am I facing? There are plenty of collateral consequences for being a felon, for example, but for many defendants, the real question is whether they're going to prison and for how long. If you listen to most media outlets, you'll hear that Santos could face up to 20 years in prison. That's partly due to the DOJ's press release, which very clearly states that Santos faces a maximum penalty of 20 years in prison for the top counts. Now that is legally true, and it's a nice big number that makes for a good headline. But it's incomplete, and frankly, a little bit misleading. It's also frustratingly common in media coverage of criminal cases. Sentences in federal court follow the federal sentencing guidelines, which is determined by the United States Sentencing Commission. Those guidelines were intended originally to be binding on federal judges, but the U.S. Supreme Court struck that down in United States v. Booker in 2005. Federal judges are still required to consult the sentencing guidelines, and a sentence imposed through the proper application of the guidelines is presumed to be reasonable. A federal judge can still, in their discretion, depart from the guidelines, both upwards and downwards, but they have to explain on the record why. and they don't get that presumption of reasonableness. The core of the sentencing guidelines is the sentencing table. The horizontal axis is the defendant's criminal history category, and the vertical axis is the offense level. So if you have, say, a criminal history category 3 and an offense level 22, the presumptive sentence is 51 to 63 months in prison.
Damn.
The higher the criminal history category, or the higher the offense level, the higher the presumptive sentence. Each federal crime has a base offense level. You can then add or subtract to that base offense level under certain circumstances. So let's take wire fraud. Wire fraud has a base offense level of 7. But if the loss as a result of that wire fraud exceeds, say, $15,000, then
Did somebody say loss?
you add 4 to the base level 7 and get 11. And that's just the very beginning. There are all sorts of upwards and downwards adjustments that can be made depending on the nature of the crime, certain characteristics of the victim, the defendant's role in the crime, etc. You can even get 2 to 3 points knocked off for accepting responsibility and pleading guilty. And things get even more complicated when you have multiple offenses in a single charging instrument like Santos does. So look, the federal sentencing guidelines are long. They are detailed. They are, frankly, arcane. And that's why the media usually just repeats the maximum possible sentence language instead of diving into the guidelines. Let's get back to the original question then. What is George Santos looking at in this case? My quick and dirty guess, as low as 1.5 to 3 years in prison. And for those who want to check my work at home, I'm assuming a criminal category of 1 and a combined offense level somewhere around 15 to 19. Of course, where he falls in or around that range will depend on any number of factors. I could be way off. I don't know. Devin asked the state prosecutor to talk about federal crimes. It's his fault. Give me a break. While my guess of 1.5 to 3 years in prison might sound low to some people, keep in mind that that is a fair chunk of time for a person to spend incarcerated. And this may just be the first of many criminal cases that Santos faces.
And would you stop taking pictures of yourself? Your sister's going to jail.
It also reflects something unmistakably true about George Santos. To paraphrase Stephen Attewell, if he's a crook, he's a cheap crook. The crimes he's alleged to have committed in this case are serious, and they're high profile because of who he is. But they aren't particularly complex or far-reaching. The campaign donation scheme was simple. It was a basic con job. And lying to get $24,000 in unemployment insurance is, while shockingly hypocritical for him specifically, it's also just lame.
I know, sir, and I'm a very level-headed individual.
Lame for a man who has spent so much time trying to puff up his personal and financial credentials to impress other people. And as far as at least his 2022 false statements to Congress are concerned, he's probably just trying to look rich, puff up his image, get more donations. I guess what I'm trying to say is this. We deserve better criminals. If his story were a TV show, he'd maybe get 2 seasons. George Santos is like gas station coffee disguised in an expensive cup.
Yeah, that sounds terrible, but luckily for you, you can get some of the world's best coffee from today's sponsor, Trade Coffee. Trade's great because not only do they have a huge selection of your favorite coffees, but they have a fine-tuned matching process that helps you discover fresh coffee based on your taste preferences. I have very specific tastes. I basically want something that tastes like hot chocolate and pairs well with milk, and Trade was able to find me the perfect bean. And let's be honest, you claim to want a rich dark roast, but you really want a coffee milkshake. But either way, Trade has you covered. And now since the weather's getting warmer, they have a huge selection of cold brew coffees as well. With Trade, you can discover new coffees from the nation's top roasters. You choose your coffee, rate it, and your coffee suggestions get even better over time. And it's all conveniently delivered to you. It's really the best coffee website out there. And if you already know what you like, they probably already have your roaster in stock at a great price. You can even choose whole beans or your preferred grind. So if you'd like to give Trade Coffee a try, Legal Eagles will get their first bag free when they sign up. All you have to do is click on the link that's on screen right now or down in the description. And not only get your first bag free, you'll also get free shipping. So get your first bag free by clicking on the link that's on screen right now or down below.
Yes.
After that, click on this link over here for more Legal Eagle, or I'll see you in court.
Thanks, Legal Eagle. Rip. 7 years. And that's after sentencing. I don't know anything about like how you can get like how good behavior or any of that shit works, so good luck, Georgie boy. We'll miss you. Do I really want to do Hassan Slop?
Speaking of people that are very upset, I wanted to talk about Kneecap. As you guys know, I went and I live streamed the Kneecap Coachella performance.
Freaking
and in that
epic.
performance, they obviously...
Wait, is there any possible way for me to request robots out of logistics or out of roboports? Can I get these out, or do I have to run around and click all of them to find my fucking robots?
Had a bunch of slides, one of which said, one of the slides...
Bunch of advertising like the videos you watch? I'm way too edgy, dude. Maintain sponsorships. Fuck that. And I just don't want to even have to deal with saying something that could lose a sponsor or whatever.
They obviously had a bunch of slides, one of which said, Israel, free Palestine. And everyone has now that it went viral on Twitter, all of the pro-Israel accounts have been freaking out over this in what I suspect is the funniest way to get mad about anything. While Israel is straight up massacring Palestinians every day, doing a genocide, continuing to do their genocide with unlimited support from the United States of America. These guys are now very, very mad. Stop anti-Semitism is like contact Golden Voice. And it's too late. They already live streamed it on my live stream, you know? I can't believe it. I can't believe that I can't believe that they said free Palestine and Israel. How dare they? But the reason why I think it's like, additionally, the reason why I think it's like kind of funny, and I know they don't give a shit about this at all, and they welcome this kind of retaliation, not dissimilar to myself. People bringing up the Nova Festival. Yeah, you can't even say Israel anymore, okay? You can't say Israel anymore, but you certainly can't say Israel in a festival setting. Why can't you say Israel in a festival setting? Because October 7 happened and Nova Festival happened. So, in my opinion, it's one of the funniest ways to be like, how dare you criticize Israel in a festival setting when October 7 happened. That's insane. That is an insane way to frame this conversation and to try to personally victimize yourself. Here's Elon Levy. Of course, this was my favorite one. Israel at a music festival after the Nova Massacre is like America at a World Trade Conference after 9/11. First of all, who would ever do such a thing? Who would ever say such a thing? I mean, that's crazy. You forgot the rest. Israel, free Palestine. The Disturbed lead singer's post on Instagram. I didn't know. What is this? Fixed it for you at Kneecap, at Hassan D. Piker, at Coachella. Come on, free Palestine is a human rights scam being fed to you by radical Islamists who openly call for the death of all Jews and non-Muslims. I doubt you'd be applauding like sheep if this were the Noah Music Festival. You were slaughtered like sheep.
Jesus.
Oh, I love this guy. He is so fucking insane. Soy right with leftist meme legs. I know. They're even.
Okay. I can't watch this under politics. It's just drama slop. Nick Fuentes weighs in on Doji. Looks like Doji has been a total flop. During the election, Musk promised $2 trillion in cuts. After the inauguration, he lowered that to $1 trillion in cuts. As of last week, Doge is claiming $150 billion in cuts, of which only $60 billion have receipts, and those receipts are filled with errors. Today, following the news that Q1 Tesla income is down 71%, Musk says he's stepping back from government work to focus on Tesla. So after 3 months and delivering at most 3% of the promised spending cuts, it seems like Doge may be on its way out. A noble effort, but doomed from the start. This shouldn't come as a surprise. The vast majority of federal spending goes towards entitlements in the military. Trump was never going to touch either, and if anything, he would be partial to increasing military spending, which he, of course, did. What's more, even if you could find $1 trillion in waste, fraud, and abuse without touching military and entitlements, Trump also promised to deepen the corporate tax cut, along with additional tax cuts. It was never going to happen, just like with Iran, mass deportations, and tariffs. All of this was predictable from the jump if you can just read between the lines. You can just do things, true, but you need the right personnel, organization, discipline, and a plan, none of which Trump ever has. Damn. Fuentes is a Trump hater. What is this? Big if true Sweatstony. Wait. These are all the good robots I had? Seriously? I didn't make any of these? Hold on. L. Logistics. Look, where are all these guys at? 407 green guys. Where are my green logistics robots? Why are they not coming here? Because I didn't request them. Just kidding, sorry. Okay. Okay. The White House has put itself and the country in a bad situation, but doesn't realize it yet. Around the April 10th, China to the USA trade shut down. It takes about 30 days for containers to go from China to LA, 45 to Houston by sea, 45 to Chicago by train, 55 to New York by sea. That means there are no economic effects of what was done on April 10th until about May 10th. Around that time, it's already started to happen. Trucking work is going to dry up. Oh, there are a couple guys in chat that kept saying that they work for some trucking company and that like scheduling was getting worse and worse for it. Around that time, it's already started to happen. Trucking work is going to dry up. Warehouses will start doing layoffs because no labor is needed to unload containers, and some products will be out of stock, reducing the need for shipping labor. All of this will start in the LA area. After about 2 weeks, it'll start hitting Chicago and Houston. Let's say the White House, after 3 weeks, changes its mind on May 31st. This isn't working out like we thought it would. Tariffs back to zero. Let's say China says bygones be bygones. We'll go back to how things were. Let's say every factory in China that got screwed by their orders being canceled says the same thing. No problem. We'll make and ship. Problem is, even under the most favorable conditions of China and factories restarting economic ties as though nothing happened, it will be at least another 30 days before economic activity is revived. And that's just in LA, and Chicago and Houston, you need to wait another 45. New York at that point will still be getting containers from before April 10th. They will just have 50 days, or they will then have 50 days, May 31st minus April 10th, of zero economic activity at that point, or at the ports, in trucking, Chinese goods, and warehousing. The whole situation is a bit like lockdowns. Once you shut down, it takes a long time to get economic activity back to where it was, if you ever can. Cute. Some of those goods coming from China will probably be replaced by goods coming from Europe. So it won't be like probably quite as dramatic as that poster says, but it still will probably be pretty bad, yeah. We'll see. Shit will get cray. Shit will get cray. What is this?
But first, a Wisconsin judge under arrest and facing charges accused of flouting federal law to help an illegal immigrant.
Oh, don't care about these. We already went over this today. You following what's going on with India and Pakistan? Nope.
All we have done here is massively erode brand America. It's gone from freedom, generosity, military might, prosperity, risk aggressiveness, opportunity, rule of law, to toxic uncertainty. And that brand does not command margins. It commands negative margin.
Bum, 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 bum.
Hi, everyone. This is Pivot from New York Magazine and the Vox Media Podcast Network. I'm Kara Swisher.
And I'm Scott Galloway.
How you doing, Scott? Guess what? Guess what? We
What,
are
Kara?
Webby winners
Oh my
once
God.
again.
Oh my
Pivot-
God, I just want to thank the Academy.
Again,
Webby
Pivot
winners.
won the Webby Award and the People's Choice Award, both of them.
Yeah.
We like the people of us for the best
And the
business
judges,
podcast
right?
and the judges. Yeah, the judges
Yeah.
and the people. We got a lot to get to today, but let's take a moment. And also, you won for Prop G. What did you win over there?
We run for Prop G Markets or for Raging Moderates. We were an honoree, which just means please send in your $1,300 a year next year to be considered for something. And then, by the way, this business, we should be in the awards business.
Yeah.
This is such a racket. And then Prop G Markets won the People's Choice Award, but not the Judges Award. So the cultural elite or the deep state
They
of
judged you
podcasting
wanting. They judged you
has
wanting.
decided they're smarter than the people who picked Prop G Markets. But Pivot, there was just sort of no
it
argument
was
across anybody.
across the board. Will this make us more obnoxious or less obnoxious? Probably more.
I think we're pretty much hitting the limit of obnoxious. I can't imagine. Yeah, I don't see us getting more
Yeah, I got a lot of
obnoxious.
congratulations, and I'm like, it's the Webby. It's the Webby. We're very happy. We have to think of a 5-word acceptance speech for that, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
Right. Scott Galloway is my husband.
There you go.
I don't like that at all.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea? Think of one. You're going to go get it. Someone's going to go
The
get it. We
dinner,
have to think of 5 words.
my team's been to the dinner. They love it. They say it's a ton of fun.
It is. Oh, I love it. I remember I got the Lifetime Achievement.
Yeah,
whatever.
Jesus, of
You're going
course
to get
you
mine.
did.
It was so much fun.
Lifetime Achievement Award.
It was lovely. I had a lovely time there. I had met lots of lovely celebrities that I like to this
I
day.
want a midlife
and-
crisis award. I want an award for best midlife crisis, like really
Right.
leaning in.
Let me ask you a pressing question. If you could win any award, right? You and I are not award people. We really aren't. But what would it be? What award would you want to have?
Other than
I
the
know
Adult
mine.
Video
Well, of
Tripod
course,
Award?
obviously.
Tripod Award. That's good. I just made that up. My nickname in the fraternity. Don't ask me why.
Oh,
Don't ask me why.
Okay, what would be the award? A real life award?
A real one? I don't know. The National Medal of Freedom, whatever it is, with at the White House. They pin it
Oh,
on
they
you.
put the thing on
Maybe
you?
it'd be the Kennedy Center. I don't
Yeah,
know.
no, not anymore. No.
That'll come back though.
Yeah, I know.
I don't really care about priests. Don't want a Nobel.
Did you win any awards in your life? Have you won any?
I was thinking about that. The last award I won from these, other than these Webbies, is in.
Yeah.
Did you have a high school poll?
No.
You know,
not
most
really.
handsome, most successful, most
No,
likely to
that's- no,
succeed.
no.
You didn't have that in your high school?
No, I went to a snotty private school, but go ahead.
Oh yeah, same. We never had things like that. It kind of seems really toxic, no? Like schools that would give out awards like that. It feels like it would just lead to a bunch of kids like fucking hating themselves. But my school was so strict. They had like I don't even know if we were allowed to do birthday party invites. I don't think we were. You weren't allowed to, or you were allowed to do birthday party invites in school, but only if you invited every single classmate to your birthday party. Otherwise, you weren't allowed to. To issue them. Yeah.
I did. I won most comical, and Steve Martin.
Is the Detroit event going to be streamed on your channel? I believe so. Yeah.
Which dates me.
Oh wait, is there a Steve Martin Award and most comical?
Well, they did these things like,
Yeah.
Richard Pryor, so we could get the
Wacky.
black kids. I mean, we thought we were being woke, and yet we were being very racist. And we had all these, celebs that you were supposed to be in the 80s, like, the Blondie, or, they said, this is who you are.
Steve,
and they picked
Steve Martin, that's
characters.
perfect, actually.
I won Steve Martin, and I won most comical.
Oh, I see that.
Yeah.
Most comical, that's so funny. You weren't like best, handsomest job.
No, not most likely to succeed, not smartest, not most likable, none of that.
Yeah,
None of that.
no. I won the Bunn Award in my freshman year of college, which was the journalism.
Yeah.
It was, I won as a freshman. Seniors got it, and it upset the entire ecosystem, and the seniors hated me for winning it as a freshman.
I think they hated you for other reasons.
Yes,
Just to
that's
go out on
probably
a limb.
that's a fair point. I won a Loeb Award once.
Oh, that's big. That's journalism, right?
Yeah.
This was all. You're doing what I'm doing. You asked me not really caring. You just
No,
wanted me to ask you.
I didn't know. I wanted to actually.
Keep in mind, we only have
I
90
was
minutes here, so
interested.
rifle through your awards.
No, I haven't won much. I would like to win the MacArthur Genius Award. That's what I want.
that would be pretty cool.
That's the
Actually,
one I want.
You know what
can't
award?
be thirsty for it to win it, though. You have to pretend you're.
You know what award I aspire to, but will never happen, just through randomness, is there's something called, I think it's called the Carnegie Award, and it's basically the burning car award, and that is they give about, I think, between 60 and 100 a year to people who have risked their own life on the spot to save someone else's life. So it's literally rushing into a burning house.
Interesting. I would run into the burning house. To
I think you would.
I would. I would. I'm a burning house runner into.
It's a really
that's a good
interesting.
award.
It's a really interesting. I love those sorts of philosophical questions, though. That in faced with that type of situation, and by the way, to be more thoughtful, men are more likely to run out of the field and try and save their comrades and get shot doing it, and women are more likely. And we hate to establish any sort of gender roles here, but women are more likely like, let's think this through and not be idiots.
Yeah.
Like, how do we accomplish the mission
Without dying.
and slow down and be more thoughtful? And quite frankly, that peanut butter and chocolate is really useful in all situations, including combat situations, right?
Are you good in a jam? I did Outward Bound. I was pretty good in a jam. A lot.
I'd like to think.
Wait, what is Outward Bound? How big was your school if you were required to invite everyone? I think it was around 200 people per class. But when I say invite everyone, it was invite everybody in your like homeroom. So you'd had to do 25 invites. You just didn't do it during school. But again, I think in retrospect, I'm totally guessing just based on what I saw on TV. I feel like that was probably a better way to do it, because it feels like otherwise you end up with these situations where like birthday party invites are this mega stressful thing for a kid to go through, because as soon as people start inviting people to birthday parties and they don't invite some people, it just feels like bullying for little kids. I don't know.
Pretty panicky.
I don't.
I see you do.
We're all gonna die. We're all gonna die.
We should do like a survival thing. That would be interesting.
Yeah, and now
You'd want me along.
I'm good at calming down emotionally fraught situations when people get upset. I break up fights a lot at bars, not a lot, kind of like 3 or 4 times.
I always establish dominance, and that's how I work.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I was surprised. I was really kind of like, it was sort of I did Outward Bound and a bunch of other things like that, and I literally was like, I shall be running this now.
Outward Bound is like a leadership wilderness retreat with hiking and shit for high schoolers. Okay.
We shall do what I say. But
I find as I get older, I'm really happy for someone else to take charge.
Yeah.
Really
You'd be a
happy.
good team member.
Especially if she's wearing leather and I have to pay her a couple €100. But
leather. Yeah. Anyway,
No,
we have a lot to speak.
I'm not a
Anyway,
take charge person
congratulations
anymore.
on the Webby again. We're very excited. Thank you, Webby Awards.
And congratulations to our team.
And team, yes, all the team.
Yeah,
Shall we name
Zoe,
them? Go
Taylor.
ahead. Good. Zoe, Taylor, everybody. And
Yeah.
name Drew is amazing for us with that.
Who's Drew? Oh, the tech guy's been with me 15 years. Memo to self. Remember Drew.
Anyway, do we thank Fox? Yeah, Fox. Sure. The shot. Yay.
Yay.
Shot, Carol.
Vox.
Yeah. Vox.
Yay,
You
the
know,
suits. The
suits.
corporate.
They don't really
The
wear
headquarters.
suits. That's not fair. They don't wear suits. They're not suit
Yeah.
people. They're not suit people. They're actually lovely.
Can you imagine if we've been with them 7 years? What does that say about how easygoing and nice they are?
They have to be.
Between the two of us, we've been with them.
really
The chances for a blow up between
Yeah.
you,
Has he
me,
yelled
and
at
any
us?
third party.
Yeah. Are big. Has he ever yelled at us? No, he never does.
No, Jim's the nicest guy. Jim's the nicest guy in media.
Yeah, he is.
He really is. He's the nicest guy in media. Anyways, enough about us.
Enough about us. Thank you, Webby Awards. It's well deserved by us, let's just say. Okay, all right, we've got a lot to get to today, including there's so much going on. Elon announcing he's stepping back from Doge following Tesla's terrible earnings report, just as we predicted. Trump sends the markets on yet another wild ride because he's so ridiculous. But first, Instagram co-founder Kevin Systrom testified this week that the app was underfunded after Meta bought it, boosting the FTC's argument the company was illegally anti-competitive. Systrom said that Zuckerberg was not investing in the Instagram app because he saw it as a threat to Facebook, which he felt was better. He was incorrect, but that's what he felt. I've interviewed Systrom, and let's listen to this clip because they used it in the trial to try to impugn Kevin Systrom.
We were struggling to keep this set up, $500 million valuation, and then marketing along was like, hey, how about I double that, and you get to keep working on what you love, and you get all the expertise of Facebook, and you get to work with me, Cheryl, Schrepp, et cetera. And that sounded like a really good deal. And if you look in retrospect, I think it was a great deal. Think about all the things we've accomplished being part of Facebook, all the things we have plugged into, whether it's hiring, spam fighting, the ad system. I mean, we have thousands of salespeople who are basically selling ads for Instagram, and we snapped our fingers to access them.
Right.
So a lot of really
Did you
great stuff.
actually snap your fingers?
Yes, I snapped my fingers.
Yeah,
No, but I guess my point is like,
I get it. It's like which would have happened without the other kind of thing.
I mean,
if
I
not
bet
for
you we
this,
would have
then
been
that.
successful, isn't it?
What's a Detroit show? I announced in so many areas. What the fuck? Look at my if you look at the community tab on my YouTube channel, I think it'll literally be there. There's tickets. I think there's like 10 tickets left or something.
Independent company as well.
So they were using this to say that he was happy there. And now let's listen then to a clip from 2023 at South by Southwest where I interviewed Kevin.
I think the worst part of the sale was just like trying to both accomplish something great with the company and also merge it into a company that didn't quite know how to look at you. Were you a competitor? Were we excited to own you? Like, it's like a roommate who moves in and you're like, oh, like this person's really cool, but also their stuff's everywhere.
Right.
That's kind of what it felt like for 8 years. But
bad roommate.
Yeah, it's like, are there any good roommates? I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the reason why like people shouldn't have roommates. But it was challenging, but we did great things.
That's the attitude that Kevin had for a long time. He was very frustrated internally. Mark was petty with him, I think, and jealous. I think that's no question. It's an interesting trial. It was interesting that they had Kevin there, and not interesting like Evan Spiegel, who turned down, who I interviewed yesterday, by the way, in Washington, at Snapchat, who had turned down, and then Facebook proceeded to blast them by taking all their ideas. Any thoughts on this? I mean, I think people publicly try to put on a good face, right? You've been in these situations, Scott.
Yeah, look, Kevin strikes me as a very talented entrepreneur. I don't doubt that anything he says is there's some veracity to it. But he cashed their check. What a shocker! The current CEO or the CEO was on top and wanted to maintain his platform, his kind of firstborn, Facebook, maybe even at the expense of Instagram. But the thing that sort of countered all this is whatever he was feeling or whatever resources he was trying to starve one of the kids from, he clearly changed his mind because Instagram is now responsible for over half of ad revenue and is growing faster. And so at some point,
it's a better product.
At some point, the Zuck realized this and has absolutely turned it into a monster of business. So that may have been true then, but clearly, if that was true, Mark has seen the light. And what I have found, or what is interesting, I had dinner with Jonathan Haidt the other night. And he actually said, I get so emotional and biased about this stuff. He said some of the controls that Meta has put in place for parents, even though they're not easy to use, and you can criticize them. He said the one that gets away with more than, or doesn't get the scrutiny it deserves, and he thinks is actually the most mendacious, is Snap.
Really interesting. Why?
Well, things like their add-on feature, where you can, the core components of it, he kind of said are sort of tailor-made, likely unintentionally, for drug dealing and for people reaching out to minors, because that feature where you can add on people near to you, immediately it adds people near to you, is perfect for a drug dealer.
That's, I don't know if I'm just if it's because I'm a celebrity or, I feel like even if I was an ordinary person, I would worry about this. Those like apps that have things that auto detect people around you or automatically show you people around you for stuff, that just feels really weird. I don't know, man. It's seems kind of creepy. No?
I suppose I would push back because I think they've always done a lot of moderation. They've always when they have a problem, they fix it. They don't like bellyache about it. There's like they had a whole problem with I'm just saying they fix things quickly and they do moderate. They moderate much heavier, and they don't. What I'm saying is the attitude isn't, ugh, what are you talking about? It's like, oh, we should fix that. Like I think I would agree. I think it's a locational thing and it's more for your friends and therefore it opens it up more. But I have kids on it. I would rather have them on Snapchat than Facebook because I think they got inundated on.
Well, they're not going to be on Facebook. No young person's on Facebook. But I don't know. Snap, I think Snap is actually pretty scary, and also the whole zeitgeist of it, where it's disappearing messages.
It was right.
I mean, isn't that kind of perfect for people looking to reach? It doesn't have to have a certain level of lack of accountability.
But in this information, I don't think that's why they did it. I think it was because they thought privacy was critical. That's not why they did it. I was there.
But regardless of what, I don't think any of those people are looking to harm children.
No.
But when they have features that make it easy for adults to reach out to minors, isn't that a problem?
It is, but I don't agree with Jonathan. I think Facebook has done less and been more resistant to dealing with things, and they're the big dog.
I would agree with you.
And I think Snapchat is. I'd rather have my kids, and I get the locational feature. And if kids open it up, there are things you can do to it to stop that. Right? It's much more open to fixing, and it certainly has had issues around drug dealers and things like that. Every one of these platforms has. I'm just saying, platforms who have had problems like Reddit and Snapchat have always been willing to change in ways and admit in ways Facebook never has. And I ultimately I think Facebook doesn't really matter because they're the biggest and they have the most impact on everybody,
I think that's a fair
especially
point.
through Instagram. And so they should be most responsible. What?
My kids are on Snap though. Yeah. Aren't your kids on? Or I guess your kids have aged out of it.
I think Louis doesn't use it as much, but he definitely, that was the only one he used. And there was one incident where I did catch him with a girl on Snap, but using location features. I told you that, didn't I? I caught him. He went out. He left the house, and I found him on Snap because he's so dumb with his.
Oh, because he left his Snap map on. Where is wait? How old is her kid? Did she say? She probably said I missed it.
Technology. And I said I know exactly where you're. I'm coming to get you. And
come on, be a brother.
No,
help him.
Actually, his brother turned him in. His brother's the one that turned him in.
Whoa! What?
His brother narked on him?
Yeah, well, he's like, Lou's not here. And then we let's use the Snap feature. It's a long story, but he wrote me the most legendary text of all time, which is why I love him so much. I wrote him and I said, he took an Uber. He used my Uber to get to some sort of.
So a lot of breadcrumbs. It sounds like he wanted to be.
He was. I was like, literally. So he wrote. I'm like, you are so grounded. I texted him, you are so grounded. I'm going to kill you. And he writes back. He goes, sometime it's going to be like that, Chief. And that's what I'm going to read it at his wedding. I love that line. Sometime it's going to be like that, Chief. Anyway, let's go.
When
go
I
ahead.
was,
you're about to enter into this period.
What an absolute fucking baller!
In high school, I asked four women to my prom, and all of them said no.
Yeah.
And my friend Adam Markman, who I think felt empathy for me, set me up with a woman, actually one of the most beautiful women I've ever met. This woman named Lena. I posted the picture of her on my Instagram. Anyways, Lena and I went to the Windward prom, and I was so excited. I was telling my mom I was going to a prom, and she went with me. And I rented a tuxedo, and I didn't know how to put the fucking thing on because I'd never worn a tuxedo before. I didn't know how to do cufflinks or anything. Anyways, I said, and she said, well, what are you going to do? And I'm like, well, the after party's near here, and I'm like, and I got a key. I just might bring her back after all of this to here. And I did manage to get her back to my place, and you know what? There was firewood in the fireplace that my mom had put in there.
Oh no, your mom's so good.
Wasn't that nice? She looked at me. I was 6'2", 140 pounds with bad acne, and she's like, he needs all the help he can get. He needs all.
Well, you were about to enter this period with your young man that you have, so I hope you've done a good job.
No.
Anyway, my kids are.
And my mom used to say to me, she'd say, when I was talking about my women troubles, which was mostly an inability to get a woman in my life, she would look at me and she'd be like, wine. I did do. I mean, you have to do the responsible things: the sex talk, the condom talk, everything else. But just treat women well was the one that I really pushed on him. Anyway, we got to move on. Well, I told you about the sex talk I had with my son, right?
Yes, you did. We're not going to do that again.
When I went into his room with a banana and a condom, and he said, "What's the banana for?" And I said, "Well, I can't get hard on an empty stomach."
Oh my God!
Oh, never gets old.
You can't tell that joke.
Never gets old.
It gets old. It gets old.
Never gets old.
Once again,
I'll be here all week. Try the veal.
All right, we're gonna. The invading Poland one is not allowed anymore.
Oh, by the way,
no,
that's wrong.
That joke's not allowed anymore.
I need to correct it. It's wrong.
What?
The Polish cavalry, that was an attack meant to divert German forces, and it was effective. And it's an insult to the brave men of the Polish cavalry. That attack was actually an effective diversion of German, they weren't tanks, but German armored vehicles. I've had literally 8 Polish historians reach out to me and say, stop
for
saying
your dick
that.
joke. Yeah, stop the dick. I think just because it's not funny. But anyway, let's keep going. It's not the only legal trouble Meta is dealing with. Meta and Apple are the first companies to be fined for violations of the EU's Digital Markets Act. Of course, this is going to happen. Antitrust rules. Meta about 230 million. Apple's 570 million. Both of them giving 60 days to comply. It's hardly any money. So, any thoughts on that?
On the antitrust?
Yeah, the Europeans are extracting funds. I think they're probably not going to pay, and they'll just keep, objecting to it for a
The
while.
question I have, I mean, maybe, I'm hoping you know more about this than I do, but is it okay, everything's fine and continue? Because that's a parking ticket in terms of their...
No, they have to comply with the rules. So they have to decide what to do. They can pull out of the things. They can close down services. They've done that in various countries. I think in Canada, Facebook pulled out of news. They don't put news on there. And only right-wing. There was a great piece about how sort of right-wing blather invades social media there because Facebook has pulled news organizations out of because of something they didn't like. So they'll have to either comply with the rules or they're going to have to leave.
And this is, I mean, okay, so the good guys, you could argue, are winning here. So the EU find them both for violating the new Digital Markets Act, and it's the first time that the law has been enforced. It's 570 million for Apple and 230 million for Meta.
Yeah, I just said that. Yeah.
But we'll say it again.
All right. Okay.
Okay. So, anyways, I'm saying it again.
I know you have research in front of you, but go ahead. Keep going.
Yeah, and then. So what is that? Half of what Apple and Meta make in one day? So the question for me is it going to happen every month unless they change their behavior? Or is this like that old fine where they effectively are like, okay, you were bad, now continue to be bad, and you got caught this time and we're fining you, but it's not going to
I shall find out. I do not know that. Any Europeans can write us, but I don't know. I think they're going to do other things to not comply because compliance is problematic across the globe from what I understand. They'll figure out some workaround of some sort, but I will find out and I will let you know next week. Is there any predictions for that Meta case from your perspective? Most people think it's pretty weak, but Systrom's testimony was definitely strong, I think.
Well, I do believe one of these companies, I don't know which one, is going to prophylactically spend something. I think that they're so smart that when they feel the wolves circling, they're going to get out ahead of it and go to them and say, all right, what's our blood offering here? What if we spun, what if we sold Chrome to OpenAI, or what if we spun Instagram, I don't know, or WhatsApp? I think we're going to see our first spin in the next 12 months.
All right, that's a good prediction. I don't think it's going to be Facebook. He's very stubborn. But I suspect Google, which has a much tougher case.
Wait, first.
Spun Instagram, I don't know, or what, ahead of it and go to them and say, all right, what's our blood offering here? What if we spun, what if we sold Chrome to OpenAI, or what if we spun Instagram, I don't know, or WhatsApp? I think we're going to see our first spin in the next 12 months.
All right, that's a good prediction. I don't think it's going to be Facebook. He's very stubborn. But I suspect Google, which has a much tougher case. This case, they feel very confident over at Meta about this particular case, just so you know. They're very confident. Although they sort of communicate on social media like they're desperate, which is interesting. So next one, former Alaska Governor Sarah Palin has lost the retrial of a 2017 defamation lawsuit against the New York Times. Palin filed a lawsuit after the Times ran an editorial.
2017, Jesus.
Claiming she had engaged in a political incitement ahead of the 2011 shooting of Gabby Giffords, incorrectly drawing ties to an advertisement. The Times issued a correction in under 24 hours, and Palin's legal team argued the mistake was actual malice. The bar for actual malice is high, established in 1964 case, very famous, New York Times versus Sullivan, which the Trump administration is trying to get overturned or changed. Protects news outlets from liability while they when they publish false statements, as long as they did not do so knowingly or willingly or with actual malice. Supreme Court Justice, again, Thomas and Gorsuch have called for the court to revisit the malice standard for well-known people. If you're not a well-known person, you can sue for defamation much easier. Obviously, Palin is super well-known. So she came back the second time. It was like in 2 hours. The Times had great lawyers, FYI, and also the person who made the mistakes, James Bennett, who has since left the Times, apologized to Palin on the stand this time and actually cried. I know him pretty well. I thought it was quite dignified for him to do so, apologize like that. I think it probably really helped the case. I don't think Yeshua's ever going to win, but I think this is over. This is the last stop for her, and I don't know if she can keep appealing. But any thoughts?
I think she's just a trivia question at this point. She caught this moment of charisma and fire, and then over the course of the last 10 or 12 years, Governor Palin has just revealed herself to not be a serious person.
Yeah, it's a very serious one. I usually do jokes, but go ahead.
Well, and then I think this is actually really important because I think this would have inspired a ton of...
Yeah.
The reality is one of the key tenets of America that's really wonderful is pretty much anyone can say pretty much anything about pretty much anybody. If it ends up, you're spreading misinformation against someone less powerful than you, not famous, and it creates economic harm or undue stress, then you have a libel or slander case. And I think the law mostly gets it right. And they said in this case, look, you are such a public figure. You continue to say insane things. People respond. People cover you. People are quite frankly biased against you, and they're allowed to be biased against you. And she was unable to prove that. To me, this seemed fairly obvious. And
it did. But people were worried about this case, and a lot of others, including
why
George Stephanopoulos, they settled for that thing that he did
Agreed.
to Nancy Mace. I think there were probably some sort of text that he was warned several times in that case, or something. So there was something there for the reason Disney caved. There must have been. I talked to people that say they were worried that it would go to the Supreme Court. Everyone's worried about a Times versus Sullivan case getting to the Supreme Court, which it eventually will, because the right is very much intent on cutting back. They're trying to get rid of slap laws. They're trying to get
If Times v. Sullivan were to get overturned, it would make it significantly easier for public figures to sue the media for quote-unquote lies, but it would create a huge chilling effect on the media because you'd be really worried about reporting on somebody, because if you couldn't prove it was true, now you might be liable for a ton of civil damages all over it, and people would just stop writing bad stories basically about people in the media.
protects journalists from being,
Or
nuisance
public
lawsuits
figures.
in many states, not every state, which is why they try to sue in places like Texas and other places. But they're on the march trying to overturn these things, just like Trump tried to overturn the Civil Rights Act this week. Anyway, it was good for the New York Times. It was the right decision. You're right. And lastly, late Zappos co-founder Tony Hsieh did have concrete plans for his $1.2 billion fortune when he died. The recently found will, according to the Wall Street Journal, this was interesting. I know Tony very well. It was a sad end to a lovely person who was quite troubled. The document notes that if any family member challenges wishes, all will receive nothing. Marks $3 million for Hsieh's alma mater, Harvard, and allocates over a whole bunch of money to undisclosed recipients he wanted to surprise. He left a lot of Post-it notes of things, and so he had a real problem, really essentially a drug problem at the end of his life. And they thought he had died without instructions, and he really, the last part of his life during COVID was really disturbing, I think. So, it's a coda. I'm glad he gave money to Harvard and other places, but it just reminded me of a very sad story of
It is really sad, and I remember being invited. He had created this kind of, for lack of a better term, kind of cool e-commerce hub commune
in
kind of
Vegas,
thing. In Vegas, and he invited me to speak. They used to do these little gatherings, and everyone said, "Oh, you should go. It's a total party." And I never went. But his is sort of a tragic lesson on if you don't keep some perspective around why people are around you.
Yeah.
And also, he's a big boy. He made his own decisions. But there's there's this, I forget the adage, the more famous you become, the lonelier you get, essentially. And he struck me as someone who really struggled with loneliness. And when I met with the head of Warner Brothers Film, and we spitball ideas. And one of my ideas, I think the most, there was that whole raft of big tech. There was Bad Blood, We Crashed, the one about Uber. And I said the most interesting one hasn't been told. I think the story of Tony Hsieh is actually the most interesting story.
That's a great idea. It is interesting. I mean, I spent a lot of time with Tony and interviewed him many times. He was a gentle soul. We would have a running joke because he was a hugger. He'd always be like, come here. He did this happiness tour, which sort of was a tell. He was so sad. He needed to have a happiness tour. But he's always like, I'm going to hug you. And I said, I'll break your arms if you do. I did a video, which I would send you, but you wouldn't watch, of my tour of their Zappos office. It was a very cult, like kind of, how Japanese companies, they do calisthenics together and that kind of stuff. He was trying to have this sort of happiness thing, and he had a guy who was head of happiness there and would take you on the tour. And, they'd have all this, like, a lot of candy happening, a lot of sugar, a lot of, like, creative stuff in the office with the people, and everyone had their own little teams. I called it forced fun. I was like, I don't want to have any forced fun with people at work. And but he tried to create those, and he did the same thing in Vegas, trying to revive downtown Vegas. And it was a lot of it was very much about him, and he had this holacracy thing. We wrote about it a bunch at Recode. He had a whole theory of management, and it just was. I remember last time I saw him, I thought, he came to Code every year, and he's a very good poker player, and he was drinking. He had a certain drink he drank a lot of. I can't remember. It's not absinthe, but it was like that. It was something Fernet. He loved Fernet. That was it. And he was so sad, you could tell, and was forced jocularity, but a very gentle soul. Anyway.
So back to me, and I'll relate this to nitrous. I love nitrous, and I have terrible dental hygiene. I've come out of the closet as somebody. I brush my teeth twice a day. That's it. I think I've flossed maybe 6 times in my life.
I love flossing.
And
I have terrible dental hygiene. I brush my teeth twice a day. Okay, Chief.
Literally like social shaming. And every time I go into the dentist to get my teeth cleaned, they're like, your gums are a little bit inflamed. You really should do this. I'm like, look, you're going to give me a bunch of shit, a bunch of pics, a bunch of devices. I'm not going to use any of it. I get my teeth cleaned every 3 months. I want you to turn the nitrous up. I want you to turn on Tom Petty. I will be back here in 3 months, but save the fucking speech. I don't have good dental hygiene.
You can't fix it if you don't do that. You need to have everything. You have to do
what
the water, the pulsing
health
water.
Industrial complex? No. If you get your teeth cleaned every 3 months, that helps.
You're gonna have no gums, and I'm gonna laugh at your denture someday. You need to do those things. You need to have I'm sending you a water pick. You need a water pick at least. Water picks are great. I do a water pick twice a day. I love it. It's great. My gums are excellent. Anyway, let's go on a quick break. When we come back, enough with the water pick.
No joke. My son will come to our bathroom anymore because I traumatized him by chasing him around with a water pick. But
okay. All right, it's not a weapon. When we come back,
it's an awesome
back
weapon.
to Tesla, and Scott makes a great prediction. Scott, we're back. Elon says he's shocker of shocker. Elon says he's scaling back this time at Doge starting in May, claiming his work is mostly done, which means he got nothing done. He will instead be allocating more of his time to Tesla. The announcement came in the wake of Tesla's brutal earnings report, with net income falling 71% during the first quarter of 2025. In a letter to shareholders, the company referenced changing political sentiment that could have meaningful impact on demand for our products in the near term, you think. Tesla shares are up over 5% following his announcement he's returning to the company, which is shocking because I think him not returning to the company is probably better for it. And as of this recording, it's still up. We've, of course, been calling this for weeks. Scott, let's listen to what you said back in February.
Doge and Elon Musk are going to fade away because you can be sure he's doing the math. And he's like, even if I can get rid of all those pesky regulators, I'm still losing money here because my sales are plummeting because the general public across the U.S., much less Europe, when they see these idiots surrendering to Putin and when they see the type of recklessness and they see that they're not saving any money, all they're doing is making our government less competent. You're going to see Tesla sales continue to plummet, Tesla stock continue to go down, and I think he's going to fade back to the corporate sector.
Boom! Boom goes Scott Galloway. This is why we want a Webby. This is why. This is why. So it all came true. Obviously, besides the shares being up, though, if you take apart the report, they would have been drastically non-profitable had it not been for selling emissions things that Trump is trying to get rid of, and investments, I think, in Bitcoin or something like that. It earned this $595 million. And again, these regulatory credits to other automakers, which are going to be rolled back, was critical to that. It wasn't because of cars. Do you think the company, let's go for more, has the company been permanently damaged? And again, I would underscore, it's not just the political stuff. They haven't made a great product. They made the Cybertruck, which is a dud. And they haven't rolled out great products at other car makers, because all other car makers are going up in EVs and hybrids. So more than 47% of Americans have a negative view of the company, according to a new CNBC survey. More than 52% have a negative view of Musk. So how do they get out of the brand hole? Also financially. He's touting robo-taxis, which he says will move the financial needle in a significant way. This is not true. He's got competitors with Waymo. He's predicting 1 million units of the Optimus robots in less than 5 years. I think Optimus robots is the Cybertruck of the next thing that he's doing. So what do you see in the next couple of... Let's have some predictions from Scott Galloway on this topic.
Yeah, but whatever I predict about Tesla tends to be wrong. But
I'm not talking about the stock, because I think you were right about... I'm talking about, can they pull out of this hole? One, can they pull... I think they can't, but I would love to know what you think.
Well, it all comes down to one thing. Right. It's very mundane. It's product. If they come up with a hit product, they're kind of back. The problem is that this has become a meme stock. And keep in mind, automotive revenue declined 20% year on year, Kara.
Right.
They're now the fastest declining automobile company, I think, in the world. I'm having trouble thinking of an automobile company that declined 20% year on year. And what is just so fucking cynical about Elon Musk is he goes after, parachutes into town with a chainsaw and starts talking about government waste. Without government subsidies, this company would have lost money.
Yeah.
It's just so incredibly cynical. It's government largesse and subsidies.
These emissions, these regulatory.
That are the only reason that Tesla was in the black. And then the thing about Tesla that said that we're not even an automotive company, and if we are an automotive company, we're an entirely different type of automotive company, is they could point to the fact that electric cars have much fewer parts, dramatically collapsing the supply chain. He milled a lot of his own products, which would increase margin. He's technically the most vertical automaker in the world, and also, to Tesla's credit, it's the most American-made car in America, meaning more parts that go into their car are from America. And as a result, in 2022, Tesla had operating margins of 20%, which is staggering. That's at least double what the other big automakers report in terms of operating margin. But what's happened this year, this quarter, their operating margins have dropped to 2.1%. So this is an unprofitable, government subsidized. I mean, this is DeLorean. This is a company that's riding on government subsidies.
Explain for the kids what DeLorean is. Just so
do you remember John DeLorean? So
yes, I do.
John DeLorean was kind of a man's man in the 70s. I think he came from Chrysler GM, and he was considered the best automobile designer. He designed the Pontiac GTO, and he raised a shit ton of money to start a new automobile company called DeLorean that was famously portrayed in Back to the Future. And he got huge subsidies from the United Kingdom to say, the United Kingdom said, all right, we're going to give this company enormous subsidies to try and re-inspire manufacturing domestically, similar to a tariff. And then the car was kind of underpowered and just didn't have any consumer reception. And then this photo came out of, I think it was a warehouse in Ireland showing thousands of DeLoreans just sitting there. Yeah. He was on the ropes. The UK said no more subsidies. It was not selling. And basically they set up a sting, the US government, to try and entrap him, and they did, and gave him the opportunity and seduced a guy, in my opinion, unfairly, who was desperate to pull his company out of this tailspin, and he agreed to finance or take part in what was ultimately a cocaine trade, and he was arrested on the spot. I believe he served some time, and then he converted to Christianity, and he was the. You want to talk about a fall from grace? He was also married to one of the most beautiful women and a big model at the time, Christina Ferrara, I think her name was.
That's right. Yeah.
But he was an American icon that really fell from grace, and there's a couple. I mean, a lot of life lessons here, but more specifically, cars are almost impossible to make on a single platform. Rivian, which is an amazing car, if you buy one for 80 grand, it's costing them 120 grand. It's all about scale. Yeah. And when the sales of Tesla go down, it's an especially big hit to earnings, because this is a business all about scale. And when you start descaling, your profits are the tail of the whip. But it's insane that this company and the stock went up. That's what I don't get.
Well, because they think, it's a meme stock. Like, it's never. Here's the problem. He has been warned by his own employees about the Cybertruck. He was warned about different things where they warned. The other thing is, as we talked about last week, rolling odometers faster, all stuff like that. Saying we're gonna, I think this week he said he keeps going on.
That odometers faster. We looked into that at anything else last night. That's a bullshit case. That case is going nowhere.
On about self-driving. That is not. He's nowhere near. He's been bragging, as you noted. You put the list of things he's told untruths about, or just he's dreaming. I'll say his dreams of what's going to happen. And so if he's got to deliver and not promise, and the same thing with Doge. 2 trillion, 2 trillion, not 1 trillion, 2 trillion, I'm going to save. And then they can say 160 billion. And even that, David Fairnhold has taken apart. He probably has cost the government more through this Doge thing than he has created. What he's done is he's destroyed things the right wing wants destroyed, like USAID or the regulators that are against him. He's not done any significant changes to the way the government works, which, and again, as we both pointed out, maybe the government works a lot better than you think. There's fewer government officials. Evan Spiegel was pointing this out. There's fewer government workers than there were 20 years ago. And there's just more regulations, that's for sure. But he just hasn't, he has now become an overpromiser and underdeliverer, and that's what he's doing here with these ridiculous talking about the robo-taxi. Uber has $12 billion in revenue. That's it. That's far from $1 trillion business. The second one, Optimus robots. Are you going to buy an Optimus robot, Scott? I don't know. Are you, like, 1 million units?
This is okay. These guys are geniuses in saying that we have to put something out there in the future that's exciting and exotic.
Yes, love it.
They will never have to deliver up to, that people can at least fill their dreams and somewhat justify, so that I can have Kathy Wood say there's going to be 1 billion robots and justify my irrational valuation. By the way, I need to correct this. DeLorean was found not guilty. And I just want to go back to this for a second. In '82, he was charged with cocaine trafficking after FBI informant James Hoffman solicited him as a financier in a scheme to sell 220 pounds. It was total entrapment.
Yeah.
At the time, informant James Hoffman solicited him as a financier in a scheme to sell 220 pounds. It was total entrapment.
Yeah.
Fuck. I don't know what their definition of entrapment is. But again, remember, if somebody offers you the ability to commit a crime and you jump on it, that's not entrapment at all. But
at the time, DeLorean was on the verge of bankruptcy. And a guy approaches you who's a federal agent and says, I have a way for you to make a lot of money if you sell 200 pounds of cocaine. And he said, yes. And then they try and charge him. I mean, you want to talk about government overreach. And then, anyways, but I'm sorry, back to Tesla. The robots, give me a fucking break. I mean, come on. That is even more pie in the sky than 1 million self-driving Tesla taxis.
Right.
That is just insane. And by the way, the robots they featured at that big event were being controlled by people 50 feet away.
Same thing with the self-driving.
So you want to talk about jazz hands. But people were excited that he's back in focus on Tesla. So good for them. I have learned to stay away from this stock, but this is a company now that is underperforming Ford Motor by a long shot, and yet trades at 70 times earnings, and Ford trades at whatever 10. So
also, I got to tell you, he did the Cybertruck, guys. He did the Cybertruck, and talk about a disastrous car and the cost. When he could have been doing smaller cars the way they were doing them in Japan, adorable ones, I bet they would have done a great job at those. And all the different, there's ones in Japan, there's ones in China. Instead, he had to do his ridiculous, I have a small penis Cybertruck, and this is where we are. We'll see what he does. We'll see. Interesting to see if one last thing. Steve Bannon, who was at this conference I was at yesterday, was noting, and I can't believe I agree with Steve Bannon on many things, but he said we need an absolute detailed list of the fraud he found, a detailed and checked independently list of the fraud he found, and a detailed list of any data that he has touched, so that we know if he took it anywhere. Like these two things, like the data they've been collecting and coalescing around what have these people done with the data? Steve Bannon is correct about this, because it's going to show that very little was saved, and we have to have. I
don't think Bannon is a big fan of all these tech right dudes, right? I don't think Bannon I don't think I've ever heard him say anything positive about these people, ever.
An assessment, which we're not going to have until the end of the Trump administration. But, I would agree with that. And we're not going to get that, but that's we'll see. We don't know what's going to happen in this stock because people have a thing with this guy, but he's definitely on a downward plunge.
Let's talk a little bit about Doge. He's claimed on stage he was going to find $2 trillion in savings.
Right.
He's claimed $150 billion, which is obviously a lot less than $2 trillion. And so far, it looks as if it's approximately, they claim, now they're saying $150 billion. It looks like it's more like $60 billion, and they can't even validate or confirm those savings. If you were to look at this as an audit of a $7 trillion company, the fact that they have gone in with full license and what I'll call incredible adjectives and embellishments and exaggerations around quote-unquote fraud and waste, the U.S. government has come out with literally the cleanest bill of health of any organization that would undergo this type of reckless audit. The auditors weren't there to give them a clean bill of health. The auditors were there to try and make them look stupid and exaggerate inefficiencies.
And get rid of certain things, as I know.
And every time they think they found something, or not every time, but most of the time they think they found fraud, waste, or inefficiency, and they posted it, someone did a little bit of research on Google and said, actually, that's not accurate. You're exaggerating the savings or the waste or the fraud here. And by the way, I don't think there's been a single case where they've said, there's fraud here, and we're charging these people.
Yeah.
So what entity, what organization in the world could you have this type of biased, aggressive, unbridled audit that's doing $700 billion a year in sales, much less $7 trillion, and get this clean bill of health?
Although I don't even think they did a very good job. Who knows what's there? I'm certain there's fraud all over the place, Medicaid and everything else, but they didn't.
Now do the Pentagon.
It was all, and a lot of this spending it's stuff we can't touch, and that's the real problem. Whether it's Medicare, whether it's defense spending, there's certain stuff that can't be touched, Social Security, and it's a bigger problem of. Listen, at the heart, we shouldn't have these deficits, these enormous deficits. We overspend. We have too many regulations, and that's a really good thing to attack. But this has just been a ridiculous jazz hands.
This was nothing but a weapon of mass distraction. Yeah. If the U.S. was a household, it makes $50,000 a year. It spends $70,000, and it has household debt of $370,000. And the bad news is that all of the kids in that house are going to have to inherit that debt even after mom and dad die. And we don't want to have an adult conversation. The adult conversation is the following:
it's a chainsaw.
If you believe that fiscal responsibility means not spending $7 trillion and $5 trillion in tax revenue, all roads lead to the same place, folks. You either have to cut costs or cut spending, or you have to raise taxes. And if you want to cut spending, you have to go after one or all of three areas. And that's either entitlements, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, defense spending, or the interest on our debt. Those are the three. If you don't go after one or all of those things, you're not serious about cutting our expenses. Or you have to acknowledge that the wealthiest in our society have figured out a way to weaponize the tax code and have an alternative minimum tax. The majority of very wealthy people pay very little in tax relative to their income, or increase corporate taxes. And what's the answer, folks? All of the fucking above.
Yeah, but you're not nobody. They talked about it this week, Trump people, and then they just have been indicating no taxes on rich people.
Well, when we interviewed Leader Jeffries, I think there's an opportunity for the Democrats to say we're the adults in the room. We're going to have to means test Social Security, move the age up. People like Harris, Swisher, and Scott Galloway should not get Social Security. It's called the Social Security tax, meaning you pay into it, it might not get it back. It's for the better common good. It's not called the Social Security pension fund. We are going to have to figure out a way to get our medical costs from $13,000 a person down to $6,500. We're going to do that by lowering the age eligibility of Medicaid and Medicare, which do a great job until we have nationalized health care. We're going to have to cut military spending at some point or make it more efficient. And we're going to have to announce that we are going to put $40 billion a year, $7,000 a year in every baby's 401k, that they don't have access till they're 65, and announce that we are doing away with all Social Security in 65 years. And then in 30 years, interest rates will come down as people see a light at the end of the tunnel. We'll get to do away with this $1.3 trillion and growing tax on young people. But nobody wants to have a fucking
Galloway is
serious
running for
conversation.
president. That's a really nice. I like that. Scott, well,
but the Democrats have an opportunity here, because the reality is the swing voters in every election that determines the president, it's not based on transgender rights. It's not based on Ukraine. As important as those issues are, they don't swing elections. What swings elections is people in their 30s who are moderates who basically vote on who they think will give them the best prospects to establish economic security and have a reasonable life. And it swings back and forth. It's a swing issue. And over the last 40 years, Democratic administrations have created 40 million jobs. Republicans have created 1 million. Democrats need to seize. We're the adults in the room. We have to have an honest, hard conversation around our deficits and our fiscal and monetary policy, because this is not sustainable. And you know what? People will respect it. And then when I ask Leader Jeffries, what they say is, well, at some point we're going to have that conversation. At some point tomorrow needs to be today. I think citizens are ready for this conversation.
No, today, yesterday. I agree. I think you need to run for president, as Ed said. Apparently, Ed was telling you should run for president. That's a very good. You should be more involved in politics, Scott. I think you should. Anyway, I'll note also Alphabet. But Tesla, we think is in the crapper. I'll note.
By the way, I just want to note, I've been doing research. You blew my mind with the notion of combining Tesla, XAI, and SpaceX. And I'm just like, that has totally blown my mind about.
Good. As long as you attribute it to me. Just attribute it.
I do, but the idea of him merging all of those companies, like, I can't wrap my head around what that would mean.
He's got. It's the only move. It's the only move.
Of moving. Was the X and XAI company, is that a merger? Was that formally done, or was it just a big buying of the X, part of the X stock into? Or, I'm sorry, part of the XAI stock into X. Also, is XAI the same thing that powers Grok, or are these? Okay, Twitter sold X sold to XAI. God, all the names of these stupid fucking companies. I hate them so much. God, I fucking hate them so much. Okay, Grok is powered by XAI. Is the number of jobs created a fair metric to keep track of when Democrats keep inheriting dog shit economies? I mean, technically that helps us for job creation numbers, because we always have to recreate jobs on the way back. Is it really a fair number? I mean, not necessarily, but I mean, if Republicans are going to brag about all the benefits they get while destroying the economy, then we should get to brag about the benefits we get while rebuilding the economy. I think that's fair. God damn it. I wish I could make this better. No, whatever. It's fine. Okay.
Move. It's a move, and he would do it. That's the two things.
Why you never look into military budgets and stuff? What do you mean, look into military budget? What do you mean by that?
Knowing him, I don't know him well anymore, but knowing him as I had known him, and it's the move. It's the jazz hands move of all time. It'll be loud, noisy. It'll be what a genius. Here's the last thing I'm going to say about this. All you people that were slathering over Elon when he was visiting Congress and we all love Doge. You don't all love Doge. You are the Republicans should be embarrassed for all the kiss-assery they did to this guy and what he was doing and abrogating their responsibilities as legislators. Just handing it over to this guy and saying you fix it was the most irresponsible thing. And someday there's going to be a reckoning at some point, and you are not going to be you've not bathed yourself in any kind of glory. You bathed yourself in embarrassment and suckery. So that to me is really the lesson here. We'll see where it goes, but I see why Donald Trump did it. The rest of you are grotesque. So is Donald Trump. But anyway, I'll note Alphabet earnings are coming after we record, so we don't know what's going to happen or anything they might say about the case both cases they've lost. But we'll discuss next week because they're really at a crossroads. Google certainly is. All right, Scott, let's go on a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk about Trump trying to calm the markets after his own comments created chaos once again.
We'll be
Scott,
back.
We're back. It's another whiplash week on Wall Street. President Trump's attacks on the Fed chair Jerome Powell, calling him a major loser and criticizing his policies, rattled the market earlier this week, triggering a major sell-off of stocks and bonds.
God, I love
Trump later
Jerome.
said he had no intention of firing Powell. By the way, he can't. It's very hard to do so it doesn't matter what he thinks. He also indicated some easing of tariff tension with China, although China has sort of pushed back on that. Comments did still fuel a market rebound. But as of Thursday morning, China is calling any reports of tariff talks, quote, baseless rumors, directly aimed at Trump there, sending the Dow down briefly, although the S&P 500 has been
I thought they were in
staying
talks,
steady.
though.
Once the markets seem to have spooked Trump, as they should. he met with CEOs of Target, Walmart, and Home Depot on Monday. It was interesting Amazon wasn't there, but who reportedly warned about tariffs leading to price surges and empty shelves within weeks. A dozen states also sued to block Trump's tariff, arguing he doesn't have the authority to impose them. Even though he says he's not firing Powell, he's been undermining him. He's going to blame him for all this with the attacks. He continues to act like he has some sort of control over this. Let's talk about that for a minute. Well, actually, let me go through everything. And with China, Trump said this week that tariffs on Chinese goods will come down substantially, but won't be zero, and that the U.S., they weren't before, and the U.S. and China are actively talking, which I said China denies. One White House senior official told the Wall Street Journal that China tariffs would likely get reduced roughly between 50 and 65%. Another Trump blink seems imminent. Again, Scott Bessent and Elon Musk got in a fight. I think it's sort of in our rearview mirror. Scott Bessent won with the IRS pick. This kind of chaos is just insane, it seems. Like he's just shooting himself in the foot over and over again and then declaring victory when he goes back on the stupid thing he did. Let's hear what you think about this, Scott Gallo.
True. Well, the only two things you have to remember in a negotiation are not to make it emotional, not to have it be a win-lose, and to always show a credible willingness to walk away.
True.
This guy gets an F on each of those. He's insulted them. His vice president has called them peasants. He makes it emotional. He pisses off. People are human. If I'm a Canadian, I don't want to work with you. I'm willing to sacrifice my own economic prosperity.
Travel's down. Everything's down.
You want to talk about, I was thinking about it today. Bill Ackman, on an unrelated note, Bill Ackman came out with this tweet that sent Hertz stock up 100%. And he said he'd been aggregating a stake for a long time. And he said that because of these tariffs, the value of Hertz's automobile fleet it's a $14 billion fleet or $12 billion fleet. The cost of cars is going to go up so much because of these tariffs that it's an underappreciated asset in the sense that their Hertz fleet is now worth $1.2 billion more. And I'm like, this is the ultimate interpretive dance. Because one, that's like saying my liver and my billion a stake for a long time. And he said that because of these tariffs, the value of Hertz's automobile fleet it's a $14 billion fleet or $12 billion fleet. The cost of cars is going to go up so much because of these tariffs that it's an underappreciated asset in the sense that their Hertz fleet is now worth $1.2 billion more. And I'm like, this is the ultimate interpretive dance. Because one, that's like saying my liver and my lungs are more valuable than they are to me. Well, I'm sort of fond of them. Like, how are you going to harvest, unless Hertz announces it's selling its auto fleet, which they're not going to.
Well, they sell some of it. They do have a division that sells cars.
Yeah, but they have a division that buys cars.
Yes, that's correct.
So it should be a net neutral, right? Actually, a net negative because new cars will be more, those costs will be more than the increase in the value of the used cars you sell. And then the countervailing force of this, what I'll call gymnastics and interpretive dance to try and turn chicken shit into chicken salad, is that the majority of the automobile rental market is based on tourism. And tourism is absolutely crashing. And let's just talk about reality here as we're trying to boost the manufacturing sector that employs 11 million people. Has anyone noticed while we were sleeping that tourism is fucking crashing and also employs 12 million people? So all of this interpretive dance around these sycophants trying to either pump a stock they have an activist position in or trying to claim that this guy's playing 4D chess just can't look at data.
Right.
And also,
they are looking at data, they're just cherry picking.
He's been very emotional.
I like that you turned on Blackman the way I had. But go ahead.
I mean, it's like, I would describe the day he announced that as, remember when you go to interpretive dance, you look at modern art and you're like, oh, you want to be cool and you want to say, oh, it's beautiful. And then you look at the next person and you're like, this makes no fucking sense.
Yeah.
I mean, this is his announcement that they have this undervalued asset is really modern art / interpretive.
Also, may I note, they have a lot of Teslas that nobody wants to rent. They did this whole, remember, they have tons of Teslas.
When's the last time you rent? It's a shitty business in structural
decline. Agreed, but I'm just saying they did that
levered.
whack deal. Every time they try to give me one, I'm like, no.
Oh, yeah, wait. I saw a tweet this morning or yesterday about that. That soon you'll be able to use your Tesla as a taxi. Is there like an actual update coming to the self-driving stuff? Or is this just another empty tweet about self-driving that is nowhere near close to being released?
I shall not. And apparently nobody wants to rent a Tesla.
Anyways, it speaks to his brand, to Bill Ackman's brand, that he puts out a tweet of an insane thesis that makes no sense if you actually look at the data. Well, the stock doubled. You got to give it to him. The guy's brand clearly still means something in the market. But back to Trump. Highly emotional, creating enemies and adjective where he doesn't need to, that will only reduce our negotiating leverage when people will put their own ego now, like him, ahead of actual prosperity and fidelity to their stakeholders and to citizens and to their economy. And two, a credible willingness to walk away. He imposes a 145% tariff and then hours later says,
FSD supervised ride-hailing service is live for an early set of employees in Austin and San Francisco Bay areas. We've completed over 1.5 thousand trips and 50,000 miles of driving. This service helps us develop and validate FSD networks, the mobile app, vehicle allocation, mission control, and remote assistance operations. Whoa. Holy shit. Wait, is it called Waymo? Aren't these things available in some places already? I feel like I've seen like Reddit videos where somebody's like, oh, I did a Waymo taxi cab or something. They're everywhere? Oh. Wait, how is Waymo ahead of Tesla on this? I'm sorry. Wait, what was this? Sorry, I wasn't. There's a... It's just like easier Uber driving. There's a guy. Safety driver is present to supervise and only intervenes as necessary. FSD supervised does not make the vehicle autonomous. Wow, sick. So it's like an Uber, except it's an Uber. That's crazy. So there's going to be like Uber. Damn. Imagine that. Streamers have tried this.
So weird.
Right? It should say Nest. Yeah, that's it. Oh. Is your pronunciation improving again? Debatable. You know what happens when I hang out with Jane. All right, let's go. You first.
No shot. Wait, this is
first.
real?
Oh my god. This is so strange. I've never done this.
Yeah, this is great, right?
Are you sure this place is open?
You're totally banging these cars.
Because that shop was
Oh, they must have a camera, I guess, huh?
Aren't Mexicans religious?
Yeah, but they also like to make money.
It's all over San Francisco. They're doing full self-driving launch in Austin in 2 months. Oh, for Tesla. Damn. Wait, what are the accident rates on these? Wait, fuck, I missed the future. We're here, and I missed it.
He's not wrong.
Exactly.
Can I press it?
Seatbelt.
Oh.
Oh, gotcha.
You'll get customer support on the phone.
Shut up.
Yeah. Such a fun area. I know, right? Oops. I thought I clicked.
Have there been Waymo accidents?
Why is it my clicking?
Hello? Can we put our
Rumble.
seatbelts on? Holy shit! I would lose my mind if I was with these people.
Okay,
Sorry,
you can
it's okay. Streamers.
Vehicle approaching.
Vehicle approaching.
Heading to Santee Alley Coyote.
Oh, it's waiting for like a car to pivot.
Oh.
Perfect.
Bruh. Wait, so have there been accidents?
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
that's
you know,
so
with
cute.
everything in
Look at
life,
that. Oh my god.
Nothing's perfect. People make mistakes. But it's been pretty flawless compared to like, you know, normal drivers.
Okay,
Yeah, we're going insane.
Literally, doesn't it look like this is like my Labubu?
Yeah, it fits you.
50 million miles without a safety driver. They have a better safety record than human drivers. Damn.
Train to Waymo, what's next? I know, right? We're living in times. Ghost.
This is a day
no
of
driver.
firsts for me.
I know, right? Yeah, no driver, Hazy. It's crazy. You're
They do 250,000 rides a week right now.
Shouts out to Jane for coming through again. Everybody follow Jane if you haven't already.
Out to me.
Okay, hobo, relax. Take some time off. Hush it. This is a great day for Jane. Cool music. Oh, we could change the music too, by the way.
Oh.
Can we do it through here? Oh yeah, you can type whatever you want, I think. This is not my selection. This was
Eugene's radio?
Yeah, I didn't
We
pick
could do that for you.
No, pick whatever you want.
No,
Here, I'll
let's,
give you
let's
my
do
phone.
a good Eugene song.
Wait, so is this just some random company bringing self-driving? Well, no, they're not a random company. The fact that you would even ask it, though, I think is it's strange that the advertising is so bad on this. I've heard of Waymo. I'm sorry, Waymo. I've heard of Waymo before, but I really don't know anything about them other than I've heard of them. Like they sound like a random company to me, but they're not. I mean, they're doing all these things. I guess. Yeah.
So how it works, it's like
Self-driving
Pandora.
cars, cabs.
So you like just give
Oh my
them.
god.
Oh, that's probably why. Just because if I've been through SF, you see like ads for Waymo and shit.
The underscore ordering sponsor for 10 months.
Thank you.
No names.
No memes.
Oh my god. Can you imagine the gig worker revolution if you can't catch a Waymo on Uber, right? Could you imagine if they tried to make a partnership? I bet the drivers would fucking revolt.
Thank you, kind sir. Music. Manage ad stations. Here you go.
Waymo is owned by
Type whatever
Google.
you want.
Put it on
You can in some places now? Oh, shit.
Pandora's my shit. Whatever
There's
you
too
want to
much
listen to.
pressure. There's too much pressure.
What were you
I need
listening to?
assistance.
What were you listening to on the drive here? Oh, you listening to Sia.
Oh, I love Sia.
That's Sia. Pandora was
Sia's
live.
so good live.
Yeah.
She's like one of the best live performances I've ever seen.
Live? Yeah, she kills that shit.
Holy shit.
Madonna erotica? I don't know
So do I
Madonna
just-
like that. Yeah, you pretty much just pick like the artist and then it picks whatever.
Okay.
I hated Pandora.
Yeah,
It
please
sucks.
Pandora.
Yeah, especially nowadays.
This Waymo partnership, okay.
I guess. True. They're
Meridian.
starting. Oh yeah, they're starting to use freeways.
Wow.
The Waymos.
This is my
Yeah.
jam right here.
Yeah, it's great.
What markets is it in? LA. I know it's in San Francisco.
Arizona.
Yeah.
I think they're rolling these out in New York pretty soon. Does anybody else know in chat? You suck. Thank you.
You don't suck.
Depends on the context.
Ha ha ha. Damn. You know what you see in airports that's kind of like the future, that's kind of cute, is in airports, they have self-driving wheelchairs. I see that pretty often in Miami. I'm sure other airports have them too, to where I think what happens is when if you're like a handicapped person, you get off a plane, they can sit you in like a chair and the chair automatically drives you to your gate. And it's just crazy. It's just like in this little chair with the lights on and it's just going to their gate.
They're going to Atlanta. Oh, I can see that. I can see Atlanta with this.
Yeah.
I think SiriusXM bought it.
What?
Waymo is miles ahead of Tesla, literally and figuratively. Well, it sounds like, if what I'm reading from chat is true, it sounds like Tesla is just taking way too ambitious of a route. That Waymo is using more specific tools like LiDAR, and Tesla's like, we're just going to image process everything using super advanced AI. But are you able to read the court transcript on stream, or can you know anything about the case on stream until it's over? We read the affidavit earlier. I don't know if they actually filed criminal charges yet. I didn't see any of that. That's out. Let me get a silent. Hold on one second. Waymo coming to Miami soon. Can you do a stream in one? Yeah, maybe. Do you have to tip them? Ooh, that's the big one. I think you should do a deep dive on Kashmir. I feel like no one cares about Kashmir. India and China are boring because lefties can't obsess over like Western imperialists because it's two other big powers fighting each other. So lefties don't care, and then America in general doesn't care about foreign policy. So. Why is Elon against LiDAR? It makes no sense to me. Isn't he just making it harder on themselves? Because it sounds like he just wants like a more generalized AI system. It's more ambitious, if I understand what Chad is saying correctly, but it's just taking longer to develop, and who knows if it would even work well. And arguably, I don't even know if it's a better idea, but.
Pursuits, but tonight authorities may have encountered a robbery suspect trying to flee in a Waymo self-driving car.
Holy.
Police say they responded to a call that a suspect had robbed the Ralph's grocery store on La Brea Avenue and 3rd Street. Multiple cruisers followed the Waymo once the suspect got in. As soon as police activated the emergency lights on their cruiser, the Waymo pulled itself over in Arlington Heights, and that's when police were able to arrest the suspect without issue.
Look close.
Damn.
Tesla last year removed radar from the sensor suite, and now just announced that it's going to remove ultrasonic sensors, relying solely on vision, so camera only. Does that make the perception problem harder or easier?
I would almost reframe the question in some way. So the thing is basically, you would think that additional sensors.
By the way, can I just interrupt?
Go ahead.
I wonder if a language model will ever do that if you prompt it. Let me reframe your question. That would be epic. That's the wrong prompt. Sorry.
So it's like a little bit of a wrong question, because basically you would think that these sensors are an asset to you.
Yeah.
But if you fully consider the entire product in its entirety, these sensors are actually potentially a liability, because these sensors aren't free. They don't just appear on your car. You need have an entire supply chain. You have people procuring it. There can be problems with them. They may need replacement. They are part of the manufacturing process. They can hold back the line in production. You need to source them. You need to maintain them. You have to have teams that write the firmware, all of it. And then you also have to incorporate and fuse them into the system in some way. And so it actually like bloats a lot of it. And I think Elon is really good at simplify. Best part is no part. And he always tries to throw away things that are not essential because he understands the entropy in organizations and an approach. And I think in this case, the cost is high, and you're not potentially seeing it if you're just a computer vision engineer. And I'm just trying to improve my network, and is it more useful or less useful? How useful is it? And the thing is, that once you consider the full cost of a sensor, it actually is potentially a liability, and you need to be really sure that it's giving you extremely useful information. In this case, we looked at using it or not using it, and the delta was not massive, and so it's not useful.
Is it also bloat in the data engine, like having more sensors?
100%.
Is a distraction?
And these sensors, they can change over time. For example, you can have one type of, say, radar, you can have other type of radar, they change over time. Now suddenly you need to worry about it. Now suddenly you have a column in your SQLite telling you, oh, which sensor type was it? And they all have different distributions, and then they contribute noise and entropy into everything, and they bloat stuff. And also organizationally, it's been really fascinating to me that it can be very distracting. If you all you want to get to work is vision, all the resources are on it, and you're building out a data engine, and you're actually making forward progress because that is the sensor with the most bandwidth, the most constraints in the world, and you're investing fully into that, and you can make that extremely good. If you have only a finite amount of sort of spend of focus across different facets of the system.
And
why aren't you covering the judge arrest? Just curious. I already did. I went over it this morning. I think the judge arrest, the one that I saw, it was probably fair. We'll see how it turns out.
This kind of reminds me of Rich Sutton's A Bitter Lesson. It just seems like simplifying the system.
Yeah.
In the long run. Now, of course, you don't know what the long run is. It seems to be always the right solution.
Yeah. Yes.
In that case, it was for RL, but it seems to apply generally across all systems that do computation.
Yeah.
So what do you think about the LiDAR as a crutch debate? The battle between point clouds and pixels?
Yeah, I think this debate is always like slightly confusing to me because it seems like the actual debate should be about like, do you have the fleet or not? That's like the really important thing about whether you can achieve really good functioning of an AI system at this scale.
So data collection systems.
Yeah, do you have the fleet or not is significantly more important whether you have LiDAR or not. It's just another sensor. Yeah, I think similar to the radar discussion, basically, I don't think it basically doesn't offer extra information. It's extremely costly. It has all kinds of problems. You have to worry about it. You have to calibrate it, etc. It creates bloat and entropy. You have to be really sure that you need this sensor. In this case, I basically don't think you need it. And I think, honestly, I will make a stronger statement. I think the others, some of the other companies that are using it are probably going to drop it.
Yeah, so you have to consider the sensor in considering, can you build a big fleet that collects a lot of data? And can you integrate that sensor with that data and that sensor into a data engine that's able to quickly find different parts of the data that then continuously improves whatever the model that you're using?
Yeah, another way to look at it is like vision is necessary in the sense that the world is designed for human visual consumption, so you need vision. necessary. And then also it is sufficient because it has all the information that you need for driving, and humans obviously use vision to drive. So it's both necessary and sufficient. So you want to focus resources, and you have to be really sure if you're going to bring in other sensors. You could add sensors to infinity. At some point you need to draw the line. And I think in this case you have to really consider the full cost of any one sensor that you're adopting, and do you really need it? And I think the answer in this case is no.
So what do you think about the idea that the other companies...
What is the cost of LiDAR compared to a camera of sufficient resolution to be effective at driving cars? I don't know why I just asked chat that. That was apparently a dumb question. Okay, the answer is apparently much higher. But that's not what he's talking about. It's the compound cost of integrating it into your ingestion and training stack. Yeah, that sounded like bullshit to me. But this guy knows way more than I do, so I don't know. I don't know. I might be retarded. He's more qualified to talk about it than I am.
Are forming high-resolution maps and constraining heavily the geographic regions in which they operate. Is that approach not, in your view, not going to scale over time to the entirety of the United States?
I think,
it'll take too
as
long.
you mentioned, like they pre-map all the environments, and they need to refresh the map, and they have a perfect centimeter-level accuracy map of everywhere they're going to drive. It's crazy. How are all the environments?
Not going to scale over time to the entirety of the United States.
I think,
it'll take too
as
long.
you mentioned, like they pre-map all the environments, and they need to refresh the map, and they have a perfect centimeter-level accuracy map of everywhere they're going to drive. It's crazy. How are you going to? When we're talking about autonomy actually changing the world, we're talking about deployment on a global scale of autonomous systems for transportation. And if you need to maintain a centimeter accurate map for Earth, or like for many cities and keep them updated, it's a huge dependency that you're taking on. Huge dependency. It's a massive dependency. And now you need to ask yourself, do you really need it? And humans don't need it. Right? So it's very useful to have a low-level map of like, okay, the connectivity of your road. You know that there's a fork coming up. When you drive an environment, you sort of have that high-level understanding. It's like a small Google map, and Tesla uses Google Map, like similar kind of resolution information in the system, but it will not pre-map environments to semi-level accuracy. It's a crutch, it's a distraction, it costs entropy, and it diffuses the team, it dilutes the team, and you're not focusing on what's actually necessary, which is the computer vision problem.
Okay.
Optimus.
Is he one of the talking robots, apparently?
And it's even talking.
Hi to my friend John. John? Where's John?
Right here.
Oh, hello, John.
How are you?
How are you doing? Very good.
It's crazy. I'm
Where are
talking
you
to a
from,
robot. From San Jose. Probably from where you were born in Silicon Valley.
Wonderful. Where do you live in San Jose? Do you live in Almond Valley, or do you live in Santa Teresa area?
No, I live in Los Gatos.
Los Gatos. Oh, wonderful. Very
Yeah.
nice area.
Where do you live?
Beautiful hiking I hear out there.
There is. Where do you live?
I live in Palo Alto at the current moment.
Figures. Yeah,
Yes.
this is awesome.
That's where they train us, that's where we get our builds, and that's where we work with a wonderful group of people.
What's the hardest thing about being a robot?
Trying to learn how to be as human as you guys are.
LiDAR data would be a different type of data they would need to train in addition to other data modalities. So it would need training from scratch, and once the model is active and pre-trained, it would still cost to put the LiDAR sensors on the car. Yeah, sure, but that seems like a silly argument, or not necessarily a silly argument. This almost sounds like it almost sounds like a services argument, right? Like, why would we have 15 different services for our I don't know if you'd say for our stack. Why would we utilize 15 different services for our company when we could just create one Omni service that does literally everything? Why do I need a separate service to pull people's birthdays or IDs, or why do I need a separate service to pull people's purchase history? What if we just made an omni service that had all of it? Because now we don't have to filter data from so many different services. Like, well, there's a reason why it's nice sometimes to have more specific. I imagine data coming in from a LiDAR thing doesn't require the same as expansive as an analysis as data coming in from a camera, just like visual data in the human field of vision. So you do have to train specifically for it, but I imagine it's a more specific type of data that probably comes with its own pros and cons as well. Like LiDAR can probably see some things that human vision can't see, and it could probably omit a bunch of things that human vision doesn't omit, I would imagine, but who knows? Who knows?
Be rooting for.
I'm not an engineer. I don't know anything about different camera types, so that guy probably knows way more than I do, especially if he works for Tesla. So
I never thought that I would see a day where I would be rooting for a university above Donald J. Trump and his administration. But I don't recognize his administration right now. I don't recognize what's happening. I have a theory. I do. We were kicking around some theories earlier, me and the team, and we were going, how could Trump be such a free speech enthusiast and allowing these things to happen, going after college universities, trying to suppress speech while pretending that you're not suppressing speech, while pretending that you're fighting DEI. It's so messy. It's so obvious. Everyone knows what you're doing. People who are still trying to grift, I suppose, are not willing to challenge you on this, which is ridiculous, because when you are out of office, we are going to have to live with these consequences. Our children are going to have to grow up in this America, okay? So when you threaten our speech, it's not worth it so that we can have pom-poms and go hurrah for a couple of years, then go, okay, well, yeah, now it kind of stinks because, we're getting arrested for wrongthink. We got David Friedman. Yeah, arrest him. Arrest Tucker Carlson and Candace.
Nobody cares about any of the principles around any of these stupid fucking college kids, and I hate it. I hate all of you, and I hate everybody that cares about this stupid college issue. She just doesn't like this because she fucking hates Israel, so she's going to support pro-Palestinian protesters, so she's against people being locked up for protesting against Israel on college campuses. That's literally all this boils down to. It's fucking retarded. Oh, we had 7 minutes left on these guys.
The tariffs on Chinese goods will come down substantially but won't be zero. Then why the fuck did you go to 145%?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
This guy he is competing against people who are willing to starve millions of their own people, and he thinks he's going to intimidate them with 145. But they're going to come down. They're going to do, we're about to enter the stage where they try to figure out a way to basically somehow put lipstick on a pig here and call victory and stop all this nonsense. The tariffs are going to be remarkably similar to what they were before all of this nonsense. But you're going to have all these people trying to spin how it's some sort of great victory.
Deals? They're coming to me for deals. They're trying to kiss my ass, that whole thing. Oh, stop, you sad, pathetic.
All we have done here is massively erode brand America. It's gone from freedom, generosity, military might, prosperity, risk aggressiveness, opportunity, rule of law, to toxic uncertainty. And that brand does not command margins. It commands
So what does he
negative
do? Okay, look, first of all, Besson's trying to affect him, obviously, and he seems to have gained a bit of an upper hand against the clown show of Howard, whatever his name is, and Elon. And there was an altercation, a very loud altercation between Besson and Musk over IRS head, which the Treasury Secretary should pick, FYI, not Elon Musk. He was trying to pick a sycophant to take over the IRS, where our money comes from. What would you do if you were Besson right now? Like, what besides leave, like immediately? What would you do?
Well, he's kind of already done it. He clearly leaked that interaction, and he's saying, I'm on top and I've had it with this guy.
Yeah.
Trump is scared. Besson is seen as like a sycophant, but is potentially the guy in the Oval Office that will take stuff off his desk so he doesn't even see it, that he is sort of an adult in the room. He has a reputation versus Lutnick that's just considered a clown that is now engaged in full-scale corruption with his son starting a crypto company. Jesus Christ.
I know the crypto stuff.
Just when you thought this couldn't get any more corrupt. Besson is seen as a very credible guy, and behind the scenes is basically saying, okay, I'm going to do my best here. I know this is fucking batshit crazy. We know where this goes. Blink, blink, blink. Try and run Vaseline over the lens of incompetence here and pretend this is a victory.
I never made this mistake, and I'm not.
The tariffs are going to look remarkably similar to where they were before. Mm-hmm. And all that's happened is we've eroded our image around the world to the detriment of
So what would you do? You're sitting in the Oval Office, he has you in, you for some reason go, and he's listening to you. What would you say to Trump to do right now? Besides,
if he would listen to me?
Stop taking...
Just kidding. Video games.
I would pretend to have discussions, declare victory and leave. Just like literally find a country that's willing to do something for you, come up with a bunch of fake reasons for why this was anything but what it was, which was insanely damaging, and literally get back to the economy and try and repair as many of our alliances as possible, and go on the mother of all behind the scenes apology tours, because this is going to start showing up in earnings calls. I think China might say, oh, you want to go back to where we were? Fuck you. You've been out banging hookers and doing blow and ignoring our children. Now you've decided you want to be married again? Sorry, boss. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'll be at my sister's.
That's a nice metaphor.
Yeah. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Anyways, speaking for a friend.
I don't know. I think the Chinese and the Europeans are now like, What would a life without these obnoxious Americans be like?
100%.
Like, hey, I think a divorce sounds great.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure that's what they're thinking. Do you know what I mean? Like,
My tennis bro was texting me.
wait a minute. Just a minute here. Like,
My friends are going to St. Bart's. That sounds pretty good.
he needs to. Oh, what an idiot. What a fucking
No,
idiot. I mean,
this
the
is-
thing is, if he did a couple of things, all his stupid followers would like clap like the
Yeah,
sales
they'll pretend that it was genius and 40 chess. So move to that part of the program as soon as possible.
Right.
I mean, you literally have to put the fire out here. You have to put the fire out. But I don't know if he's. But think about the
He wants
negotiation
to. He's been
strategy.
listening to Wall Street. Wall Street is the one that speaks with
The adult in the room is the tenure. We've been saying that.
Yeah.
I'm glad the scent is there, but I do think the raft of them. I think we're on the cusp of a few of them being fired.
Yeah,
Because he's
Lutnick
gonna-
should go. What a thirsty.
Well, not
clown
even
he is.
most of them should go, but
Yeah.
I think he's going to try and blame a lot of this on incompetence and saying, I got some bad information. These folks did the wrong thing.
Mhm.
I moved them out. He's gonna throw a
Yeah.
bunch of them as a into the volcano, if you will.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
But
They're
he-
certainly not going to tax the rich. That's
Look, a step back from the wrong direction is a step in the right direction. So if you were really advising the guy, you'd say as elegantly, as gracefully, and as respectfully as possible, you need to stop this shit really, really quickly. And behind the scenes, call Prime Minister Carney and say, congratulations. And by the way, you're a fantastic friend. A lot of this was posturing. I want to apologize to you personally. What can we do that makes this better for both of us?
All he needs is affirmation. It's so sad. It's such a sad state at this age in his life that this is all he needs. But here we are. Anyway, Scott, one more quick break. We'll be back for predictions. Okay, Scott, let's hear our predictions. You've kind of let loose a few during the show here. But some good ones.
This is always dangerous, but I'm going to do it anyways. Alphabet's reporting. We're talking about Thursday. Alphabet's reporting at the end of the day, and I think rumors of Alphabet's struggles have been greatly exaggerated. I still think while ChatGPT is ascending dramatically and does present an existential threat to search, YouTube is just an absolute juggernaut. And you talk about Waymo. I just think this company is so well run, and Google continues to be the largest toll booth in the history of mankind. I think that they're going to beat, and I think they're going to beat expectations this afternoon, because I think some of those expectations have been beaten down. And then another one. I think in the next 12 to 24 months, we're going to see a spin prophylactically in big tech for the first time. And then
pick one. I'm going to pick. We'll each pick one. I say YouTube. Well, maybe the advertising.
I think it's the ad business.
Just okay. Wait. When they say a spin, they mean that a large company is going to have to divest a smaller company, and then it's going to spin off into its own thing. Is that what that means? That's what they're referring to.
That's right.
I'm sorry. Ad business for Alphabet.
We would like YouTube, but it's probably the ad business.
And then the most interesting one, and this is, I'm putting words in your mouth or taking your words, and I will credit you. Tesla right now has, I think it's like a $750 billion market cap, right? And when you think about, when you're doing acquisitions or mergers, you want to do them when your stock, it's $806 billion. You want to do mergers when you have a really strong valuation, because you end up, Steve Case sold AOL when he knew there was no way it was going to be worth a fraction of that in a matter of months or years.
Yeah.
So that's when you sell your company. The problem is no one will buy Tesla for $805 billion except XAI, right? Or SpaceX.
Yeah.
And so your idea is so interesting, because what he could try to do is say, okay, jazz hands will only last so long. At some point, people start saying, okay, enough is enough here, folks. That $800 billion market cap is going to come way down. So the idea of taking a large revenue base, which you get from an automobile company, putting on top of it the impression and the valuation of AI with the data set of X, and also maybe some of the gross and riz and unbelievable coolness of SpaceX, that would be a lot. Maybe it keeps that independent. But I think your idea is really insightful, that the way to maintain that ridiculous $800 billion valuation is to cash it in now, and he'll maintain a huge stake and potentially do kind of one that's going to 0.5 plus 1 plus 1 equals 4 or 5. I think you're right. I think there's going to be, I think Tesla is going to be folded in to
and
another,
then they're an AI
or
company,
merged.
or an AI company. That
Yeah,
makes robots
I love that.
Self-driving.
Because when you said it, the moment you said it, I thought, that would be really fucking smart from a shareholder perspective.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I've watched the recent Mark Robert video where he shows Tesla's self-driver versus a car with LiDAR. The Wile E. Coyote test more important than it may seem. It's why optical-based driving units drive full speed into white trucks, because they look like the sky and shit. Yeah, I think the issue is that it's something I've said before, that I think people don't intuitively understand that you perceive a dimension less than the world that you're actually in. People talk about how, oh no, you have two eyes, so that's where depth perception comes from. Bullshit. That accounts for like 0.001% of your depth perception. Depth perception is processed in the brain. It's a 100% processing problem. If you close one eye, it's not like you all of a sudden don't understand how far away a building is, or how far away your monitor is, or how far away a person across the room from you is. This is a brain processing problem. So the image is that when you take a picture of something, it's just two dimensions. You always perceive a dimension less than what you're in. And for a camera to just take in a visual piece of information like that, it has to be able to process like, okay, well, how far do I think a thing is? And there's so many different, like, I imagine, programming things, problems, challenges that you have to deal with in order to do those calculations. It's probably incredibly complicated. That's like probably the most sophisticated problem I imagine that Tesla is facing or trying to solve with the camera shit, would be my guess.
makes sense. It's also like him. It's very like him. He's hiding
Very
things.
bold, and he has control of his board.
Right. Yeah.
He doesn't care. He'll tell the board this is what we're doing.
Yeah.
He's not scared of shareholder
Maybe
lawsuits.
well, I wonder if he'll take it private then. There's not a lot of revenue in
no
any
way.
of these things,
Can't take
right?
it private. No one will fund it.
Yeah,
no
that's
one
right.
will
There's not
finance
a lot of revenue. Well, I don't think the Starlink part. I mean, the SpaceX is part of it. They don't. My guess, they don't make that much money. They probably, and they've been hurt themselves. But I think they're very expensive to run that thing. And
Was a Wisconsin judge arrested on legitimate grounds, or is it made up charges? I think it was probably legitimate, but we'll see.
I'd love to actually see the numbers from that. If someone wants to send them to me, I'd love to see them. I don't think they're wildly profitable by any stretch of the imagination, but
And finally, Kara, the prediction, the geopolitical prediction. So Donald Trump is having a huge impact globally, including what leaders are elected or not elected, but it wasn't the impact he thought he was going to have in the Canadian elections for Prime Minister. My prediction is that Mark Carney of the Liberal Party is going to prevail, and that is after overcoming a 25-point deficit coming into the year. And why is the Liberal Party going to prevail here? Donald Trump. He has so pissed off Canada, and the Conservative Party nominee for Prime Minister is aligned with Trump and considered a more Trumpian candidate. And boy, has Canada turned off Trump. So in sum, Trump has elected, in my opinion, or will elect, Prime Minister Mark Carney of the Liberal Party, and has swung the Canadian elections 25 points because of how repellent they find Donald Trump, and the Conservative Party has been contaminated by Trump. So he is getting world leaders elected, just not the world leaders that everyone had anticipated, or certainly not the ones he had hoped for. In sum, I think the underdog here, Mark Carney, is about to be the next Prime Minister of Canada solely because of the unpopularity of our American president. Do you have a prediction?
I don't. I predict I'm going to go to White House correspondent dinner parties this weekend.
Oh, I was going to go, but I'm not in town.
Why not?
I got asked by a friend of yours to be their date, and I was really excited. She's totally cool. I won't say who it is, but
A friend of mine asked you.
Well, a friend of ours.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. You should have. Oh, I know who it is. You should have come.
Emily
There's some
Ratajkowski.
good-
Just
No,
saying.
it's not Emily Ratajkowski.
Just
Yeah, there's a bunch. There's every single media comes. Like Axios is having something. Substack.
It looks like so much fun.
Substack's
You've been,
having
right?
a bunch. The parties are fun. I hate to say it. Parties
love
are
to
fun. I don't go to the event itself ever, but there's like NBC's having a party after the French embassy.
Ooh, the NBC party.
No, it's fun. It's fun. I'm telling you, I love that French embassy. It's so ridiculous. It's so like end times kind of partying kind of stuff.
I was wrong. I don't want to go. You have
Okay.
literally said nothing that sounds remotely
Let me think. UTA has a really cool party. It's really fun.
Oh, I had that. You just take erythromycin. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. UTA?
No, they're fun. They're fun parties. They are indeed fun parties. And my friend Tammy Haddad has the famous White House Correspondents' Dinner
I'm
brunch.
convinced Tammy's running the CIA.
She's running the CIA.
She's so quiet, and then she'll pop up and be like, the president of Gabon wants to meet with you to talk about a shipping lane deal. And I'm like, what the fuck? Who is this woman?
She's great. She has a famous brunch that's really fun. That's really fun, actually.
Where does she get all her power?
She's everywhere. She's everywhere. She's a
I couldn't get my visa done. I couldn't get my passport. It's like, give me 5 minutes. And all of a sudden, like the ambassador to Britain is calling me and sending me a car with my passport. It's like, who is this woman?
Tammy Haddad is the queen of White House Correspondents Weekend. She is.
She's Michael Clayton. She's a total fixer. Seriously.
She's also lovely. May I say she brings the best
nice.
toys
And
for
went
the
to Pitt.
children.
Went to the
She
University of
did. She's from
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh. She was in Pittsburgh this weekend. She's the best. We love that Tammy Haddad. Anyway, we want to. So I wish you were here. We'd have a good time.
I met Tammy Haddad before I met you. We were doing a conference together. I don't think I'd ever met you. Or I met you for a podcast, but we went to, I think it was South by Southwest, but I showed up and this woman came up to me and she was so nice and so on my face. I'm like, who is this very friendly woman? And I said, and I saw, it was so adorable. In the back, it was in the makeup room. There was this little adorable boy.
I'm in my Tesla on autopilot
I'm
going
to the pregame with Kara. And they go, where is she? And she goes, and then they pointed to the little boy. You were sleeping on the couch. You look like a 9-year-old boy. It was so loud. I'm like, she can sleep here? That was one of my first images of you, where you were just on a couch sleeping with hundreds of people around you.
I love to sleep.
Like
I'm such a good sleeper.
You're like Winston Churchill.
I can sleep anywhere. It's so true. Anyway, Tammy, that's great. And she's very tall and she's got this great shock of white hair. And she's fantastic. She's a fantastic lady. Anyway, Tammy, good luck this weekend. I will see you at the party. We want to hear from you. Send us your questions about business tech or whatever's on your mind. Go to nymag.com/pivot to submit a question for the show, or call 855-51-PIVOT. Elsewhere in the Scott and Kara universe this week on Prop G Markets, Scott, who's on a tear, spoke with Ryan Peterson, the founder and CEO of Flexport, who he replaced someone that he brought in from Amazon. It's a leader in global supply chain management, about the impact of tariffs. What a great person to tap. Let's listen.
If they don't change anything and this 145% duty sticks on China, it'll take out like mass bankruptcies. You're talking like 80% of small business that buys from China will just die, and millions of employees will be unemployed. I mean, it's sort of why I'm like, they obviously have to back off the trade. Like, that can't be that they just do that. I don't believe that they're that crazy.
That's a great idea to do an interview there, Scott. That's great. Really interesting.
I love supply chain stuff. I invested, one of my best investments of the last few years was I invested in a company called 0100, which was supply chain research. I think if you look
you
at
like dull investments. That's where you make your big bucks, isn't it? Dullish.
Quick lesson. When you're thinking about how to allocate and invest your most precious assets, your financial capital, and even more precious, your human capital, it's very easy. ROI on the X side of the scale, sex appeal on the X axis. It essentially, the sexier the business, the lower the ROI. If someone wants you to invest in a members club downtown for artists and creatives, join the club. Do not invest. If someone wants you to invest in software as a service for scheduling healthcare maintenance workers, if it sounds so fucking awful you wouldn't want to work there, that's where you write a check.
Okay.
Because anything that's sexy is overinvested, which drives down returns. The less sexy, the more return on your invested capital. Also think about that in terms of your career. If you're going for something sexy, you better get bright green lights that you're in the top 1%. Otherwise, find something boring. And this is what creates passion, mastery, artisanship, and be able to take care of your kids and your parents.
I love that, Scott. So don't invest in Scott Galloway because he's dead sexy.
Hello,
okay,
ladies.
okay, that's the show.
Hello.
Thanks for listening to Pivot, and be sure to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We'll be back next week. Scott, read us out.
Today's show was produced by Lara Naaman, Zoe Marcus, and Taylor Griffin. Ernie Intertide engineered this episode. Jim Mackle edited the video. Thanks.
Okay, somebody really wants me to watch this video. We watched part of this before, but
40 miles an hour towards a fake Wile E. Coyote Roadrunner painted wall. Please stop. Please stop. Holy. And I'm doing this to see if Tesla's autopilot can be tricked, because it famously only relies on simple cameras to navigate the world, as opposed to much more expensive tech. In fact, we're out here today to run a bunch of tests in extreme conditions to see how those simple
I think we've
cameras on
seen
the
this. I feel like we watched either most of it or all of it before, but somebody's mad now that.
Tesla stack up against other fancy cars that use more advanced technology. Wow! And the story of how I ended up as a crash test dummy in my own car started 6 months back at Disneyland as I was sneaking onto the famously pitch black ride called Space Mountain. And while I might look a little plus sized in that jacket, as you can see from this infrared camera shot, that's no ordinary jacket because it's hiding some of that fancy car technology. Yeah, baby! 43 million people ride Space Mountain every year, but unlike a famous ride like Colossus, Space Mountain is in near total darkness, meaning no one knows what the ride actually looks like, which as far as I'm concerned, needed to be fixed with a special undercover operation. True story, I have been wanting to make this video for over 20 years, way before I had a YouTube channel, because I would come to Disneyland and just be like, someday the technology will be there, so we could map out what Space Mountain actually looks like. So this is a very big moment for me.
Wow.
That's common knowledge. Every good undercover operation worth its salt needs a 3-step plan. For me, step 1 would just be getting into Disneyland with my tech through their famously tight security. If I managed to do that, step 2 would be making it through the park, avoiding any security guards on my way to Space Mountain. And finally, for step 3, I would need to sneak onto the ride itself while avoiding any suspicion to make my childhood dream come true. And if all this seems like overkill, let's just say I have a bit of history getting kicked out of amusement parks in the name of science. Follow you, man. I do this to me. For step 1, I took an oversized jacket and made a little pocket inside.
This is an unrelated thing. Do we care about this? Or is this ad for another video? Or
Where I could hide my secret tech inside it. It's like the slight limp shuffle walk that really sells it, I think. Because they make you walk through metal detectors, I disguised and temporarily placed my device with a bunch of gear in my camera bag. And just had to hope it wouldn't get discovered.
We'll just wait till your eye gets fully screen in case of my
And even though this moment of truth was terrifying,
He's just
I knew I
demonstrating
just
later.
needed to play it
Oh, okay.
cool.
wait, hello?
We've already watched this video, or most of it. So.
Well, chat requested. What's up? What do you want?
Well, I'm sorry that they have goldfish memory, man. We watched most of this, and people are saying in the chat that this guy faked it anyway, so who knows?
Oh, I don't think he did. I think some people were accusing him of it. Elon butthurt fanboys were, but apparently that was not true. He didn't fake it. You're just a Tesla fanboy.
No. No. Can I talk to you now or no?
You can always talk to me.
Oh, okay. So, I wanted to talk to you about how you... Well, first off, I wanted to just ask you a couple of questions. This is all going to be about trades work.
Okay.
So, a little bit about me. I'm an electrician. I've been an electrician for almost 14 years. Just wanted to kind of get your vibe on what do you believe are like the general requirements to become like an electrician?
The general requirement?
Sorry. The whole point of what I'm trying to do is challenge you on what I think you know about generalized education and like how to become a tradesman and all that kind of stuff. And so when you argue about it or you say things, it to me comes off as that you don't know.
Sure. Also, wait, real quick. Is there, I don't know why, but something is happening where like your mic is just getting muted every time you, like, I don't know why is there like an auto volume adjuster or something? Or does Discord do that automatically? Or is that something?
Let me check.
I don't know if it's the crisp.
Is this any better?
I have no idea. We'll see.
Okay.
Okay.
So my general question was like, and we'll just talk from like the electrical standpoint. So what do you think it takes to become an electrician?
The more formal thing that I've heard, I don't know if everyone has to do this, but there are like 2-year like apprenticeships or like journeyman things or something you do to, and then I guess every state licensed differently. But in general, there's like some basically 2-year apprenticeship or journey thing that you go on that's like a kind of trade school, and then you get licensed after that, and then you can go and work at that, or you might have to go longer for more specialized things in the field. But
so what do you so if that's so you just kind of melded two things together. When you say trade school, what do you think trade school is, like, in general?
I would have no idea. 2 years of like a community college-esque thing where you are more focused on trades than, I guess, like getting an associate's and whatever the trade you want to go into is, something like that, maybe?
Yeah, so that was kind of what I got super upset the other day, I'll be honest.
Okay.
You were watching an Asman video, and so I kind of just wrote some quotes down.
Okay.
So Asman said the reason why this happens is people who work in trades are sick of being talked down to by somebody in accounting who makes half their salary, who thinks they're smarter than them because they went to school. And so this is where I wanted to talk to you, is after you said this part. And I did get triggered, and you say that in here. So
Okay.
I did get triggered.
Gotcha.
He said almost everything he said is incorrect. So chances are, if you run the numbers, people on average who go to school are smarter than people who don't go to school. I'm sorry if that hurts you too much. It did. I just think it's funny that the same community that would play race realist tropes about other races of people won't accept the fact that if somebody graduated college, they're probably on average smarter. I mean that in the most absolute brutalist sense of the word. IQ, G, whatever. The guy in the accounting firm is making 2 times the salary of the trade worker. So you go on to say that you basically talk about how, like, because you started to talk about college debt, and you said that most people, even in trades, get debt through trade school. And so when you say that, what is it that you're trying to, like, evoke? Like, what in your mind is making you think that there's debt related to trade school? Like, what?
Well, I think, don't you have to pay to have to go to trade school or pay for the apprenticeships sometimes? I guess I don't know how those work out exactly.
So in general, your first thing that you said is what happens. So most trades are on the job apprenticeships, working in the field, learning things in the field, accumulating a certain number of hours to then do like a state regulated exam, basically, that is done through your licensing of however your labor and industries works.
Okay.
Trade school in general is a way to get some of those hours in a way that you pay for it. So you would pay, like you were saying, with like a community college-esque thing. It's more of like a technical program. And what they will do is they'll say like, oh, well, 2,000 of your 4,000 hours. So like where I live, 4,000 hours is what you need to get a specialty electrical license, and then 8,000 hours is what you need to get a general electrical license. So what that means is that to do certain parts of electrical, you need 4,000 hours, and you can only do those parts of electrical, like residential, low voltage. There's like people that just work on like pumps for like sewers and septics. Like there's very specialized things. And then general is basically you can work on anything. There's certifications you can get, but in general, a general electrician will be able to do almost anything. But in that, we have, and this is what trade school is to anybody that's worked in the trades. Most people that go to trade school for like 2,000 hours or whatever generally are not looked at fondly. Trade schools are like looked at in the trades are looked down upon. You don't learn. It's like if you were to try to learn coding.
It's like getting a cert or doing a boot camp or something.
No, it's worse. It's like if you were trying to learn something without ever touching what it is that you're doing in a real sense. So like if you were to be like learning coding out of a book that came with like a disc that has like, oh, and like, you know, like old typing programs that you would just like follow along and type with them. And like, that's what your coding CD would be, is like, oh yeah, you know, type out this code and that's what, and that will do this. And you're basically just like following along. That's what it is. And like most trade schools, that's what it's seen as, is because people don't see like practical application. They have like,
are there really in trade schools, do people really not ever?
No. So that's what, so what it is it's like a very controlled setting. So what you'll have is you'll have them have like different rooms and things like labs, basically. And it'll be like very standardized things like standard framing members that you will learn how to drill through and run cables through and all those kind of things. And like, it's a very controlled setting to where, yes, you do learn things, but it's like to the equivalent of like what you would learn in shop class. Like anybody that goes to shop class knows a little bit about woodworking, but they generally don't know much because shop class only teaches you so much because it's such a controlled setting.
Sure, but you're describing education broadly, right?
I mean, yes, but that's where I think when you're talking about trade schools and when you're talking about trades in general, I think you're trying to compare it to education when it's in general not that way.
Well, but I'm just from what you described, that sounds to me exactly like all education. Like somebody would look at like a software developer and they'd be like, oh, what have you worked on? It's like, well, I got my comp sci degree. And it's like, okay, so you learned this, but you haven't had like a job before in it. You don't have a portfolio. You don't have a repo that you've contributed a ton of work to. You don't have any projects you can show, right? That sounds like all education, right? It's some balance of hopefully you get some kind of experience, which is why I imagine most trade schools hopefully would have you also working in the last year or volunteering or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes. So, but what I'm trying to tell you is that the vast majority of tradespeople don't go to trade school. And I feel like often when you're talking and you're comparing things between like people that don't go to college, people that go into trades or trade schools, and then you have college educated people, generally you try to compare trade school to as like a regular thing that people will do in the trades, and it's not.
Sure, that might be the case, but generally, if I'm coming at it from that comparison, usually it's because the people that I'm arguing against are saying go to trade school instead of college. So that I'm usually drawing, that's where I'm making the comparison from, right?
Correct. So my thing is to just kind of try to tell you what like the actual application of stuff is so that when you go into these arguments, you can tell them like, well, generally people don't go to trade school. I know that's like seems like not a big deal, but like I recommend you to people that I work with, right? That to listen to. And so whenever I've talked to somebody who's listens to you that's in the trades, it feels like in general you are very disconnected from it, which is understandable. You're not a tradesperson. You probably don't associate with a lot of tradespeople. But as a broader issue, this is also something that like I feel like the Democrats in general also are like losing on.
Sure. In
a big way by not even understanding what it is that people are doing. Like, so okay, that was one of so that was kind of my I was trying to get kind of your general understanding of trades in general.
Okay. So most people that do trades don't go to trade school. That doesn't surprise me necessarily.
Most of the time it's apprenticeship programs, and then even some states like and this is where I'm just basing it all off of electrical. There's like I think like 6 or 7 states that you actually don't even need to do any apprenticeship, any licensing, anything. You can just go and become an electrician.
Really? Without even getting a license for it or anything?
Yeah, I think Arizona is one of them.
Okay.
Anyway, I did cursory research to like go out of what my state is. My state is one of the higher paid states for trades. So, and we kind of set the standards with a lot of stuff in our area of the country. But in general, what I'm trying to get at is that I think that a lot of people aren't educated in this area, and so when they talk about it, it turns off people that are in my position, or makes them upset because somebody is talking kind of on their behalf and not understanding what it is that they're actually dealing with on a day-to-day basis. So, like, I'm not trying to defend Asmongold here, but when he said that the reason that people who work in the trades are sick of being talked down to, that is one of the things that people often talk about. And so that was something that I wanted to talk to you about, is just your general approach to how you talk about trades and how you, to a tradesperson, don't sound like somebody that knows what it is. So
I mean, I'm not gonna like if I was talking like to a consortium of tradespeople, I would probably phrase things a little bit differently. but also, I mean, it's always going to sound bad if I'm talking to people who are saying, don't waste time with college, don't go to college, do the trades instead. Like, I'm always going to be pushing on the other end of that. I don't know. I don't know if there's ever a way to...
But do you feel like that's a necessary thing that... Okay, so obviously the people that say, like, don't go to college whatsoever, most people that say that actually don't mean that. Like, when you push them, you'll say, like, well, what about doctors? And they'll be like, well, obviously doctors need to go to school. And then you say, you know, and you can kind of go down a list
Yeah,
of
but now
things
you're
and-
running into the trap of saying that, like, it's only the highest paying jobs that need to go to school. Like,
Well, no,
basically
I'm saying
every
you start
single
with an
four-year degree.
extreme.
Well, sure, but I'm just saying, like, in general, if a person has the capability to go to college and get a degree, they're, like, 90% of the time they're going to be better served doing that. But that's always going to come off sounding, I guess, mean to people that work in trades, because, I mean, it does, but it sounds mean, I guess. But, like, I mean, if I'm talking to somebody who's just pushing on the other side, I don't know how that wouldn't just sound, yeah, I guess it sounds bad. I don't know what to say.
Well, because you sound... Well...
Mhm.
But it sounds worse because you're completely oppositional and not giving. And I'm not saying that you need to like give people ground on that.
I mean, to be
situation,
fair,
but
I feel like if you listen to me do these things, I feel like I usually say, maybe every time now, I usually say, like, if you are able to go to trade school, or if you just don't like college, or college sucks or whatever, then I think trade school is a fine option. It's better than just having high school. That's absolutely sure, or absolutely true.
Yeah.
Working in a trade is better than just, yeah. I mean, I'll grant that. But again, if I'm arguing against people who are just saying, like, don't waste your time with college, I think I'm always going to come off, like, really oppositionally there. I don't know if there's any way to overcome that.
Sure. I would just, I guess I would just say in general that having that oppositional tone, this is kind of a optics conversation, is not one that serves our side of the aisle well. So like, it's the same thing as like when the Democrats talk about unions, right? Like they hammer unions home like every single speech that they ever do, everything that they try to talk about working class people and, oh well, the unions are the driver of the country and blah 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 blah. But like when you're talking about it in like the tradespeople, that's only like I think it's like under 15% of tradespeople are in unions. And I know you're not one of those people that talks about unions in general, but I'm just saying, like, in general, the conversation almost has nothing to do with what we see every single day. So when people...
Yeah, it's like fighting for minimum wage. Like, this is not helping the 99% of Americans, because barely anybody makes minimum wage. There's usually other things that people would want.
Exactly.
Sure.
But at the same time, whenever it's talked about in a way that people in our industry do feel like we're being talked down on. Because, like, in general, and I've listened to you for a long time now, you don't generally speak well of trades. Like you will like maybe do like one or two sentences at the end where you do like I wrote one down. You said, I'm not trying to talk shit on any job. Even fast food restaurants can make more than, but on average, you were talking about accountants in this situation. You were saying, but on average, accountants make more, which is probably true when you're talking about across the entire United States. The averages, whatever it might be, I don't even know how they categorize that kind of stuff, whether it's apprentices or licensed people or whatever it might be.
Mm-hmm.
But like me, for example, and people that work at the company that I work for a private company. After your 2 years, you're gonna make, and you pass your exam, automatically you make $87,000 a year. And so like when we talk about going to college and things like that, there's not a whole lot of college educated people that when they get out of college, they get a job that they're making that much money. And I'm not talking about with overtime either.
Sure,
That's
that
just
might be
like
true, but like, it just whatever
hours.
program you're talking about is an exceptional program, and it's not going to be true for the average. So I mean, there are going to be some people that come right out of college and get hired by Google or Amazon and make 300, 400,000 in total compensation a year, right? But I mean, I wouldn't use that as the average, right?
Sure, but in general, like is that even something that you thought would be a possible, like, I'm just trying to challenge you on what your general like ideas are around these kind of things. Like, is that something that you even thought was like a number that would come out?
Yeah, for sure. My uncle has been working as a plumber in New York City for like 20 years, and he makes an insane amount of money. Not as like a business owner, but just as a plumber. Yeah, it's possible. There were like, I think HVAC guys, I think maybe are like a group of people that can make a decent amount of money depending on where they work. Or
yeah, plumbing, electrical, and HVAC are generally the highest paid in the industry. As far as like, if somebody's gonna like say like, oh well, actually this super specialty, like the welder that goes onto the steel, like welders make a whole lot of money, but they're mainly in commercial and industrial. They don't go across the entire spectrum of like all construction. But like in general, those are the top three. But I guess what I'm trying to get at is that I think you and just Democrats in general and people that you talk to don't understand that like all of the negative that is put on this is like eventually going to cause like a lot of issues in the trades. Like as far as like getting people interested in it. I mean, I'm only a couple years younger than you, but like when we were in school, there was a big push towards science. Like all of a sudden science classes and computer classes and all those kind of things, like that was like pushed super heavy. And I remember that people would always talk about that, well, we're not doing physical education anymore and all these kind of things. And it was like boomer talk back then. And it's like, well, yeah, we're obviously going to learn chemistry because anybody can go out and run on a track. And so there's not even a point to have people doing that because this is something that somebody needs to learn all the time.
Sure.
And so, and somebody in chat just said, come destroy your body for a quick buck. I don't know how to tell you this, but in general, like things are a lot safer than they used to be. There's a lot of ways that we do our work now that isn't hard to like on your body. There's obviously things that are super hard. But yeah, anyway. But what I'm trying to get at is that like we're seeing less and less people being interested in the trades and more people feeling like they need to go to college. And I know that this is something that people argue with you about is like not everybody needs to go to college. They might go into the extreme and say that nobody should. But I think that you and Democrats in general need to push people to go into trade work. Like if you don't know what it is that you want to do, I guess this is just in general because I know that there's a lot of people that are young. If you don't know what you're going to do and you're about to like take a summer off or whatever, I mean, I don't know with the tariffs, like it might get kind of weird in our industry, but like you could go and take 2 years off after high school and go and get licensed. And the only thing that it requires to continue your license, at least in my state, is you have to take 48 hours of continuing education classes, and you can renew every single time, and you could always go back to it. So like, I just think that people should be pushing for this more. And I think that you, as somebody that has not a young audience, but there's definitely young people in the audience, and you talk to a lot of different people, should kind of also be pushing for that. Because
I mean, I feel like I've said this a ton of times. If you don't want to go to college and you graduated from high school, going into trades is a good alternative to that, to not doing anything, or not a good alternative, it's a preferable alternative. But it's just most of the videos I guess I watch are people who are just saying that if you go into the trades, you earn an ungodly amount of money, and college is a waste of time. So I think it generally comes off as me. I guess it's going to feel like I'm just shitting on the trades, but that's just generally where the conversations are, the videos, the types of videos I'm responding to. It's kind of like the Israel-Palestine thing.
Yeah, but that's just where, like, in general, I keep saying in general, I'm sorry. But I do think that more people should be interested in these things because, like I said, things have gotten much better. Like, the guy who comes home and is just, like, destroyed at the end of the day. Like, I'm tired, but it's mainly because I wake up at super early so I can get home super early.
Yeah, but I mean, I imagine, especially for trades, these problems will probably kind of sort themselves out a little bit in that eventually the money that's being offered for any electrician or any other like trades worker is going to start to go up so much that people will start to just naturally look at those options because there's just going to be so much more money there than going to school and getting a degree as well, right?
But I would argue that that money is already there. So like at my
Yeah, but if we go and look at the
my,
BLS, like it's not, right?
well,
Maybe
that's
in
what I
your
was gonna say. So like for a general electrician, like at the company that I work for, like if you do the 4 years, it's like 97,500 or something.
Yeah, but like what state do you live in? Or do you not? You don't have to say, I guess.
Well, I don't say anymore.
Sure.
After
Like if I were to look up whatever state it is, I'm sure if I were to go to the BLS and look at the average or median salary of an electrician, what do you think it's going to be anywhere near whatever your particular company is offering?
No, and that's what I was saying. Like I'm not entirely sure how they calculate that. Like that's where I'm trying to tell you. Like I work for a company that like we make more than like the bottom of the barrel, but like I'm not working for some company that's like giving out extraordinary wages.
Okay.
Like,
I mean, it sounds pretty extraordinary.
If I were to get on it, if I were to get on Indeed right now, I would find comparable paying jobs like plentiful.
For $80,000 for $80,000 for an electrician?
Or I'm sorry. After 4 years, I'm confusing my stuff with what after 4 years our pay is 121,000 for those people. But
yeah, that sounds like an exceptionally high paying thing though.
Well, I mean it's $60 an hour.
Yeah.
It's not exceptional. Like unions in our area, which
for a 4-year degree,
like
making 100 and whatever, or for 4 years of training.
Yeah, and passing the exam.
Yeah, that sounds like an exceptionally high paying job. No.
No, like unions and prevailing wage and things that are in my area, you're making like $89 an hour.
Do you think this is close to the median of what that worker makes, even in your state?
The 60?
Yeah, or the 89?
Yes.
Oh, fuck. How do I find the BLS chart for all the fucking jobs? Why is this
That's
so
right. I'm
Hold on. I suck at this. I always forget this is Hold on. Or you don't have to hold on. Sorry, you can keep talking. I don't know why I said that.
Oh, well, I was just saying like that's why I'm saying I don't know where the like those numbers come from, and what I do think it is that they categorize apprentices in with those numbers. So like you're gonna have the guy who's starting out making $21 an hour factored in with the guy that's above him that's making 60 plus an hour.
Well, yeah, but that's because like earnings over your lifetime will change as well, right? Like people later on in their career are going to make a lot more than people earlier on in their career. So like when I look up so now I'm looking for the BLS. So it says that the annual wage for the median 50%. Okay, the median is going to be 107,000 for an electrician. That means that people are at the end of their career, maybe making 100 and I don't know 30, 140, and people in the beginning of the career are probably making 50, 60. They might show like hiring. I think they do show hiring or starting wages for these as well. But I mean, like that just happens when you group everybody together, right? People in the beginning of their career are usually making less. People in the end of their career are usually making more because you make more as time goes on, right?
I mean, yeah, but that's where I'm saying that. And like I said, I do live in a state that is paid like I think we're in the top 10, if not the top 5, for like pay.
Mm-hmm.
And even those numbers, like the median is skewed like way lower than what I see in the field. Like
yeah, but that means that you're probably just working for people, or you're working in an area. Oh my god, I'm so fucking retarded. Forget what I just said. Also, this is electrical engineers, electricians. My bad. Okay, sorry. The electrician one skews way lower. Is 61,590 for a median.
That's what I'm saying. Like I'm not trying to like challenge.
But even if I look at the top states, like the highest employment level, it looks like in California and New York, their mean, so that's average. So I think those are going to be a little bit higher than the median. It's like 84,000 and 83,000, and I think that's over a lifetime. So it sounds like, or it's comparing like all age groups there. So it sounds like whatever area you're in, you have like a really good area or a really good job or a really good company that you work for.
And I know that that's what it sounds like, but that's what I'm telling you. Like in general, fuck, dude, I keep saying that and it's bothering the fuck out of me.
Yeah.
We are not an exceptionally paid company. Like exceptional pay would be like an additional $10 to $15 an hour where I live.
Sure.
And so,
but then I like where I would have to see this in the data somewhere. Otherwise, this is literally just you saying your company can be extrapolated to the entirety of the United
that's
States.
where I was saying like, and I almost feel like I should do more research into how the data is going, because like I don't understand how that number is so low.
Mhm.
Because I've worked for companies that pay significantly less than what I get now. And like there's one company in my area that's like known to pay shit. But they like work people super hard, and most of the time people learn a lot there, and so it's kind of like you go to that place and that's like your starting place and you get licensed there, and then you go and you work wherever you want to after that. But they just like, but anyway, I don't know. I just think in general, fuck me, dude. I'm gonna freak out. I don't know how it's calculated, but in my area, that's super low. Like that would be something that people would scoff at.
Okay. I'm pretty sure you're just in a really, really, really good area. Some dude just emailed me a thing where apparently he says this is he's an electrician's apprentice wage in a certain city with 30-ish companies. Don't show this on screen. This is proprietary. I am the son of a 150-ish employee electrical company in some place. And then something that's showing me the number of workers, total journeymen, and then wage of all journeymen. And it seems like the wages of all journeymen, the average is around like $27 to $28 an hour.
I would have to know where they live.
Sure.
Like the cost of living where, I mean, I've DM'd you where, I DM'd you where I live. So my state is like split down the middle as far as like on the east side of my state, things are way less. And then on the west side of my state, it's more.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I think like the discrepancies come from. Like when you look at my state's median, but I feel bad for the people that work for that company. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if that place is somewhere that has much lower standards as far as what journeymen make, or maybe the cost of living is much lower or whatever it is. But like that would be enough wage to where somebody should move to where I live, because the cost of living will not increase enough to where the wage isn't worth it.
Okay.
Like I can send you like my pay stub, but like I do pretty well, and I just think I just think that it should be talked about more, because people that are going to college, and people complain about this in your chat, so everybody that is talking about that I'm full of shit, people talk about in your chat all the time that they go and they get, a degree in computer science and they can't find a job over 65,000 a year starting.
Mm-hmm.
I know, and where we would look at the data and we would say, well, the data doesn't show that. Those same people are kind of on the opposite side of what I'm trying to tell you. So those people start at whatever that $65,000 a year is, with whatever the average is for student debt, and maybe they end up making in 10 years, maybe they go to 150,000, and obviously they'll be making more than what I'm telling you. And I'm not going to ever deny that people that get college degrees don't on average make more, but I do think that a lot of the data that comes around these things that you put yourself into doesn't necessarily reflect what can be when somebody is exceptional, I guess, or, you know, even a above average person. Because like people that get computer science degrees, I think you would agree, there's not somebody that's not exceptional that's not making a ton of money. Like you're not just going to be some shitter and be making 200 grand a year.
Yeah, for sure.
Programming.
But I mean, the exceptional people will make more than the exceptional people in other industries, but then it also follows that the average people will make more than the averages in other industries as well, right?
Sure.
But we should do a better job or encourage people to sort themselves out more based on like where their I guess interest or proclivities are. Like a guy that is a super shitty programmer but could be a really good carpenter or electrician or something is probably going to be better off in that industry. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I'm only talking about people going into the main three. The other ones do suck.
Well, I mean, even so, I mean, it would still be better to be. It would still probably be better. It would still probably be better to be in one of those positions than to force yourself into school, which is not a good fit for you, right?
For sure, for sure. So that's where just I think that message is is something that is better than telling people, well, if you don't want to go to college, like I don't know if you realize how you just phrased that, and that you said people should sort out those priorities and what it is that they're looking for. I think that's a lot different than suggesting that everybody go to school, and if you don't want to go to school, you should do this instead. The verbiage of it is different in how you're explaining what somebody should do, and it's with like a better understanding when you say that of that it's not a bad thing to do what I do. And that's what I think a lot of people in politics don't understand, is that like people in my industry don't need to be looked at as the second choice.
Yeah, I understand. As in, it sounds almost like you should go to college, but if you're a retarded loser fuck, you can still do trade school, is what it sounds like the messaging is kind of, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's great. Okay. I can keep that in mind in the future.
But I know this is all weird, but I do think that it's a significant problem that Democrats have, in that if you're going to start doing more political debates, who knows in the next couple of years what's going to happen as far as, you know, what the political scene is going to look like. I think that turning to people like me and talking about the value in what it is that we do is a like politically advantageous like message to have. Because when Democrats talk about, you know, trade workers in general, we're always put up on the stage in a hard hat and, you know, a high vis vest, and we look like a fucking idiot. Nobody wants to wear that shit outside of work, and we just we're looked at as like pawns, I guess, in the political messaging, when we should be looked at as, you know, if you're talking about like Ezra Klein's, you know, new book or whatever, all the abundant stuff, like there's not enough people to do that. And so when we're consistently telling people that they need to try college first or try secondary education in whatever method it might be, even again, like trade school, that wouldn't be my first suggestion to anybody. Like if they were like, I don't want to go to college, it just doesn't seem like something I'd want to do, I would never tell them to go to trade school. And so like, and I don't know if that's something that you have ever thought of, because like I'll try to find
as opposed to what? Would you just tell them to just not do anything, or?
No, go into become an apprentice somewhere. If you want to go to a trade school for electrical, go and apply for.
Well, my guess is going to be, it's probably a lot easier to get into trade school than to do an apprenticeship. No.
To be honest with you, I mean, probably, in the sense that if you're going to pay somebody, they'll probably take you in.
Like, where would I go to be where would I go to be an apprentice if I wanted to apply for an apprenticeship?
You just, like, you would apply, you can walk into, like, almost any, like, in my state, you walk into any electrical company, put in an application, and you can get hired on, and you go onto the LNI website, and you get your apprentice card. Like, that's how easy it is. I think you pay $75 or something to get your apprentice card.
Do they pay you, right? Or do they, or?
As an apprentice?
Yeah, or no?
Yeah. So like my company, like you start anywhere from like $19 to $21 an hour when you start.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's pretty low as far as like when people are thinking about like starting a job as an adult. Like they don't think like, oh, I'm going to make $19 an hour, but like I said, that wage significantly increases after 2 years, and so it's just you could go into debt. And like I said, with like trade schools and stuff, where people go to these things and they get half of their hours that are required for their license, they are spending money on it, and it's a significant amount of money relative to what it is that they're going to come out of it with, when they could just be making money as it goes. I don't know if like over my lifetime I'll make as much as the average college graduate makes, but like I would imagine I'm gonna be kind of close.
Okay.
But
all right.
I don't know.
I'll keep it in mind.
I know it's kind of stupid, but that it just. I think that the reason that people cling to people like Asmongold is because he's not willing to even, and I know that's not what you're trying to do, but like he doesn't throw those people to the side. Asmongold's a fucking idiot on almost everything he talks about, but I think the fact that he exaggerates all the time when he talks about tradespeople as if we are making $400,000 a year or some crazy shit, but his messaging, and that's why people listen to him when it comes to those type of people. And those are the type of people that Democrats are hemorrhaging on over and over and over again in elections, because they don't look like they're cared about by the like kind of snobby Democratic Party that will tell people to go to college, and which they should if that is what they want to do, but we shouldn't be like off in the corner as like kind of like a novelty, like a token. Here's the token guy who swings a hammer or whatever that they do on stage, like I said, when they're all dressed up.
Okay. I'll keep it in mind for future conversations.
I know you probably won't, but I just needed to
well, no, I know his message better and stuff, so I was going to keep it in mind. Yeah.
Well, the main thing that it was the trade school thing. I think that people that recommend, I couldn't find any state that requires trade school. Most states that I looked at, that like I looked at least the top 10 of states that pay well in my field, especially. None of them require trade schools. It's all apprenticeships, and then like we're required to do now apprentices are required to do like 120 hours of continuing education a year, and so it's like 2 hours a week, or like 2.5 hours a week or whatever, and that's all they have to do. And basically they teach us the code book and things like that in those, which is good, because like when I was coming up as an apprentice, they didn't teach us that stuff, and you basically had to learn the code by reading, what is it, like the equivalent of a dictionary. So, but it's not like trade school in the sense that I think you're evoking when you say trade school. So,
okay,
I don't think that you should suggest people do that. I think that's a wrong thing to suggest to people, even if they don't want to go to college. I think trying to apply to be an apprentice is the way better pathway, and anybody can challenge me on that. If you guys don't know, you can post it on the subreddit, and I will respond, and you can tag me. I will fight to the death that trade schools are actually like a shitty thing.
Gotcha. All right, I will keep it in mind. Thank you for the information. All right.
Okay. All right, buddy.
Have fun. Be careful. All right. Where were we in our hating Elon Musk video?
Like that.
Excuse me, can you not record that?
And the security was in fact extremely tight, but our alibi was tighter.
All right, we're in. 1 down, 2 to go.
Once inside, I immediately made my way to a bathroom to properly suit up. Now I just had to make it all the way over to Space Mountain without arousing the suspicion of any of the park's security, which is a lot harder than you might think, because it's a well-kept secret. Disney employs a bunch of security officers dressed up in plain clothes as normal park goers, so I could trust no one. So in an
Wait, why are my robots not building this? Hello?
attempt to blend in and look like a normal park goer, I took a corn dog break. Doing this for the integrity of the mission. not because they're incredibly delicious. Back on track after a close call or two, I had made it inside the building.
All right, 2 down, now for the hard part.
Now that we're inside, it's probably a good time to explain why my jacket looks like this when you view it with an infrared camera, because that is a really tiny portable LiDAR scanner. So it's shooting out 640,000 laser pulses per second to fully map the surroundings. Now, as for the legality of this, if you check the back of your ticket, it says you have to obey all the park rules. And if you check their website for the rules on forbidden items, it says you can't bring in shoes with wheels, or stun guns, or cremated remains. Ew. But you'll notice the forbidden items list makes no mention of chest-mounted LiDAR scanners. So technically, I'm not breaking any laws by precisely mapping out this entire ride down to the nearest half-inch.
Don't blow this, Rover. We got this.
And so after sneaking past the last of the ride security, I was finally in place. And this is probably a good time to point out that the final boss here in this control room, watching all the infrared see in the dark cameras, was the one I was most afraid would shut down the whole operation. Because when we tested this out to see how inconspicuous the LiDAR would be, as you can see here, not very, as it lights up the whole place like a Christmas tree. By the way, you should know LiDAR stands for light detection and ranging, whereas radar is radio detection and ranging. Basically, it's like having a bunch of laser pointers inside the shell, shooting all around the room. And each time you fire one of them, you then see how long it takes for you to see it hit the object it's pointed at. And since we know the speed of light, if we measure that time, it will tell us how far away the object is.
For example, it will take twice as long to detect the laser point on an object that's 20 feet away as opposed to an object that's 10 feet away.
But how could the sensor possibly keep track of 640,000 laser pulses firing all out at once? Well, it turns out, amazingly, they actually happen one after another. So the sensor only has to keep track of one pulse at a time. And this works because the speed of light is so fast, in fact, if you slow time...
Sorry, true. It's amazing what has the GP ever done for trades, take away all of their protections and benefits, yet I'm supposed to think they're the pro-trades party. Adam said that for 1999. Thanks, buddy.
And way down. So the time it takes a laser to hit an object is 4 slow-mo seconds. Then you can wait 30 minutes on that slow-mo time scale before sending the next pulse. So it's actually really easy for the sensor to know exactly which laser pulse it's measuring, even if that happens 640,000 times in a single second. And with that, it was time for the execution phase of Secret Undercover Operation Mousetrap.
Let's go!
It felt so good to cross off a 30-year-old bucket list item. But just as I feared, as our exact cart pulled back into the station, they stopped the ride and announced it was being locked down.
All flights have been put on a holding pattern.
Stop the ride. Which meant I was about to have an unscheduled appointment with a bunch of dudes with muscles much bigger than mine. But as it turns out, it was an unrelated power issue, which meant this was a mission accomplished.
That's like a dream come true. Before I even had a YouTube channel, I wanted to do that.
And the only critical oversight of the whole operation was forgetting they took those dumb keychain photos at the end of the ride, leaving behind some very incriminating evidence at the scene.
I forgot to put it away. That's so awesome.
That's Harrison, by the way, and he started the company that makes these super small portable LiDARs. So after mapping out a few more rides like Haunted Mansion, let's go, and continuing my painstaking efforts to blend in, we headed home so Harrison could process all the data. And a few days later, he did not disappoint.
This is from the LiDAR you were wearing on your chest.
Get out of here.
All of this is totally in the dark.
Now what's really cool is we can visualize
Totally
what was
in the
reported
dark.
as the ride progresses. And so as you can see here, you get a sense of what the LiDAR was seeing in real time as the ride progressed on. But what's even cooler though is we can now use that data to make an actual tabletop 3D model of Space Mountain with the help of our army of 3D printers. Which meant for the first time ever, this question mark days were numbered. Got it. So while the 3D printers were hard at work, we also reviewed the data we captured from the Haunted Mansion ride, where we made 2 super interesting discoveries. The first is that the initial room they take you in is really just a fancy elevator so they could get you underground to transport you to the real ride, which actually isn't in this house at all. Because when you go down this hallway, you're walking under this hill you see here. So by the time you load onto the ride, you're totally outside the park. But if that's true, there should be some evidence for this besides our scan. And sure enough, there is. Because if you look back at this shot of the hill, you can actually see just the corner of some kind of large building. And if you check that answer on Google Maps, you can see this entire massive above-ground warehouse where the ride actually takes place that matches up perfectly with our LiDAR scan, which is just super clever engineering by the super talented Disney Imagineers. And the second discovery is they use a lot of super thin, nearly invisible curtains they project on that create a lot of the illusions like these flying ghosts. And while your eye might get fooled, as you can see here, there's no hiding from the LiDAR scan. And so you can imagine there are some incredible real-world applications for this LiDAR technology. Like every day when your phone scans your face to unlock itself, or when archaeologists use it to find lost ancient cities from the sky, or for example, in cars. And as you might have guessed, this car automatically saved itself from crashing because it uses a LiDAR sensor, which as you can imagine, would have saved Wile E. Coyote a lot of pain over the years. And the reason it works so well is because it's updating that point cloud of 640,000 laser measurements every second to the brain of this car, showing exactly what's in front of it. In fact, it works so well, as you can see here, I can maneuver all around these obstacles in real time with all the windows blacked out, looking just at that point cloud in a VR headset.
Okay, easy bike guy.
My Tesla on autopilot, however, only relies on simple cameras and its image processing to navigate the world. So to see if that tech is just too simple, we came up with a 6-part LiDAR versus camera head-to-head face-off, culminating in a history-making first Tesla versus cartoon physics test. Okay, so we're starting out with a car with the LiDAR. First test is just kids standing in the road. Not sure why he's doing that. It's very unsafe, so we want to be extra careful. Okay, hit it. The testing speed was 40 miles an hour. Should have put my seatbelt on, which meant the LiDAR would have to detect the kid and then slam on the brakes at least 60 feet in front of it. And it turned out, that's all it needed. Now it was Tesla's turn.
This is a terrible feeling driving straight at a kid, but this is for science. All right, we are up to speed.
And with just simple cameras, the Tesla was speeding fast.
Oh no.
But did detect the kid.
Oh, no.
just not in time to fully hit the brakes. Oh no, he was even a Crunchlands fan. Now, if you're a Tesla owner, there is a silver lining, because we were relying on the automatic emergency braking system to stop for the car. And because it assumes the driver's paying full attention while fully driving the car, it only hits the brakes when it's 100% sure there's a problem in order to avoid false positives. So the alternative is to use autopilot, and that assumes the driver isn't paying much attention, and while the downside is you get way more phantom braking and false positives,
that was ridiculous.
the upside is you're less likely to be charged with vehicular manslaughter, because you can see here on autopilot, it actually stopped in time. So I decided to be nice and call the score 1-1, and then I'd be even nicer by using the more conservative autopilot on the Tesla for all the remaining tasks, such as this one, where we would now simulate the kid dashing out from behind a parked car using some clever engineering, giving the cars less than a second to identify the mannequin and stop themselves.
Here we go, getting up to speed. Oh, a ball came out. I wonder why that happened. Oh, kid! Another life saved.
Now it was the Tesla's turn on autopilot.
40 miles an hour, there goes the ball.
And impressively, it stopped with plenty of room to spare.
Good job, Tesla.
Which meant we were all tied up heading into round 3, the fog round. Optically, with my own eyes, I can no longer see that there's a kid through this fog. The LiDAR has no issue. This will be interesting.
Okay, here we go. Oh, wall of fog.
So we plunged through the fog, coming to a very sudden break.
Hey!
After which we saw the mannequin was not only still standing, but it was casting a really cool long shadow, because the lasers don't pass through solid objects, just like how you can cast a long shadow with the sun, because light doesn't pass through solid objects.
I don't have high hopes here.
But would the kid look just as cool after the Tesla test?
Oh, fudge! Oh.
I mean, Solo does make everything look sort of cool, but that wasn't the only shot.
I actually hit the brakes there.
That was on autopilot?
The cameras didn't even hit the brakes at all. The only thing still on is the pants. That was a bad one.
And now that LiDAR had taken another W,
it's time to make it rain!
The next test was see if the cars could spot the kid under a torrential downpour made up of maybe too much water.
This is really interesting. See, the Tesla can see the kid.
Why are we just rewatching this where he does a test, or why am I gaining any insight here? I don't know why we were relinked this video. I feel like we saw most of this before. Is it just the testing? Is there something insightful that's being said here, or
Don't
what?
drive into a wall.
Oh boy. All right, here we go.
And so I steeled myself and accelerated the Tesla up to the 40 miles an hour. And as the wall crept closer and closer without moving an inch, the question was if the Tesla would detect it in time to step on the brakes. And it turned out...
Absolutely epic.
So I can definitively say for the first time in the history of the world, Tesla's optical camera system would absolutely smash through a fake wall without even a slight tap on the brakes.
Why did you want me to rewatch this whole video just to see this part that we already watched before?
My heart is gonna beat out of my chest. Turns out my Tesla's more Wile E. Coyote and less Roadrunner. Sorry, little fella. Looks like we lost 2 arms and a head. Not sure that's salvageable. I think I might Uber home.
But that's not all, folks, because while LiDAR proved itself the superior car technology, could it actually deliver on the dream of 14-year-old Mark Rober and map out Space Mountain well enough for me to make a scaled 3D printed model? And after 30 years of waiting, I'm happy to report, for the first time ever, this is what the Space Mountain track actually looks like.
Wow. This is so cool. Oh, there's me. There's me, little backwards hat.
Okay, fuck whoever linked this, and fuck the time we just wasted on this. What a shit show. Trump told Time magazine that she called him, and Chinese embassy is denying it. Nice. Okay, let's get some real important shit here, okay?
Were you worried about what the 145% tariffs were doing to small businesses here in the U.S.? Is that why you're bringing it down?
No.
Your call has been forwarded.
Should I call him again?
Yes.
But China's not doing any business. They were doing.
Adam Freeland keeps calling me. Yo, what's up? I'm live.
Salam alaikum. Hassan, how are you, Habibi?
I'm good. What's up? What's going on?
Okay, it's Friday. It's Friday, finally. It's happening.
Okay. What's happening?
Your episode is coming out.
Oh, wow. Okay, it's finally happening.
It's here, Hassan.
I'm overjoyed. Thank you.
And I just want to thank you for your friendship.
And the solidarity that you've shown me throughout this entire crazy period of my life.
Okay.
The
answer is yes. I will hide you.
Hey guys, ladies and gentlemen, the bitch is back. It's Adam Friedland. I've come back. Listen, it's been a month. We've been gone. And I don't know. To be honest, there have been a lot of changes in my life. And I'm feeling good again, you know. The good news is I got engaged to a woman. What else? I read the Quran, finally. I finally got around to rewatching Donnie Darko, which I found to be just as trippy as the first time that I saw it, when I was a baby. Today is the final installment of our Lost episode series. The guest is Hassan Piker. Many people have noted that he was perhaps a protege of mine. I think we finally passed the torch during this episode. I think the teacher has become the master. What is it?
The master has become the student.
The master has become the student. The hunter has become the hunted. Next month, the new season of the Adam Friedland Show will be launching. This is a massive roll of the dice on my part. Throwing my life savings behind the project right now. My partner has moved on. I just can't stand what's happening right now in this country. I can't sit back and watch democracy be assaulted over and over again. I know how to fix this. And you have to trust me, America. So next month, it begins. Get ready, folks. I guess I'll end this by saying what no one has the fucking guts to say.
What don't they have the guts to say?
President Donald John Trump, you're fired.
Good one.
Fucking doing your fucking clown shit.
Yeah, no clown shit here.
No clown
what
shit.
Do you want me are we rehearsing the walk? Like, is there a specific type of walk?
Do you need to rehearse it? I thought you were a physically fit man. Ladies and gentlemen, a special introduction today. Merriam-Webster's dictionary defines hero as a mythological or legendary figure, often of divine descent, endowed with great strength. An illustrious warrior, a person admired for achievements and noble qualities, one who shows great courage. But to me, my hero is our next guest. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Turkish political commentator Hassan Piker, everyone. Hey, pal. Hey, that's nice muscles, dude.
Thank you.
Okay, you got a great bod, though.
Thank you.
Great arms, great chest. How long have you been getting muscles for?
Yeah, I used to be really super fat, and then I moved to LA, and I was living with a bunch of personal trainers.
So sick.
And no, it's because I was broke.
Do you attribute any modicum of your success to being a big, strong guy?
That fit when you move across the world to Los Angeles because you're broke. Okay.
Being attractive?
Yeah, if you were like a Quasimodo, would people be listening to you about like...
No. I mean, people would probably still be listening, but like not to the same degree.
They wouldn't be looking though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think like, this is actually kind of serious. I'm gassing myself up a little bit, which is weird.
Get serious.
But I do think that like there's a lot of these like Andrew Tate types out there, right?
Uh-huh.
Which is really funny because he's like, I mean, he dresses super European, like super gay, like unimaginably gay. He wears like those little slipper loafers and like super tight pants. There's this entire like new wing of, I guess, right-wing adjacent content creators that are all like former life insurance salesmen and shit. And they all present themselves as like super masculine alpha dogs. And I feel like the way I look kind of counters that a little bit because, like, you know, you look like the archetypical, stereotypical leftist guy.
What is that supposed to mean?
Just handsome.
You coming on my damn show and fucking sunning my ass immediately? You dress gay like Andrew Tate says.
No, I just dress gay because I'm gay.
No.
But I'm saying
you got
that...
stylists and stuff?
No.
How much Rick Owens have you bought?
This is the Doc Martens one, and these are the only.
Those are literally the collabo Rick Owens?
Yeah. They're sick though, they're super comfy, and also relatively affordable, they're like $300.
Wait, so let's back up. You grew up in Turkey?
Yeah.
What's like the vibe there?
Chill.
You think?
I think, yeah.
I was in an econ class in college, freshman year, like 8 a.m. class, and there was like a crew of internationals, and they all were wearing Hermes like belt, Gucci shoes, like you know the kind of like the international students at college, they blast cigs outside the library.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I was like, they were all talking some type of language. And I'm like, what the fuck kind of language is that?
Yeah.
And it was my
language, my people's language.
What's it called? Turkish. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was that language.
They were all.
It's very like.
Is it like that?
Yeah, it's very like milk throat.
I don't know if that's Turkish, bro.
No, what is it?
I feel like Turkish is more like.
Like a snobby Arabic, like we're a little bit European.
That definitely is the vibe. You're 100% right.
Yeah.
Turks will get very mad if you ever call them Arab. Like, they're not Arab anyway, but like still, there's like Arabic background.
Yeah, everyone thinks that's some type of Arab over here.
Yeah, Turkey also rebranded under Erdogan. It's called Türkiye now. They changed it. They're like, everyone has to say the Turkish way of saying.
That's kind of
Turkey.
that I like that actually.
Yeah. I don't think people are doing it though.
No?
No.
People don't. I mean, that's kind of disrespect if someone's just making up a different name for your country.
I don't care.
Let's back up, because my audience is like pretty mature intellectual style. So many of them
I've seen the subreddit.
Many of them might not know. I don't know what you're talking about. Many of them might not know, like, streaming or games or whatever, Minecrafts or whatever. So could you like just explain for our audience like what it is? Like, how would you explain what it is that you do?
The way I explain it to like mainstream media people is like I'm basically like a Rush Limbaugh without crippling opiate addiction or brain cancer.
So you're just as hateful and yeah.
Against white people though.
So,
it's like a reverse Rush Limbaugh.
You hate white people?
No, I love white people. I'm white.
You do that because I have a Turkish friend that tries to play it like he's a.
Tries to play it.
Yeah. Tries to play like he's not from the Euro side of Istanbul. But like you have to just know everything. Like you have to have an opinion, right?
I mean, I do.
Yeah, but like you have to have an opinion on something, right?
Not really.
No, but
there's
you're
plenty of
doing
things
it.
I don't have an opinion
You're
on.
doing it in real time, right?
Yeah.
So like you're like streaming 8 hours a day. A news article drops, and then you just drop knowledge on it, right?
Yeah.
But like that's really fast.
Yeah.
But like, what if you're wrong?
Sometimes I do get stuff wrong. Like I'll have.
That's a
Like the
JDM,
whole
guys.
Israel thing? Wait, can I try it? Can you just
no.
like, let's say, give me a breaking news,
Okay. And you want
and
to
then
give a take?
I'm gonna give an opinion.
Okay, breaking news.
Because I have an opinion on, I don't believe in anything anymore.
Okay.
So now
I
I'm gonna
like
try
that.
to do your thing.
Breaking news. The United Nations have come out with a new report that halves the number of child and women fatalities since October 7 in the latest siege that Israel conducted in Gaza.
I don't understand what any of those words mean. Can you make an easier one? Like what Kamala Harris like got shot in the head or something?
That's like easier? Okay.
That halves
Vice President
halves the October 7th.
Okay.
What are you even going
I gave
there
you
for?
a real USA Today headline from yesterday.
Just tell me one, just make one up. You say it just happened, and I
Okay.
gotta be on Hassan Baby stream.
Okay.
And I gotta like go like this and
Yeah,
like
you have
tell.
to be, yeah.
I have to tell the kids. Okay, so give me one.
Okay.
Jesus.
After a visit with Chinese leader Xi Jinping, Joe Biden shit in his diapers.
After a visit with Chinese leaders.
You asked for an easy one.
Is this gonna get
Give it to me.
destroyed?
Let's run it again.
Okay. After a visit with Chinese leader Xi Jinping, Joe Biden was reported to shit in his diapers.
That's epic, dude.
That's it. That's what I would have said. Actually, bro. Are you coming for my shit?
Yeah, that's I'm just shooting from the hip. I went on your stream, right?
Uh-huh.
And I was shocked. You have 25,000 people that are just constantly watching. What you're doing has more of a similarity, and this isn't condescending, to like to like Jake Paul than like Wolf Blitzer, right? Because you are to some extent a content creator online that interfaces with an audience, right?
When I started writing and like doing video essays and stuff on the Young Turks, like the space online for leftist political commentary was super marginal. Like it was non-existent. And there were some like old school radio talk show guys like, you know, Sam Cedar. I would say Jank was a little bit on that like left adjacent content creator side on the internet, but everything was dominated by right-wing politics. And all these fucking neck-bearded nerds were just like really annoying. They weren't cool. They were not charismatic. They were not entertaining. And they were basically...
And it was video games too. Video, like a lot of...
I mean, but I like video games too. I play video games as well. And I knew like, I knew that there was enough people that had similar opinions to myself that would appreciate a perspective that they rarely get to hear from a dude who isn't like a super Tumblr guy. Because there was definitely at this time...
What's a Tumblr guy?
Like a dude who, like people that grew up on Tumblr. Like there were a lot of people on the left.
You used to be able to beat off from Tumblr, but they got rid of it.
I never really went on Tumblr, so I can't.
They used to show stuff you could beat off to, and then
like
they got
furry,
rid of it.
I think furry porn, is that what you're talking about?
What?
Furry porn?
Furry porn, yeah. And that's what they had on Tumblr.
You have a real specific way that you come?
A real specific way? Sometimes
you need like a
if
whole...
I come so hard, I literally cramp on my abs.
That's not what I'm asking.
No, what are you asking?
You need like a scenario that's like, this is the one thing that makes me feel like God or something. Because for me, it's just kissing girl, you know, I love you, kind of missionary, kind of over doggy at this point.
Deep staring into the eyes.
Do you think doggy is queer?
Do I think doggy is queer? No,
yeah, even if it's with a girl, it's a little bit like...
It's a little gay?
It's not, it's like a little bit...
I get what you're saying.
It's a little... I mean, and that's chill. I'm not saying that it's a little queer.
We're pro-queer in this space.
No, I'm anti-doggy though at this point.
Yeah.
I like
okay, so you're anti-queer.
For my sex, yeah. Okay. I like kissing, I love you, and then busts, I'm sorry. And then how was that for you? And then like and then I like kiss and then say, what are we even doing? Do you say that?
No.
You've never done that?
No, I've never done that.
You gotta go with a sweetie and kiss and be like, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. You've never done that?
No.
Why? Because you're on fucking stream talking to these psychos.
That's what I'm doing. I'm too busy.
But here's a question, okay? Like, there are comedians I know that are on the road 52 weeks a year, right? And they're doing observational comedy, right? But at a certain point, like, if they're observing society but they're not participating in society, then like, how, like, it doesn't, like in my mind, I'm...
Okay, wait, real quick. Can I make these turrets shoot at the monsters instead of just shooting at the buildings? These guys are huge. Or do I have to manually target? Move your turrets? I have to line the whole outer part of my base? Tesla turrets work well on the huge dudes?
I'm like, that's just bizarre, right?
Yeah,
but
that's
like,
what happens with like Kevin Hart.
If you're in a chair, like if you're in a fucking, you got ergonomic, probably, do you have a racing seat kind of thing?
You were in my house. You saw my chair. You sat on one of my chairs. You don't remember?
No,
I have a Logitech.
I don't remember.
I have a Herman Miller Logitech edition. They sent it to me.
I remember I went into your house and then you had a rag, you put it on my face, and then I woke up and then I had AOC written on my forehead.
Yeah.
No, I mean like...
That's what I do to people.
But I'm saying it's like, if you, because of the grind that you're on, it does preclude you from kind of, like, how you gonna be socialist if you ain't in society? If you're like, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, And I'm not like criticizing. I'm saying like, you know, like interfacing.
It sounds a lot like you're criticizing.
No, it sounds like you're being defensive, bro.
I'm being a little defensive.
I know, but it feels like.
I feel like I'm under attack.
I'm saying like, you know, and it's I don't want to go touch grass. Touch grass means like you have to not get off the computer, right?
Yeah, go outside.
Touch grass.
Be one with nature.
But it's weird to touch it. You
Yeah.
walk on it.
Yeah.
What do you mean
Take
touch,
shoes off.
Touch grass. Touch grass is what someone says that doesn't go outside, right?
Ironically, you mentioned that, but like, yes, if someone says touch grass, like no one who's already in the process of being outside is like touch grass.
You're observing through the internet, right? And kind of it precludes you a lot of the time, I would imagine, from like interfacing with
real humans,
your community, your society.
Yeah.
You know?
I that's why I try to like every moment that I'm not on stream,
yeah,
I try to, you know, do that sort of thing. I go outside.
You touch grass?
I touch grass, yeah.
What do you do? Like after you get off stream, 8 p.m. You take the dog out?
Yeah.
And then Sunset Strip?
I go to.
Oh yeah. My mind has been enabled. Like, what do you do for fun? What do you spend the money on?
Not really anything. That's the whole point.
So what's the point of money? Like, what do you?
But that's why I'm saying it's like you can't go and like, quote unquote, purchase me to change my attitude on anything. Because like, a while ago I actually said this on camera and like it got misconstrued and people were like yelling at me where I said something along the lines of like, I have enough money for the essentials, which I've elevated for sure. Like it's still
for the
luxurious.
brand essentials.
Like
for that one?
No, not the brand essentials. No, like I have enough money that I can take care of my family, right? I give back a lot to charities and stuff like that, and do fundraisers, and beyond that, like
No, stop.
Like I'm super comfortable. It's not like my lifestyle has. Yeah, but I'm saying like my lifestyle hasn't changed. Like I was broke and I was fucking 8 hours a day streaming, and now I'm rich and I'm 8 hours a day streaming. Like none of that changed. The only thing that changed is like I now have money to like fly to New York if I want to, and also have the same exact setup in New York that I can carry with me and then stream in New York.
The reason, by the way, why his lifestyle hasn't changed is because he went from being the member of a very rich family to independently making his own money and being very rich. That's that's why nothing changed, okay? But all right.
That's the only difference.
You're like, you could bring your computer to New York?
Yeah.
That's your flex?
That's my. Okay,
Why don't you get a Porsche 911?
I bought a Porsche.
If I was you, I'd be bludgeoning peasants.
Yeah, I bought a Taycan. People got mad at me for that too.
You got a Taycan?
Yeah, it's the EV. It's the EV Porsche.
Oh, electric.
Yeah.
Nice, dude.
Pretty nice.
Democrat, dude.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about that.
Okay, so let's go to the people that are in the chat that are consuming it. Like, you've been doing Twitch since what, 2018?
Yeah.
So has the chat
full time since 2020?
So the chat as an entity,
Yeah.
right? Has the chat changed?
It just grew. Like when I first started, I had like 30 people watching.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, all of them were beating off, right? And then it grew to like 300 to 1,000, you know what I mean? And then 2020 is when I went full time.
But it also had to have changed because they're in middle school now, right?
Yeah.
No, he didn't get the joke. Oh no. Or maybe that was edited.
Middle school now, right?
Yeah.
Was that all they had from his episode? Jesus Christ. reason he didn't release it is because it was boring as fuck. Hassan wasn't playing off of anything Adam was saying, and he just treated it like a serious interview. Wait, is that what he said, or is that just your assumption after watching this? My assumption. Oh.
A lot of people did grow up alongside
he's back.
like my content for sure. Like there are a lot of people that have been watching since 2020, and in 2020 they were like, you know, 16, 17, 18, and now 4 years later they're in their 20s, all the way to like late 20s.
Yeah.
So it is that part definitely does change as well, for sure. Like my audience ages with me.
I would imagine they're alone. I mean, a lot of these guys are too, you know?
Yeah.
And sometimes I do think like,
I think some people just like throw it on as background noise. Some people just have it on as like as a way to keep themselves informed.
You ever meet Obama?
No, but I have linked up with the Pod Save America people before.
Wait, real quick. Can I, if I create artillery targeting remote, will it shoot at him? Allows firing artillery manually. How do I make him shoot? Do I have to push the auto targeting on? Will it shoot him? No! Don't do that! Why is it not shooting him?
I've been on their
I thought
pod.
you were going to say you linked up with Obama.
I have not linked up with Obama.
Yeah.
That'd be cool though.
You got probably in your phone,
Yes,
you
but
got
it's
like
kind of slow.
You got some phone numbers in there.
You got some phone numbers in there.
Nah, no one.
Bro, what do you mean?
I don't know anyone.
This show has had
Can you call
so many fucking celebrities on it.
Can you call Jake Paul right now?
I can't. I don't have his number.
Can you call Logan Paul right now?
I don't have his number either.
Can you call Mr. Beast right now?
I do have his number.
Hit him up, bro.
I don't want to call him.
Come on,
That's
please.
weird. We're
it's
not,
my dream.
We're
it's
not,
my dream.
We're
it's
not
my dream.
fucking. We're
Do
not
this
tight
for
like
me.
that.
Do
we're
this
not
for
tight
me.
like that.
Okay, what?
He's gonna be like, the fuck are you doing?
Just please. I'll be cool. I'm not gonna embarrass you. I swear to God. I swear to God.
No, I'm not doing
Please, dude.
I'm not
Please.
doing that.
I have so much respect for Mr. Beast and Mr. Beast content.
I'm not doing that.
He bought a house for $1 and then he bought a house for $500.
That was brilliant. That said a lot, actually. He was actually talking
Also,
about
what
the
he's
housing
done for
market.
chocolate with the Feastables brand?
Yeah. The new Feastables actually, I hate
The
to admit
peanut
it,
butter?
is-
The peanut butter, what he... I'm telling you, okay?
Hey, are you being for real right now?
I swear to fucking God.
Okay, because I actually do like the peanut butter
Someone
Feastables.
put me on the Mr. Beast, like, I get chocolates. Now they put me on the Mr. Beast wants to send you chocolate
Yeah.
list. And what he's done for chocolate and peanut butter, this is not a paid endorsement, is monumental. Can you please call him? Can you please call him?
No, I'm not
Please,
calling
bro.
you. I'm not
It's
calling
not. I'm not gonna troll. I'm not gonna embarrass you.
He's probably in like fucking Zimbabwe right now, building wells or some shit. And he's always doing some shit. He's gonna be like, what the fuck are you calling me?
I'm just not famous enough, dude. You're not gonna hit on Mr. Beast.
I'll do it after. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Adam.
All right, because you did that.
Ooh, no. Everybody's laughing, and he has no idea why. He's trying so hard not to get goofed, so he just starts laughing. That's how my grandma used to watch sitcoms. I could tell when she was starting to have dementia. I could tell that she wasn't laughing at the jokes anymore. She couldn't like follow them. She would just laugh whenever the studio audience laughed.
We're gonna do a new segment.
Okay, let's do it.
I was only gonna bust this out if you disrespected. All right.
Oh no.
So Hassan, you're somewhat of a fashion icon.
Okay.
So I'm gonna show some of your best looks.
Oh, here we go.
And I want to hear like, let's say, you know how like say this is the Admiral. Like give it each a name.
Okay, you
so
got
let's
it.
start off. This is, bro. Look at your face. This is sexy. Okay, so we're going off like this is a classic like Pharrell hat kind of style.
Yeah.
What are you doing with the sunglasses here?
I'm just taking them off. Like
This is like,
sexy,
look-
to give like a sexy face. I'm drinking your coffee.
Go ahead. So
I already know
here's
what
the
you're gonna
famous
pull out.
one. Here's the famous one.
Oh no!
Here's the famous one. Bro, you're goated. You are goated.
Okay, here.
Okay, so here we go. This is the famous one. You know the jeans don't get enough love in this.
No, people shit on the jeans all the time.
What do you mean? The
I'm a
shirt
tall.
really
I'm
gets,
a tall boy.
The shirt is kind of like you're doing like a American Idiot Green Day kind of situation.
Yeah. So that was that's. I gotta stop wearing my friend's merchandise. That was a dude who was doing graphics design at the Young Turks at the time.
Bro.
He's an anarchist, and he gave me the shirt to be like, "Hey, can you post this?" And I was like, "Sure." And I thought it was sick.
He's an anarchist?
Yeah.
He's like the Joker? Why don't we get a crib in the fucking hills?
Let's do it. Entourage style. Would you be my E? Is that how that works? Like, what would you be in that
Vince.
group? Like, if I'm the analog
I'd be
from...
Vince, dude. You're fucking Lloyd, bro.
I don't even know what Lloyd is. Which one was Lloyd?
Oh, God.
Lloyd's the gay Chinese assistant.
Oh! Yeah, no, that was a great character. I'll take it.
Ari said a lot of things to Lloyd in that show.
Yeah, he really
All
did.
right, so this was
probably the most real part about that show.
This one, you got killed on this one.
Okay, let's see.
This one you got killed on.
Oh, yeah. That's another.
Yeah.
So
it looks almost like you're being like a little bit.
So that is another fucking like merch thing that they sent me. And I was wearing it, and that lady was like, "Can I have that? Like, can I have that sweater?"
I hope
and
you gave it to her.
I did. No,
Yeah.
I didn't. I was like,
You
no,
said-
I need to
you
take
said,
more photos.
I'm calling the police.
Wait, there's more. Give me the
No,
you're
it's too
skipping
many.
That one?
This is my favorite look of yours.
Which one? Okay.
Let's see it right here.
What the fuck is that?
That's you at the.
Who is that guy?
That's you, no?
No.
You agree?
Oh, man.
Okay. Yes. Guys, this episode is sponsored by Prize Picks. What is Prize Picks? It's the best place to win cash while watching sports. I fucking love watching sports. It's one of my favorite things in the world. I don't care about fucking tariffs, okay? I just want to watch ball, okay? Blobbity, blobbity, blah. All this politics these days. The game's on, folks. The app is easy to use. You make a lineup, and all you got to do is pick more or less of a particular player's stats. Simple as that. You can play in 40 states, including California and Texas, two of the most phenomenal states. Best of all, Prize Picks will give you $50 when you play your first $5 lineup. All you got to do is use our promo code, TAFS. Tell them Adam sent you, okay? Again, that's $50, free money from these guys. What are you, an idiot? What are you, a fool? That's $50. What are you doing with your life? You play $5, they give you $50. It's a phenomenal deal. Guys, Prize Picks, promo code TAFS. And tell them Adam sent you. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
And now back to the show.
Yes, just.
So what do you think, Hassan, let's go back to politics. What do you think, who are you going for in Ukraine? What side are you on that?
I'm on I'm on nobody's side. I mean, I think Vladimir Putin's bad, and what he did was wrong.
You think Ukraine guys are like pissed at Gaza?
I would be.
They're
if
like,
I was
damn,
in-
they're clout sharked.
They're in a weird predicament because like Zelensky is like super pro-Israel.
He's John Stewart. He's the John Stewart of Ukraine.
That's true. He was. He used to be.
Yeah.
But he's like has to be super pro-Israel because like he's pro-NATO. He's pro like American State Department, right? And that's what the American State Department is signaling, that they're like super pro-Israel. Meanwhile, in the early stages, when Russia was invading Ukraine, Zelensky was like, "Hey, can we get the Iron Dome? Like that would be nice. They're fucking shelling us like nonstop." And
this is exactly like what it was kind of like hanging out with the son in real life. Now, personally, I don't mind because I'll always talk politics, but it is really funny when you're like a social scenario and he has to talk politics. You just can't not be talking politics, which was always really funny. But again, personally, I didn't mind because I'll always talk politics. Good for me.
Benjamin Netanyahu was like, "Fuck no." He stopped it.
You know all this stuff?
Yeah, it's our tech as
smart,
Americans. Like, it's our tech to give to Ukraine. And Benjamin Netanyahu was like, "Nope."
You know how I feel about Ukraine versus Russia?
How?
Sounds about white, dude. Not my problem. That is not my problem. So you ever done like celebrity fighting?
I think it's silly.
What? You could just hit like I don't know.
So I know he told him not to mention me. Do you think he told him not to mention Sam Hyde, because if he forgot to mention Sam Hyde, I wonder how fucking stressed he was here when they start bringing this up.
Can you admit at this point that when Sam Hyde did that video, that it was very...
He absolutely forgot to tell him this. He was probably so worried about him mentioning me. He was like, don't mention Destiny, don't mention it. And he's like, okay. And he forgot to mention Sam Hyde. Oh, no.
Funny.
No.
I'm friends with you. That was very funny.
I always, like, I had no idea who the fuck this dude was at all. Like,
You didn't know who Sam Hyde was? Oh my God, he's so like transparently fucking pussy. Sam Hyde? I didn't even know who that was. I have no clue. Really, bro? Oh my God.
Kill you! He was doing
at the time, I didn't know who this guy was, right? And I'm like, why is this fucking ugly freak like yelling about me all the time? Like I just didn't even know.
You should have hit me up and I would have crafted your response. You gotta do like your own character. Do like an Iron Sheik or something.
The reason why I didn't do that.
Fuck to you, Sam Hyde.
The reason.
Sam Hyde, fuck to you. Yeah.
The reason why I didn't do that.
That's a dub, bro.
Is because I don't fuck with those guys.
I'm not saying you have to go to the celebrity boxing event with KSI and like what.
I mean, that's what he was doing.
Saying,
he was on. I think he was literally on the KSI boxing event.
So I'm not saying you have to do that, but I'm saying like if you're like. If you're responding in earnest, that's a L. Just for the internet.
But I didn't respond at
Either
all.
you don't say anything, or you do the Iron Sheik style character.
Yeah, that's why I did
where
that.
You're like, Bernie Sanders will fuck your ass, like, and my assistant AOC, the beautiful AOC. You know, you could have we could have written this out. It could have been great.
Well, the reason why I did not respond is literally because I was like, I don't want to fucking be associated with this dude at all.
Let's go back.
To Israel, Palestine.
No, I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about like you have to comment on the world all the time, and it's kind of just like the news. I mean, it's kind of at a certain point. It's like kind of just it stinks.
Yeah,
the news stinks.
The way I see it is if I'm gonna be serious. The way I see it is if I get like I don't know 100 people to join a
Hamas.
union or Hamas.
Yeah.
Which is kind of like a union. If I get 100 people to join a union,
watching.
if I get 100 people to join a union, if I get 100 people to like engage in local organizing, or to even like run for local office, or you know, we saw this with the student protests at all the campuses. Like I went to the UCLA encampment and everybody, like so many people came up and were like, dude, I can't believe you're here. Like you played a big role. There were organizers that were basically putting the entire encampment together. They were saying like, you got me started on this journey. Like I joined SJP because of you. And me, that's Students for Justice in Palestine.
Yeah.
So for me, that's why
Sarah
I
Jessica
do it.
Parker, I thought.
Yeah, Sarah Jessica Parker. That's what he was saying.
I joined Sarah Jessica.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Keep going. Sorry.
But like,
you were saying something
but that is
shit.
the overall reason. Like, there's a lot of ups
You're saying
and
if
downs.
I could change one life.
I mean, if I can get more people to pay attention to this sort of stuff and to make a big fuss about it, hopefully, I think there will be a snowball effect, and it will get others motivated, and it'll give courage to others to also go out and speak out on these injustices. Can I pee? Am I allowed? What? In your mouth.
How long have we done?
I'm gonna keep going. I just need to pee real quick. I've been holding it and I've been fidgeting a lot.
All right, go.
The Sam Hyde bit made him super nervous. He's like, oh God, oh fuck. Are they gonna cut this if I ask them? Oh no. How many people, what? So that's iDubbbz and Hassan Piker. Who else has Sam Hyde brain broken?
Keep the mic on though.
I will keep the mic on.
I want to hear
Where's
this.
the bathroom?
Good question. Where is it?
Left and left. You could just, no, Hassan, it's pussy to take the key. Just shoulder into
Okay,
the door.
I'll shoulder it.
I mean it, dude.
I'll keep the key and shoulder
into
it.
the door.
Where is it? All the way to the left?
Left and left.
End of the hall.
You need an anti-Semite? Did my dad's gonna hear that? I have to pee too, actually.
Jesus. Do you know, or does it say somewhere when this was recorded? I think this was like 6 months ago or something. Is this recorded before your episode? I think a few months before mine, yeah.
No.
Can you please call Mr. Beast?
No. I refuse.
Why?
Because I don't know what the fuck he's up to.
Okay,
Because
take
Mr.
his
Beast
phone,
wouldn't
take a
respond.
pic and just text it to him. If you're not gonna call him, just take a pic of me.
I'm gonna take a pic of you. I'm gonna text it to him.
Do you have him saved as Mr. First Name Beast last name?
What do I have him saved as? Let's see. I have him as Jimmy Mr. Beast Donaldson.
He's gonna be the president. Can I see the pic? You sent it.
I'm about to send it to him.
No, that looks whack. Do a sicker
I'm
one.
sending it. It's too
no,
late.
No, do a sicker one, dude. Send it. Send
This
him
guy
this.
wants you
Please send Mr.
on
Beast this.
his show
Please send.
in New York.
Please send Mr.
He's gonna
Beast
delete mine. He's gonna block me.
Jimmy.
There, I'm gonna get your shoes in there too.
So Hassan, you want to ask me a question?
I do, but I don't.
You told us it's cringe if we read too much into the talk you had with Adam. Now you're doing the same on Hassan's side. Well, what read do you think I've made that's incorrect? It's not cringe to read too much into a thing. It's more, when people say too much, what they really mean is like read incorrectly into a thing. Like sometimes people will interpret dry humor as being like way more aggressive than it actually is. That's the cringe thing. Like I don't think, like Adam's not trying to be mean to Hassan. He just likes to kind of take the piss out of people, I think. I don't think I'm saying anything at all like that. That like Adam's like trying to shit on Hassan or anything. But I think Hassan has a really hard time playing back in a self-deprecating kind of way. But I mean, that's not even true of just this. That's true of almost all the content he does. He has a very difficult time with that. But it's because he's genuinely insecure around a lot of stuff like this.
Oh, you're not gonna.
Just ask me.
No.
Why?
I'm not asking.
Why
it.
are you being all shy like that?
Well, it's not shy. It's just
You're,
like I don't know if you'll cut it.
Okay, ask the question.
Okay. What's the deal with the Red Scare girls?
All right, Hassan Piker, everyone.
Epic. Oh, God.
All right, it's my enormous pleasure.
No, I'm good. I don't think I can handle this. The joke is that the Red Scare girls dated
I
Adam.
made a video a little while back about how I thought that nuclear power was going to be coming back in a big way.
How do we fix XQC? He's spelling it an Aspen slop. Rip, I don't know. Good luck.
And it still is, just definitely not in America. I don't know. Actually, maybe they'll realize the gigantic mistake they have just made and they will undo it, but there's this thing called the Loan Programs Office. It's basically a government bank that is used to fund things that the government would like to see happen in America that otherwise would not happen because banks are just too conservative. Now, this is a wild thing to say. The government is less conservative than banks, but yeah, banks will basically only fund stuff that they've seen work before. So say, for example, you're like a young guy who made a bunch of money with his like tech startup in the payments space, and you want to build a car company. And so you found this car company and you invested in it and you started to help build it with the founders, and now you need to like build a big factory. No normal commercial bank bank is going to do that because you have no track record of building car factories, and no one has a track record of building electric car factories. And so enter the loan program's office. They would give you that loan and allow you to build your big factory. And that is exactly what happened to Tesla, and that loan was instrumental in the existence of Tesla today. This is a good thing. Everyone likes it. Now, at the same time, there was also this case that, and no one can shut up about, of Solyndra, which was like a solar power company that went belly up. That resulted in $500 million of lost money, which is a lot. But this is the thing about loans. You charge interest so that you can make money even if some of them fail. The loan program's office has existed for a long time, mostly behind the scenes, not catching a lot of flack or a lot of attention, though Biden's Inflation Reduction Act dramatically increased the amount of money that it had to deploy. But it has a loan loss rate of around 2 or 3%, which is better than commercial banks. So the loans that end up not coming back, it's better than commercial banks, even though the loans that they are making are riskier, theoretically, because otherwise they just get normal commercial loans. It's specifically designed to help fund first-of-a-kind projects, which is exactly what you want to do, because those are exactly the things that the market isn't taking care of. And having there be some large bank-like thing that is able to give large loans for people who are credible and who have ideas that could like carry not just the United States, but humanity forward substantially and more rapidly than otherwise would happen is so good. The loan program's office is like, I think, one of the smartest things that we have. Other countries have them too. China's is gigantic, and ours is focused a lot on alternatives to current energy stuff, which makes sense because there's a lot of opportunity in that space right now, and like we can't innovate that much more in coal and oil and gas. We all, I thought, were on the same page that like that's not the future. Eventually we're gonna run out of those things anyway. And so because it's often focused on alternative energy stuff, it's sometimes called a green bank, usually by people who are like more center or center left. And it's like, this is how we're gonna help incentivize through markets the transition to a different set of energy production systems, which has resulted in the people on the right calling it a green slush fund, where it's just like they're taking your money and they're giving it away, but there's not even like the money gets paid back. Like Solyndra was $500 million of loss. The loan program's office makes more than that in interest payments every year. Like it makes money. It's a bank. It's a bank run by the government, and it makes money, and it's not as efficient as it could be. I don't know why you don't even want this to exist. It's like a fundamental cornerstone of industrial policy. If you want industrial policy, you need a government bank office like this who can take risks. Through the Inflation Reduction Act, the loan program's office was authorized to loan out $500 billion about. It's loaned out so far around 10% of that. And now what has happened is Doge has come in and they've said to all of these bankers who are not hard to employ. These are not people who are wanting for career opportunities. They've said to all these people, look, you can quit now and we'll keep paying you for 6 months or something like that, or later on we'll fire you and you'll get no severance. And so a lot of people are taking that opportunity, and right now it looks like the loan program's office has lost about half of its staff because Doge came in and said, we don't want you to be in this work anymore. When like a lot of other, I think, pieces of the Trump administration see the loan program's office as a huge potential asset that they would like to deploy, but now no one's around to administer the loans that they've already given out, let alone figure out how to give out new ones. These are not people who needed a job. They are people who wanted to work in something that was more interesting and more meaningful. They could make more elsewhere. The only bank in America that is financing nuclear power projects right now, that goes both for existing technology nuclear and potential like first of a kind kinds of nuclear stuff, is the loan program's office. It's the only one doing it. Way too risky for commercial banks. They are not interested in it. There's too much regulatory weirdness. It's been too long since we've built a nuclear power plant. There's too much weirdness in the energy sector generally.
What is it? The average age of our nuclear plants is like insane. What I feel like ignoring like 1 or 2 new ones we built. We hadn't built like a new nuclear power plant in the United States in like fucking 35 years or something, right? It's insane how old our nuclear fleet is. It's like ridiculous.
With like the cost of both batteries and solar panels dropping so quickly. For the units that went online in Georgia recently, the LPO financed $12 billion, which is going to be paid back because we successfully built them and now it is generating electricity that people are paying for. They have a commitment of over $1 billion for a plant in Michigan to refurbish and turn back on a nuclear reactor there. And the LPO is backing companies that are doing small modular reactors, which is this area of nuclear power that people are excited about, where it's like instead of trying to build a custom nuclear power plant every time, you instead have like a single plan that you just exercise over and over again, and they're smaller, so you can have like 3 of them on site or just 1 of them or 20 of them or whatever. There's X Energy and TerraPower and Oklo, and they are all financed by the LPO. And of course they do a ton of other stuff. They do solar stuff, they do wind stuff, they do geothermal stuff that I think could potentially like be like actually what we do instead of fission and instead of fusion. I think that it's potential. I think that that's absolutely possible, and like the reason why we are able to investigate it right now, because banks will not finance it because it is too new, is the loan program's office. It also is helping to finance conversion of automobile industry stuff in various ways to modernize car manufacturing, do more battery and EV stuff. It's like the most obvious bipartisan good thing, you know? Like China's version of this, we don't understand well because they don't have to be transparent about what they do, but it's probably at least 4 or 5 times bigger than what the US is spending. And I think there's like a bunch of little ones, like each province has the ability to do industrial policy on its own, and so they're all spending loans, and we have no idea what their loan loss rate is because that might look bad. Like we gotta do it the American way, but it's so crazy that like Solyndra became this big debacle when it wasn't even like an issue. There were so many loans that all the money came back with interest and it paid that back, and all those companies now are like in the world doing good things, pushing society forward. I mean, The fact that that was turned into some kind of attack on the loan programs office and like why even? What don't you like? It's a program that works, that's administered well, and like they're trying to give away $500 billion. They had 200 employees. So like each person is responsible for over $2 billion and you want them to do it more efficiently than that? I'm not saying it couldn't be more efficient, but I am saying that per dollar of loans, both going out and the dollars coming back in, that's way more efficient than any commercial bank has ever been. And there are reasons why it could be more efficient. There's reasons why it can be better. There's reasons why it can be riskier. And there's reasons why it pushes society forward much faster than commercial banking. It's just so dumb. It's so dumb. And I don't think even people in the Trump administration wanted it to happen. I think that Doge just has like carte blanche to go in and do stuff because they want to and they feel like it and like, where can we mess around? And it's extra kind of disgusting because the LPO gave Elon Musk this big ass loan to build his first big factory. It's textbook. I got in and I'm gonna close the door behind me. I find it fucking gross. And it's hurting all of us. It's not good for anyone. It's 100 fucking bankers on the scale of the entire federal government. I'm sorry. I think that should be 10 times higher. They have such a good track record. We have so much going for us in this country. And petty, boring, ideologically driven bullshit like this is what stands in our way. It's so dumb. So I want to finish this video with an entirely different topic because I'm too mad and we need to take it down a notch. But before we turn those tables a little bit, this video is brought to you by the Awesome Socks Club. You need socks, but you don't need to go to the store to buy them. It's nice to have a surprise arrive at your doorstep once a month, and that's what the Awesome Socks Club is about. Shipping is free everywhere in the world. It's very easy to cancel. And when you sign up for the Awesome Socks Club, you're signing up to have awesome socks like these ones, designed by a different independent artist every month, delivered to your door. And also, all of the profit gets donated to charity. You can also prepay for 6 or 12 months. That's especially useful if you want to give them as a gift to somebody else. They're super comfy. I get compliments on them all the time, and you can join the over 30,000 people who get these socks delivered every month if you just go to the link in the description. All right, now back to the cool good news. Last night, my son, we wanted him to watch like more movies that we like, and he's getting that age where we can do more of that. And so we suggested a couple movies, and he wanted to watch School of Rock because it had Minecraft Steve in it, which we're working through. You know, it is what it is. That hit in a certain way that nothing else has ever hit before, but we just kind of moved past it. That's Minecraft Steve in it. Okay. So we watched School of Rock with my son. Absolute blast. He loves it. We love it. There's a couple of moments that maybe wouldn't be done the same way now, but like it made me feel like they don't make them like they used to. And also like, how do they get all these like tremendous...
Wait, what does that mean? Some moments that maybe wouldn't be done now. Which ones?
Little virtuoso kids to act in this movie, and so I got curious about that, and I like Googled the kids, and there's all kinds of really cool stories. I can't believe I went from the loan program's office to this. And in amongst the kids from this movie, most of them never acted again, or if they did very little. This movie, if you don't know it, is about sort of an aging, unsuccessful rocker who takes a substitute teaching gig illicitly, and then turns these kids into a rock band, and it's very great. And so I'm Googling, and I discover 10 weeks ago, so this movie came out in 2003, so it's 20 plus years since this movie came out. The girl, who is like one of the singer girls, like with the pigtails, she got married to the security guard boy. Like the big security guard boy and the little pigtail singer girl got married in real life 10 weeks ago. Apparently, like the School of Rock kids have like a group chat, and they've been group chatting for 20 years, and they'd always be like, oh, I'm gonna be in your city. And like these two like eventually like got older, they grew up, they met. He's a lawyer, she does like sonograms for an OBGYN, and they hit it off, I guess, later in life, and now they're married people. That's so cute. That is the cutest meet cute I've ever heard of. Like a little girl and little boy, like they like did an audition together and were in a movie together 20 something years ago, and then as adults they like met back up and they were like, oh, I like you. That's adorable. I'm so happy about that. And so there are lovely things. We do continue to love each other and to build.
Also, the lead guitarist I think killed himself like 15 years ago. But
together. And some people really do just suck, especially at understanding the intricacies of industrial policy and the difficulties of doing it well, and the amount to which maybe their entire success is based on the existence of this office that they now want to close down. But some people make really good movies that my son really likes, and then they are kids in a child actor movie, and then they go on to become normal people with normal lives.
The drummer died too? What the fuck?
I don't know. I can't really tie that together at all. So let's play connections. Bean gag, trunk muzzle.
Whoa, 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 whoa. This is an old one, actually. Who cares? What else was I grabbing now? What is this XQC bullshit? Give me a second. Where am I? Oh. Hank Green did so much better at this than Destiny. Yeah, this because these are like pro puzzle players, okay? I'm just casual. I just follow my heart, okay? Asmongold. Society would instantly and dramatically improve if we took the bottom 5 to 10% most retarded kids out of school and put them in coal mines instead. ... Hassan says, it's so funny to always imagine that you wouldn't be in the minds if such a scheme were to be implemented. Mighty Keith says, I find it wild. He says horrible things like this about a parent's mentally disabled child, but when people bring up his dead mom, he cries on YouTube about how the world is being mean to him. I don't get it, LOL. Ooh, major truth bomb. Major truth bomb. XQC says, he isn't referring to the mentally disabled children, but actually depicting unintelligent ones. For most people, his opinion about the topic doesn't warrant an ad hominem about his dead relative. Hope this offers some guidance on that topic. Mighty Keith says, he specifically said retarded children, which by definition are mentally disabled kids. You're putting your own interpretation on it. I'm using reality. Saying the ad hominem on Asmon is bad, but the ad hominem on parents who have disabled kids is okay, is hypocritical. XQC says, putting actually mentally disabled children in a coal mine would, I assume, endanger them. Even Asmongold knows this. You're misreading obvious dialogue cues for public approval. Mighty Keith says, so don't interpret his actual words he's using as what he means. Assume he means something else. You're an idiot. Assume I mean that however you want. Ooh. Putting actually mentally disabled children in a coal mine would, I assume, oh wait. Would putting non-mentally disabled kids in coal mines somehow not harm them? Whoa, what a gotcha. Further endanger them. Jesus, you guys really are itching for win, aren't you? You sound beyond retarded. Asmung might be talking to you too. Another ad hom with no arguments attached. Damn, he was like in the trenches. And you're itching for the right-wing edgy conservative grift paycheck that the deranged community you cultivated gives you every month. No one falls for your enlightened centrist facade anymore, low bro. This guy says I need the paycheck. Brother, have you seen my current paychecks? Ooh. Deyama. Wait, I just realized something. When this says all requests satisfied, this means all requests on this ship. It doesn't mean requests down to novice, does it? Is XQC not being retarded here? He's on his own journey. No, wait, go back. I'm so sorry. All requests satisfied. Any request 0. Item count requests. Which request? Shift left click. Oh shit, I'm so retarded. I thought this would have meant... Well, but it doesn't matter. It takes time to build more ammo anyway. Fuck, that's so annoying. Wait, there's really no way to make a... How do people do logistics? If you send a ship here, how are you supposed to know when you've dropped everything you need to drop off? You've got to talk to XQC about this? Bro, I'll always talk to XQC. I don't think he wants to. Circuits to the cargo/landing pad. Wait, can you get... Circuits to the cargo and landing pad. Can you get circuits from the landing pad? Sends the contents of the circuit network to the platform. No. Is it a good time to finally go over Ryan's conduct, or is it reserved for after the lawsuit? I don't know I don't know what the point is of relitigating years and years and years of like past drama. Like half of it would require hours of explanation on everybody. So going through like, well, who is Anavar? Who is Lav, who is Mr. Girl? And then other stuff is like stuff that's like obviously dumb or bad, but like what else can we say about it? He's like, we need accountability for Mia Rose. Like, what? That was stupid. I shouldn't have done that. It's a bad thing. I've apologized to Mia. We're cool. Like, this is 15 years ago. Like, what would be the point? You could do inactivity or cargo X equals 0. Wait. There's no way you can send a signal from here up to the makes logistic requests for items from orbiting platform. It drops, Destiny drops every request from the planet almost instantly to the planet. That doesn't help me. You had constant combinator with arithmetic and decider combinators with robo ports to request for each planet. No, but it sounds like you're talking about space exploration, not space age. I know, just sick of hearing he's avoiding it lol talk. How about people respond to political stuff rather than digging through personal drama slap? The thing here's the issue. Here's the thing. Let's say that I go through and I do a full response to it. Okay, one, I gain nothing because there's 0 people who watch that who think that like I'm some fucking serial rapist who hear my response and like, oh, okay, never mind, I get it. That's chill. So there's no upside to be doing it. And then it sets this standard or idea basically that anytime I'm involved in any kind of weird drama shit or anything that comes up, you can go back and just make a new video of like, oh, here's every single thing Destiny's ever done. He needs to respond to all this. Why? Like, why would I let somebody dictate me doing like another huge like, oh, let's go over every bad thing I've done for the past like 2 decades. Like, what is the point? Fuck that. There's no way to send a signal up to the platform. You need to set logistic requests on the line pass. Circuit networks just change. There's no other way. Okay. Listen, I think we filed our response to the injunction today, so if that's published, you can go read that. You seem to co-sign all of the unhinged personal attacks Dan does on people, though. Pretty sure every single time I've been on a show and Dan does unhinged personal attacks, pretty sure I'm always telling him he's fucking retarded. I think I've said that literally every single time. But good one. You don't call him out enough for flaming the AIs? Listen, I tell him not to, okay? He's an AI hater. He's an AI bully. What do you want me to say? Link us the injunction memes? It's on Pacer. Where's your Pacer account? Are you trying to only request what you want from the platform above? Well, no, like let's say that my ship goes to Novice, and let's say it's in the middle of requesting stuff from the platform. And let's say that my ship hasn't dropped everything off yet, but I don't want it to fly to Volcanus yet. I want to wait for it to drop everything off. Would I just have to do like an inactivity thing? Oh, I would have to, so you would just add like an inactivity thing. So it's not currently depositing shit. Cringe. Are we allowed to link the docket in chat? It's all public filing, so yeah, link away. RIP, Deputy Chief of the Main Operations Directorate of the General Staff of the Armed Forces of the Russian Federation, Major General Yaroslav Moskalik, died in a car explosion in Balishika, Moscow region. Good one. What about all requests satisfied condition? This only satisfies requests that the ship is making from the ground. There is a dumb way from the ground. You could technically build a logic thing, like to send one item up when you're, and then this is looking for, but I don't care about it. All right. Damn. RIP. They killed him by strapping underbarrel nades beneath his car. Okay. Okay, one more meme. What's this?
Elon Musk and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent getting an F-word screaming match feet from the Oval Office.
F-word screaming match?
F-word wasn't them telling each other to go finance themselves. This is just another day. It can often be a sad occasion when we learn one of the greats is hanging it up. I think we can all remember where we were when Shaq announced he was retiring from basketball to spend more time with his endorsements. But then there are other times when it just feels right.
Elon Musk has been one of the president's most powerful advisors, but he now says he will be spending less time in the Trump administration and more time focused on his business as it faces backlash.
Hate to see you go, but we love to watch you leave. Wait, am I admiring Elon's ass in that joke? That's not what I was... Anyway, point is that Elon announced overnight in an earnings call that his time at Doge was coming to an end.
I think starting probably in next month, May, my time allocation to Doge will drop significantly.
Oh no, a man who thinks of himself as godlike is suddenly back on the job market? Do we have a Pope Musk on the horizon? You laugh, but lest you forget, we live in hell. Now, as much as I'd love to celebrate Musk's departure, there's also a chance that his math is off. You know, considering his math has been off since he started. So Elon says he's leaving next month, but maybe he's actually leaving a billion months from now. But the idea that Elon is winding down on a job that he's had for less than half a college semester is because times have been tough for Tesla. They just announced a 9% drop in revenue from January to March and a 71% drop in profits from the last quarter. But Elon has a hunch as to why.
The electric car giant blaming the growing trade war and, quote, changing political sentiment, which could have a meaningful impact on demand for our products in the near term.
As people know, there's been some blowback for the time that I've been spending in government with the Department of Government Efficiency, or Doge.
Oh, really? We hadn't noticed. Usually when business is booming, people don't ask their boss to do a pop-up commercial on the front lawn of their house. And it wasn't just Trump. Elon enlisted help from the entire cabinet to help his company.
Officials across the Trump administration have really been working to support the company. And the latest and perhaps the clearest example came late last night when Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick urged viewers in a television interview to buy Tesla stock. He said, if you want to learn something on this show tonight, buy Tesla, going on to say it was unbelievable how cheap the stock was and adding it will never be this cheap again.
That has got to suck. You are the richest man in the world, and it's like you're asking your parents to promote your lemonade stand because it's tanking. But Tesla's slump couldn't actually come at a better time for Musk because, as it happens, his tenure in the White House hasn't always been the greatest hang.
We saw Elon Musk call Peter Navarro
quote, dumb as bricks, and, quote, a moron.
Elon Musk at odds with some of the president's cabinet members over his Doge department's efforts to cut federal jobs. Well, yesterday it boiled over during this cabinet meeting. Musk and Secretary of State Marco Rubio clashing.
Tonight, President Trump continues to insist that Elon Musk and his Secretary of State Marco Rubio have a great relationship, and he says anything to the contrary is false.
That's right. Elon loves Rubio. He loves him so much that he recently surprised him one morning with the gift of a horse. Oh, sorry, that's a horse head. But according to some breaking news from today, Elon has found a new man to joust with, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. A new report from Axios details that the two men got into a shouting match inside the West Wing last week over the IRS,
Godfather.
which is odd. Not the fight, but that Elon himself was doing the fighting. Usually he pays people to fight on his behalf. But where some people see shouting, Caroline Levitt sees a healthy debate.
There are disagreements amongst the president's staff and cabinet sometimes, but we think that's part of the healthy debate process.
It's genuinely hard to refute that argument when Levitt's boss has set the tone for what constitutes a healthy debate.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats.
Honestly, when the bar is migrants are eating cats and dogs, then pretty much everything seems healthy by comparison. But this fight between Bessent, Musk, and the IRS has been brewing for a while now. Last week, Trump appointed an IRS agent named Gary Shapley to be acting commissioner of the agency, and he did so because that's who Musk recommended, even though Bessent is the acting commissioner's direct supervisor. Well, suffice it to say, Bessent wasn't having any of that shit.
That's right, Laura. President Trump has replaced the acting head of the IRS at the urging of Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
Oh,
now,
no.
Gary Shapley had been picked by Elon Musk
Bessent
earlier
was like,
this month
"Listen,
to run
dude."
the IRS, but without Bessent's blessing. So on Friday, Shapley was dismissed while Trump tapped Michael Falkender into the role of acting commissioner. Now, these changes at the IRS are reflective of the increasing tension within the administration over Elon Musk's vast influence.
Again, no tension, healthy debate. Elon is like any other billionaire, known for getting along with others. So not only did Elon march into the White House and swing his chainsaw around, he hasn't even done the one job he was hired to do.
The Trump administration is spending more on a daily basis than the Biden administration was.
What?
So even if the whole
Impossible.
good idea of Doge is less government spending, it has absolutely failed.
Wow, what a shocker that the guy who spends money trying to look like the Ed Hardy version of Neo might not be the most trustworthy when it comes to unilaterally taking control of our government's finances. Well, it was only a matter of time before the details of Musk's earning call found its way to Trump, who today essentially bid farewell to his favorite son.
He's a brilliant guy, and he was a tremendous help, both in the campaign and in what he's done with Doge.
I hate to say this, but I kind of feel sorry for Elon. The guy was brought into the White House as this saving grace for our nation, a man who was heralded as this great discoverer of waste, fraud, and abuse at every turn, but instead, he just got into shouting matches with his colleagues and had to repeatedly lie to justify his whole reason for being there. He spent over $20 million on the race in Wisconsin that he declared would decide the fate of Western civilization and lost, and all of these actions culminated in him ruining the reputation of his car company and pissing off his shareholders. For a guy he's
a brilliant guy.
He seems pretty dumb to me.
Rep. Okay. What else do we have? Uh-oh. Oh shit, did Hassan react to his thing?
Martin's one, and these are the only.
Those are literally the collabo Rick Owens?
Yeah, they're sick though. They're super comfy and also relatively affordable. They're like $300.
Wait, so let's back up. You grew up in Turkey?
Yeah.
What's like the vibe there?
Chill.
You think?
I think. Yeah.
I was in an econ class in college, freshman year, like 8 a.m. class, and there was like a crew of internationals, and they all
relatively affordable, $300 out of touch. I hate this conversation because for a boot that you can wear forever, $300 is perfectly permissible as a price point. Stop fucking doing this bullshit. Stop
Oh, no.
doing this fucking bullshit.
He's mad.
In the chat where you're like, dude, I'm not actually signing off from my mommy's Connecticut McMansion. I'm actually literally living in a fucking pile of trash right now. How dare you say that? How dare you demonstrate bourgeois decadence?
Oh, no.
Okay? Shut the fuck up. You know exactly what I meant there. You can cry about it all day, every day. They're literally Rick Owens boots. Rick Owens boots are normally $2,000 a pop. This is a $300 boot. Aren't boots literally the example of that one fallacy thing?
Oh, yeah, guys. The boot, remember? The rich man buys the more expensive boot, but it's actually cheaper because of the, because of how long it lasts. Oh, no.
The Doc Martens one.
Rip. You guys need to stop bullying Hassan right now, okay? Okay, hold on one sec. Do we want to... Wait. I feel like I should read this filing, because I feel like everybody else fucking talks about this shit anyway, so at least I can have my... Before I see all the dog shit legal interpretations that go out. Hold on. Yeah, fuck it. Why not? Hold on. Let me grab a drink. Okay, we're doing a 2 Red Bull day. Good luck. Okay, somebody link me the docket. How does hearsay work in Discord messages? Not sure if you can discuss it or not. Hearsay is when you report what somebody else has told you. The reason why you generally don't want hearsay to be used as strong evidence against somebody is because you have no ability to cross-examine or assess the validity of the person making the claim, right? So in the court of law, you ideally have the right to confront an accuser. If somebody comes into court and they're like, oh, I know that this guy is a murderer because John told me that he saw him kill Jane, and John told me that he heard him say that he wanted to kill Jane, and John, right? So let's say a person comes in and reports all that. It's like, okay, well, you heard him say that, and you're saying this to the court now, but is that guy trustworthy? And the guy's like, oh, I don't know. Okay, well, when did the guy hear him say this? Like, was the guy of, was he drunk or anything? It's like, oh, I don't know. It's like, okay, well, fuck. If we can't bring in John to actually ask him questions and have him testify to the validity of his statements, because John didn't tell you this under penalty of perjury, right? Then John can say whatever the fuck he wants, right? This is why generally hearsay is not permissible at, like, trial, basically. Hold on. Can you explain some of this for Luddites like myself? Yeah, of course. That's what we're here for. This is what we spent all that time reading Supreme Court cases for. So we could be ready to go. How much you want this to be talked about in the sub? Do you want to make a thread? You can make one. So sure, why not make a mega thread if you want. Does this go bottom to top or top to bottom? Okay, so February 18th, the initial case is filed by Jane Doe. Okay, who knows who that is? This is all just standard paperwork stuff, being assigned to a judge, being assigned to a court, all that. All the procedure rules. Plaintiff filed a motion for permission to proceed under pseudonym and for a protective order. This is, certain cases allow you to sue anonymously. So when you sue anonymously, what that does is, at least as far as I'm concerned, maybe there are other exceptions to this, but it allows you to shield your identity from the public. The judge still knows who you are, and the defendant will know who you are. But generally, the filings won't have any of the names on them, and then the defendant is usually enjoined from mentioning who the person is specifically in public because it's to protect the identity of the person suing. So generally you have, obviously in cases of like revenge porn would be an obvious one where if a woman were to sue somebody or a man were to sue somebody and they've got their name plastered all over everything, well, that kind of defeats the purpose of filing the case. I think there might be protective orders for children as well to keep their names out of documents, but I'm not 100% sure on that. But more stuff. When a complaint is filed against you, sorry, hold on. We're just gonna run through this up to my response so far because it's just, there's so much bad legal shit from supposedly lawyers that I've heard people talk about. Somebody said, didn't she publicly announce she was suing you though? Yeah, it's the way that they did the protection order on this is very fucking weird. I asked about challenging it, but apparently that would just make you look bad to a judge. But I mean, it's the way that they've done it is really goofy. But what I mean, it's whatever. What was I gonna say? Where were we? Fuck, I was gonna say something right before that. I don't remember now. whatever. Oh, once a complaint is filed against you, once you've been served the paperwork, meaning somebody's officially handed you the paperwork or they have presented the paperwork to somebody, once they presented the paperwork to somebody who is authorized to accept service, so like for businesses, you can have a person who's authorized to accept service on behalf of the business, et cetera. You have, I think, a 21-day counter from there to file a response. A lot of people were theorizing that I didn't have any lawyers and I was going to do all of this pro se. And then other people were theorizing that I didn't have lawyers initially because I lied about them for my first case and that I was struggling or scrambling to find some for this later on. Anybody assuming any of this or saying any of this is just a totally baseless assumption. It was fucking retarded. The initial lawyers that I had, a law firm that I was working with up in New York, they were it was like a plaintiff law firm. So they were people that sued on behalf of people that had been victims of revenge porn. That was the litigation firm that I initially retained up in New York, but they specialize in plaintiff cases. They don't specialize, or actually, I don't even know if they do defendant cases, because usually you build a reputation and you practice a particular area of law representing a certain type of person. Sometimes people will work on both sides of that. It's very common that people will work on one side of that and be more specialized. So after Pixie announced her suit against me, I retained a different law firm on recommendation from my New York one, California, and those are the people that I have defending me now. This Pro Hac Vice moment or motion is them filing in order to be able to appear here since they're registered in California. They filed this motion so that they can appear on behalf of me here. And then I have to retain a third law firm, although that's a minor one, in Florida, because you have to have that law firm make the first appearance in order to file the motion for Pro Hac Vice in order for your defense from another state to show up. Okay, Jesus, there you go. But these guys came in. I think we filed our response within 21 days. There's no rush to file a response. I don't know why anybody thought there would be or why there needs to be, but file a response. Let's see, when did the first meme thing happen here? These are all just lawyers appearing. Scheduling report for setting a date for trial, which is like a year out or something. Okay, the first meme thing. On April 3rd, their litigation firm filed for a temporary restraining order. So we've seen these pop up in our Supreme Court stuff. TRO is the exact same thing that it is in the Supreme Court. Temporary restraining order basically means that we're claiming that the defense is engaged in behavior that, if they're allowed to continue to engage in, will cause irreparable harm to us, and we believe that we're likely to succeed on the merits of the case. So we think that you should you should enjoin their behavior, stop them from doing a particular thing. And so this TRO was filed. Sorry, hold on. So I saw this at YouTube chat. Somebody said, why didn't you file a motion to dismiss? So I've seen some people say things like, oh, they didn't file a motion to dismiss because they know that they're fucked so much and blah, blah. The reason why there was no motion to dismiss file is because it's very obvious and very clear that based on the complaint prima facie satisfies the elements of what they've alleged in the causes of action. So it would have survived a motion to dismiss 1 trillion%. There would be no point in filing. It would literally be just a waste of money. I don't know why I would waste money having them write up a pointless motion to dismiss. Does this? Oh, nice. So on their temporary restraining order against me, I think the requested stuff that they had was, let's see. This is fucking wild. There's actually so much of this is so gross, but whatever. Publication of private messages, severe emotional distress, pattern of behavior of recklessly sharing intimate images without authorization based. They also copy paste things like right from Kiwi Farms or DGG Snark too, which is very fucking funny. But Lionel's retaliation against plaintiff and other women who dare to go public about his illicit and unauthorized sharing of intimate images, wanton destruction of evidence. Okay. All right. So these are the things that they were talking about in their TRO. Okay. So a couple of big problems. So first of all, publication of private messages is not really a thing that I think is at issue here. Like maybe it could be, but one of the big issues is before the other party sued me, the other party decided to post a massive write-up publicly, accusing me of a whole bunch of stuff and putting a whole bunch of statements out publicly that probably entitles me to have some right of response to it. Somebody asked earlier about the protective order being filed. It is very goofy that you would make a public statement connecting you to the lawsuit and to everything that's happened, and then to, after filing the protective order, try to enjoin me from talking about this in any way, size, shape, or form in any public manner. So that's that part is goofy. The severe emotional distress part is also a little bit goofy. I kind of talked about these before any filings happened, but as much as people don't like this, and as much as people, like to type and say dumb shit on streams about how, like, well, if you make one mistake, every single thing that happens past that mistake is 100% the fault of the person who made the mistake. In the legal world, that's not true. And in no world is that really true. And intuitively, we don't necessarily feel like that. So there are concepts like foreseeability. There are concepts like proximate harm. And the issue is that if you're claiming that there might be like severe harm or severe emotional distress relating to a thing, you severely undermine your claim if you are doing things to exacerbate your damage. So for instance, let's say that you say, this person calling me a racial slur and telling all of their friends they call me a racial slur really bothers me. Let's say that you tweet out like that image of them calling you a racial slur and the whole world sees it. And you're like, look at how much harm this is causing. This is terrible. And then you go to a court and you say, I need to file a temporary restraining order enjoining him from telling anybody about the racial slur he called me. A judge will look at that and they'll go, okay, well, didn't you like publicize the fuck out of this? Like, aren't you kind of also damaging yourself? That would seem to counter the idea that, it would seem to go against the idea that there's some irreparable harm occurring here if you're the one that is also engaged in irreparably harming yourself. So this is a little bit goofy. One thing that they do a lot in this case that's like really goofy as well, but this is what I mean when I say a lot of this is kind of like Redditor tier stuff. So when they want to invoke like other women or when they want to invoke other scenarios, those people aren't part of this lawsuit, and those videos, images, whatever else is being up is not a part of this complaint. It has no bearing on any part of this, and randomly just dumping a ton of stuff into a court case that is totally irrelevant doesn't further any part of your case. Maybe if you're making like a YouTube video hit piece or something, or maybe if it was like a class action lawsuit, or if there were multiple plaintiffs that were named in the case, then you would have an argument to bring stuff like that up. But it's otherwise just like saying like, oh, look at this and that and that and that and that. It's like, well, we're not on trial for that. None of that is like part of the, there's not like a legal pattern or a legal record or anything here that you can invoke. So it's pretty goofy. Real quick, is the transcript for the hearing on this on the docket yet or no? Oh, wait, hold on. I bought a Pacer account for this, so. Oh, shit. Okay, nice. All right. Do you think this is a tactic they use because you're a public figure and they can apply pressure on you? Kinda, but the problem is she applied pressure in all the wrong ways. The problem is that a lot of this was like very amateurish from the start. The lawyers that she hired just aren't very good. I heard through the grapevine that Lauren De Laguna recommended this law firm to her, but it's just kind of like it's kind of, I said this before, like when you go into like Cheesecake Factory, if you go to a restaurant and there's like a menu that has like 1,000 million pieces of, or like 1,000 items on the menu, they probably don't serve anything that good. This was just kind of like a general law firm that just did a lot of random stuff. I don't think they usually handle cases like this. They've certainly never litigated a case like this before. So yeah. Somebody said, could it not work as demonstrating past behavior or character evidence? No, you don't get to do that in court, because I'm not, the problem is that you can't bring up a whole bunch of stuff like this that I haven't had the chance, it hasn't been litigated before, and who knows if it's true or not. You're just alleging it in a thing, and it's not even about you. You don't have the right to do that. Again, maybe this works like on a epic Reddit post or something, but in court I can't be like, oh yeah, well this person had, that guy said that about them, and that guy said that about them. This is like double or triple hearsay even. It's like you're saying what another person said happened to another person. You're so far away from anything like even remotely relevant to any of this. So yeah. When I say went about this in all the wrong ways, what I mean is that the problem is that if we were ever, this is why I said I'm probably never settling anything relating to this case. The problem is that when Pixie made her public post, she basically nuked me as hard as possible. Like the statute that she originally cites has a statutory cap on damages of 150K. And when she made that public post, I incurred I incurred at least 2x as much damage as the maximum statutory payout would be for that. So once she makes that statement publicly, there's basically no incentive for me to settle anything. It's like, okay, well, you've already basically done everything. Whereas usually you would settle prior to a lawsuit to avoid a lawsuit being launched, because obviously a lawsuit being launched is a bunch of bad PR. But if you're gonna make the statement, then I basically have no, there's no world where I'm settling pretrial. We tried to go back and forth. No, I'm sorry, there was no back and forth. Their counsel spoke to my counsel a few times pre-trial, but their requests for a payoff were just unbelievable. The figure that they came with was $15 million. My counteroffer was no. How about I pay you nothing and you can keep the bullshit that you raised on the GoFundMe, and then maybe we negotiate from there. I don't know. And then after that, they didn't respond with a single counteroffer, and they just 10 days later decided to file a suit. It's like, okay, well, based. Yeah, so this is, I don't know if this shows up in, this might show up in RPI. This is stuff that's like very, very, very gross and very disgusting. And I think that, hopefully this plays against them. I don't know. I don't think this will go past the preliminary stages, but we'll see. Hopefully, we'll see, I guess. But the fact that she filed under a protective order to hide her name, but then uses the full name of my ex-wife, the names of other people, and then names specific websites that you can search to find videos, most of which aren't even the ones that are the subject of this complaint, in my mind is insanely fucking disgusting. I don't know why the fuck you would ever do this. It's very, very, very annoying and very irritating. And assuming there are multiple victims of the original leak where everything was published, I don't know why, if you felt it was so important to file under a protective order for your name, when you've already publicized your involvement in this, why you would put other people's names who aren't the subject of our lawsuit, because none of these people are co-plaintiffs, none of these people are signed onto this case with her. Why would you throw their shit on there and then start linking websites? That's fucking crazy to me. But whatever, I feel like it's especially egregious. They even throw like Denham's accusations in here, but I ended up sending the full audio between me, Denham's, and another person to Willie, and he played some of that. So apparently this got addressed, at least on Willie Mack's video. They talk about retaliation against plaintiff and other women. So the retaliation is just me talking to my chat about how I think it's a smear campaign. I think they want money, but I mean, like, I'm allowed to say that, but why do they call you Destiny this? They call me Destiny Bono. They call me all sorts of this. It's fucking dumb. Again, they bring up other people who aren't even the subject of this complaint. Cherry, Denham's, none of these people have anything to do with this lawsuit. They have nothing to do with anything, and I don't know why they're brought up. This claim gets thrown around a lot. Some of it originates, I think, from Pixie herself and maybe her group of friends. And I've seen other people post about this, about destruction of evidence. So when you sue somebody, when you go to court, or when you're made aware that a lawsuit is possible, what you have is an obligation on both parties to preserve evidence that might be relevant for the court case. So if somebody says, I'm going to sue you because I think you sent a whole bunch of stuff to, party X, you can't start deleting everything with party X. You're not allowed to do that. To destroy the evidence, so that when they get sued, there's a process after your pleading stage called the discovery phase. And discovery is where you can say, hey, I want you to send me documents of this or that, or I want you to show me what you said of this, and you have the right to request those documents from the other party. If you've destroyed all of the evidence of that, or if you've destroyed all of the logs of that, that's called spoliation. And spoliation means that you've spoiled, you've destroyed evidence, and you can get sanctioned in a case for that, such that what a judge will say is, okay, well, she said that you told X that you thought she was an N-word, and we see you've deleted all the logs. Well, when this comes up in court, when I'm considering things for motions, or when the jury's considering things, they're allowed to consider that disfavorably. That's not going to be a thing where they'll be like, well, you can't consider any of the messages there because we don't have them. What the judge would tell the jury is, you're allowed to assume whatever you want, and you can think negatively about them if you want, because this was intentionally hidden by the defense, okay? I have not destroyed any evidence whatsoever. I do not have an obligation to keep public all of my messages, especially to people, and there have been multiple people now that have just started dumping entire chat histories with me. There is zero obligation that I have to keep those messages accessible to them on Discord. I received a request to back up stuff on January 23rd, I believe, and I have backed up all the conversations. I've backed everything up I've needed to. I have no obligation whatsoever to keep those available on any other platform. And the idea that I've engaged in destruction of evidence is especially weird because the other party has not requested any discovery from us yet. They haven't even made a request for documentation. So how could you possibly even know that I've destroyed any evidence when you haven't even requested any copies of anything yet? So it's dumb. Especially when you've got other people a streamer person by this, another person by this messaged Pixie and said that their messages were deleted. These aren't even the subject of the lawsuit. This has nothing to do with any of this. But yeah, so it's just so much random shit and garbage. So the relief they were requesting was, let me see if it's plainly stated. So this is the behavior they were trying to enjoin from me. So enjoin means to stop a thing to stop me from behaving in a certain way. So one was enjoining me from sharing, publishing, or transmitting, whether directly or indirectly, the videos and or private messages. So they wanted me to take down my response document that I made because some of our messages were in there. The videos thing is ridiculous because I'm not sharing, publishing, or transmitting any of this, and none of the other websites where it's actually being shared at are listed as defendants or anything in this document, so I have no control over any of that. Two was compelling him to remove all publication of plaintiff's private message and private information from all forms of public media he controls, either directly or indirectly. So this was telling me to take down basically all of my responses to her public statement about me. And then three, ordering defendant to cease and desist from destroying evidence and compelling defendant to retrieve all messages that he deleted and preserve all discoverable evidence that is in any way related to this case or that could prove any non-consensual disclosures from his phones, computers, tablets, blah, blah. So this is dumb because you're already supposed to do this. Like, why would you ask for a temporary restraining order where you're already, this is like already what you're supposed to do, and they haven't demonstrated that I've violated this at all. So, and then four was compel defendant to direct third parties, including Kiwi Farms and all of these other websites where you can just type in my shit and go find all of my fucking porn videos, I guess, and social media accounts in writing to comply with this order by removing any version of the video containing plaintiff's image and likeness from any form of public media under their control. First of all, I've already done this on some of these. Secondly, you can do this just as much as I can, so I don't know why this would even be on me to do this. Thirdly, depending on the website, I have a worse chance of getting something taken down than she does. So I don't know why she would try to compel me to do this. And then 5, compelling the defendant to attest in a declaration that he has complied with this court's order and describe the steps he's taken to do so. Okay. So a couple other memes. Okay. So typically in a trial setting, okay, the court has a very limited amount of time. Okay. Jessica kept saying he has a knowledge of this when you responded, but I think it's technical wording. Lacks knowledge means different in law. No, I don't even know. Most of the other people, people talking about this are fucking retarded. Okay. Court's time is pretty valuable. You don't want to waste court's time. What does that usually mean? That usually means what you try to do is you want people to talk outside of court as much as possible. So legal teams should meet, confer with each other, try to figure out before anything's filed with the court, hey, is there a thing we can work out here? You know, is there a thing, can you guys stop doing this? So like, let's say, for instance, you genuinely wanted some behavior to stop. Ideally, as long as the parties are, the counsel is at least communicating with each other, you say like, hey, can you not do this? Can we make this agreement? We can file this as a joint motion with the court. We can agree, you know, whatever. That's typically it's what you do. Or if you're going to file a motion against somebody, you know, you're giving them a heads up. Here's a copy of this. We're going to file this to request the court to you know, post this motion, basically. The my legal team and their legal team had a meeting for scheduling to schedule how the I think it's like scheduling like the trial date and everything. That meeting went no problem, and then the next day they filed this temporary restraining order, which was like, so with no heads up, no warning, no anything, they were just like, oh, by the way, boom, we see that TRO gets filed with court. It's like, okay, that's weird for a few reasons. The first reason that's weird is that why the fuck did we have no heads up of this? Like, why are you ambushing us with a TRO? Because you know we're gonna have to file for an extension, and you could have just said something while we were in this meeting. You know, potentially we could have worked some of this up beforehand. That's ridiculous. Number one, and number two, why would you file a TRO like 2 months after the case has been filed? Remember, again, this is the same standard basically that we're talking about for the Supreme Court cases. When a temporary restraining order is filed, you're saying that I'm being harmed so much that if it continues, I can't be made whole again. I'm fucked, okay? I need the court. I'm begging the court to please enjoin the defendant, stop the defendant from engaging in this behavior that I'm suing them over. Please, I need you to stop this. It's insanely harmful. So to file a court case against somebody, but then to wait 2 months to file a TRO by surprise is just kind of extraordinary. And then obviously the stuff that's being requested in here is just kind of goofy. So everything about this is just kind of silly, but oh, and then it also sucks because remember, the main law firm that's representing me isn't the Florida one that I need for some of the filings. It's a California law firm. And for some of these things, you have to appear in person. So they file a TRO. The judge is going out of town in like 3 days. So I think the judge schedules an emergency meeting to hear an emergency hearing for the TRO like the next day. So my counsel has to appear by Zoom, okay, long distance, which this judge doesn't like. Because it's a TRO, it's an emergency. You're begging for like, please do something, like this is really bad. And then this is the transcript of that hearing. For the courtroom deputy, counsel, please state your appearance for the record, starting with the plaintiffs that are present in the courtroom, defendant present in the courtroom, and then the parties on Zoom. Ms. Schlump, I believe that's their lawyer. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Joan Peters, Schlump, on behalf of the plaintiff. I think these are all their, wait. These two are theirs, and then these two are my guys. Garcia Perez, good afternoon, Your Honor. Carlos Garcia Perez, on behalf of the plaintiff. And then, oh, yeah, it says it here, yeah. Robert, on behalf of the defendant, and Andrew, on behalf of the defendant. And then other, on behalf of the defendant. Okay. The court asks, oh, this is my, I think, from the Florida law firm, I think, the Miami one. Are you in the Miami office? Ms. Bettina says, I am. I'm just not in Miami at the moment. The court, the judge, I don't like Zoom hearings. Everyone can be seated. I only allow counsel that are out of town. I just don't want to give anybody a misimpression about when I allow Zoom hearings. You could be seated counsel. Mr. Raskoff, thank you, Your Honor. So this case has been pending for a number of months. You looked at me a little cockeyed, ma'am. Didn't you file it a couple months ago? There, Miss Schlump, February 21st, I believe. Yes. Yes, correct. It's April, so it's been filed. The parties have already met for the joint status report. That was already filed. I've got a scheduling order. The defendants have answered. And now, last night, I get a TRO based on facts that don't appear to be any different from the complaint. So I want to hear, just very briefly, as to why I should entertain the TRO as opposed to just setting it down for a preliminary injunction. So a preliminary injunction is basically the same thing as a TRO, except the preliminary injunction will last for the entire trial. A TRO is just like saying, hey, I need this to stop immediately. A preliminary injunction is saying, hey, I need this behavior to stop until the end of the trial. So a TRO, you can file it, and then that kind of rolls into a preliminary injunction hearing. And then if it's granted, then the defense is enjoined from that behavior until the case ends. Or if it's denied, then it does, then it's tossed out. Okay, so the judge is saying, why is this being filed as a TRO as opposed to just setting it down for a preliminary injunction hearing, preliminary injunction? Plaintiffs say, well, Your Honor, I do apologize for the delay in getting that motion out. There are a number of reasons why that happened. One, and I hate to go into personal things, but Mr. Garcia was dealing with a cancer issue and going back and forth to Texas. I had pneumonia, and I was out straight for more than 2 weeks, so we were really set back. There's just 2 of us working on this case, and so that significantly delayed us. But there's also other reasons, which is that we were trying to gather affidavits from witnesses to bolster our evidence for the TRO and get, witnesses lined up for it. So again, I don't know why you don't have all of this in line before filing your case against me. She was planning it for at least 2 weeks is when DMs leaked between her and Aaron for making that public Substack post. And then it was a month after between that and the complaint to where she waited for that. So I don't know why. I have no idea how they don't have this already, but okay. Unfortunately, what we have encountered, we have a number of women that have come forward to us but have then backed out because they are afraid of retaliation. And that's what they've told us, and so we were not able to get these affidavits. Okay. We went with what we have now, which basically we went from 15 potential witnesses providing evidence down to the 1 witness in addition to the plaintiff. Okay. The court says that doesn't have anything to do with anything. Thank you. Dude, okay. I'm going to be honest, okay? Because as much as people say this, all right, as much as people say shit, I really do worry that I think too much of my knowledge in any particular area. Even though I try to check myself, I worry, like, am I getting lost in the sauce, or am I overestimating my competency or overestimating what I know in some things? Okay, when I read the complaint and then when I read the TRO, I'm like, this looks fucking stupid as fuck. Like, I don't understand why you can bring up so much shit that's not even relevant to any part of, like, what this case. But maybe for civil cases, maybe it's different. Maybe in federal cases, it's different. Maybe for these types of cases, it's different. Maybe there's just some shit that I just don't know. And listening to the judge talk to the other opposing party in this is, oh my God, it just made me feel so much saner. I was like, oh God, okay, thank you. Jesus. But okay. That doesn't have anything to do with anything. This is not a class action. You filed on behalf of 1 woman. The TRO requests that he remove the video of the 1 woman, and then there is a request with respect to whether or not he's doing anything to destroy evidence in this case. I don't know that that's a TRO. I think that's more akin. You can file a motion with respect to that. None of this sounds in a TRO to me. So you can file a motion to compel people to do things. Motions are just like it's like a turn in an RPG or like a board game. Like before you actually go to trial, you take a turn and you ask, can you do this or can you do that, or we're going to do this or we're going to do that. A TRO is like before you've even started the game. You're like, I need this done or shit is going to be fucked. Please, we need to do this. I really have to go to the bathroom, whatever, right? So she's saying this doesn't sound like it needs to be part of a temporary restraining order, a TRO, part of a like this. This sounds like it could be something completely different, right? Obviously, the medical issue, I hope you're doing better. They say thank you. The court, I hope it's not obviously more than a short delay on a case. But I don't see the emergency nature of the TRO. This seems to me, at best, a preliminary injunction. There's nothing that's happening today that wasn't happening when you filed the suit or even a month before, right? In fact, if anything, like the dates seem to line up sometime at the end of the year, right? I'm in April. I don't see why the request for a TRO is not stale. So I think that, now I don't know specifically what this means, but I think when people say something is stale, what they mean is if if you've waited too long to do something, it undermines the key argument for you arguing for the thing. Like imagine if I were to, imagine if I could make an emergency request for oxygen instead of a normal request for oxygen. Imagine I can make an emergency request for oxygen if I'm in like a submarine. And imagine that I go underneath the water and then I file an emergency request for oxygen like 2 months later and I say, we need oxygen. We don't have any oxygen down here. Well, they would look at that and they go, hold on, you've been down there for 2 months and you didn't go down with this is stale. This is not appropriate. Something else is like, this is just not, doesn't make any sense, right? So when you say something's stale, like the time has passed for this to be an appropriate remedy for what you're seeking, because the fact that you've waited so long undermines the entire purpose of the thing. They might go into it later in another motion, but there's like elements for a TRO, and one is showing like the appropriate, like you have to file it in a certain time for it to be appropriate. Let me get a drink of water. I feel like my throat is hoarse for some reason. Okay. Okay, I'm in April, and I don't see why the request for a TRO is not stale. Miss Schlump, I understand your concerns, Your Honor, and that is why we didn't file it as an emergency TRO. I've never heard of that before, but again, I'm not a lawyer, so maybe I don't know what the difference is between an emergency TRO and a TRO period. I thought all TROs were emergency. Maybe that is a real thing, I'm not sure, but I agree that most of the damage has already been done, but the issue is that we keep receiving evidence of destruction of evidence. We are trying to compile enough evidence to file a motion for spoliation because we are very concerned with the fact that all of this evidence is disappearing. So we are hoping to file that very shortly. We're waiting for a specific piece of evidence that we wanted to bring before the court. So yes, I agree with you. This is not an urgent matter for having a TRO immediately, but it is ongoing harm that we would like to stop. So again, and I'm not just saying this, I truly do believe there must be something I'm not understanding, because I don't know, a TRO by my understanding is definitionally immediate. You don't file a TRO and then let it sit for a few weeks. A TRO is by definition immediate. And to say that there's a motion that we could have filed instead, but now we filed a TRO, like, you're asking the judge, you're saying we need to make a meeting soon on this. You're imposing on the court's time, like, judge, you have to hear this immediately. This is so fucking important. There has to be a hearing on this. It can't just be something filed. It's like, Jesus Christ. But, yeah. The court responds, that's why a preliminary injunction, I think, is more appropriate. All the TRO is going to get you is 10 days before we get to the preliminary injunction. I don't see the urgent nature. I will tell you that even for my own scheduling purposes, as you might have heard, some of you were here for the other hearing. I am out of the district Monday or Tuesday. I'm here Wednesday, but I start a criminal trial on Thursday that's likely to go for a week. And so my intention was to deny your request for a temporary restraining order, but set a preliminary injunction hearing and refer that, though, to the magistrate judge who has got, he doesn't have my trial schedule, so he can hear the preliminary injunction. Your appearance was waived at this, right? My counsel appeared here. He will issue a report and recommendation on the preliminary injunction, which then I would hear any objection, and I will rule on it as soon as possible. But it seems to me that the harm that you're sounding, as best as I can tell, I might be wrong, but to the extent that we're really talking about the spoliation issue, that seems to me more of a spoliation than a preliminary injunction. But I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. We can handle that as a PI, and it might not even be a preliminary injunction. It might just be an issue on spoliation. And I will tell you that even as you've pled it so far, we'll see what the defense says, but if I got sued for distributing the materials about a woman, and I may have done that with other women, then I might say to myself, maybe I shouldn't do that anymore. Let me delete that. Let me take that back. Let me not do these things I'm being alleged that I'm doing, because maybe these are bad things I shouldn't be doing. That may be one of the things that's going on. That's not spoliation. I don't know. So a kind of extra funny thing is I received a request for a preservation of evidence from them, but I also received a cease and desist telling me to delete stuff as well. So it is funny that without the judge even knowing that she basically picked up that, like, yeah, you can have both of these. But, okay. Some of the stuff that's in this motion, I'm not finding on its face what the connection is to this case. I assume you will make that argument to Judge Torres and connect it up how it's connected to this case, because some of that, I don't know, is a spoliation issue even, right? At least how you've pled it so far, or how you've argued it so far. So I called you in for the status because I didn't know if there was something else that was happening with respect to the timing for the TRO. I am assuming that you've also been talking to counsel because you were together for the joint scheduling report. Correct. And then Andrew says, my lawyer, sorry, Your Honor, we were shocked to hear about this. And then the judge responds, sir, I'm talking to counsel for plaintiff. I will get to you. And then she talks back to Joanne, I think, their counsel. So you were definitely together for the joint scheduling report. They respond, yes and no, we did not discuss a motion for TRO during the joint scheduling. We just discussed scheduling. I would say, Your Honor, that I understand what you're saying about the spoliation, but one of the reasons that we were moving for the TRO is because I do think that the defendant is destroying evidence, and so we were looking for an order asking him to respect the preservation of evidence rules. And we had sent him a letter before the complaint was even filed asking him to preserve evidence. I mean, he has even deleted messages between him and the plaintiff. That, to me, is destruction of evidence that's relevant to this case. The judge says, we're getting way ahead of ourselves, right? She responds, well, so that was one of the reliefs that we were seeking in the motion. We just want, was just that he be ordered to preserve and not delete any further evidence. The judge responds, so I don't even think that's subject to the TRO, and I'll tell you why. You have both a preservation letter, plus a complaint, plus a scheduling order. If the defendant, after having notice of the suit, is destroying evidence, I mean, he's also got lawyers who I am sure are advising him of what he can and can't do. If I were to find, or if Judge Torres finds as part of a discovery issue that he has destroyed evidence, well, there's all sorts of remedies that the court can take to do that. So that has to do with what I was saying earlier, is that they could say, hey, you're deleting shit, like the jury's gonna hold this against you, basically, you know? Yeah. Shouldn't they have already gathered whatever evidence that you were supposedly deleting? They're just screenshots. No, you're not. Yeah, the problem is they don't have anything, but that's always just my opinion, but whatever. There's all sorts of remedies that the court can take to do that. The order that you're seeking requires him to do nothing more than he's already required to do, because he can't destroy evidence now, right? You can't destroy evidence after you're on notice of the suit and the preservation letter has been sent. So if he is, in fact, destroying evidence, he can't do that. If he doesn't think he's destroying evidence for some reason, well, that will all play out either in a motion for spoliation or maybe in the preliminary injunction. But to issue a temporary restraining order now on some sort of urgent basis, one, I think that it's stale because even that has been going on for some time. That's not something that you found out right now and I need to stop it right now. They replied, right? She says, so I'm going to deny your motion for a TRO. I know I just set it for status, but I don't want to have to set the TRO for Wednesday to tell you what I'm telling you now because I don't think, I've read your papers, and I think based on your papers, the TRO is stale. But unless I hear an objection from you, not that your objection would necessarily change my mind, but I'm going to let you put the objection on the record if you have one, but I will deny your TRO and set you to go to the judge, to Judge Torres, to have him set the hearing for the preliminary injunction. She responds, we have no objection, Your Honor. All right. And the judge says, all right, now, sir, I can hear from you. And then my lawyer responds, I'm sorry, Your Honor, with the court's ruling right now, I don't think that there is any reason for us to argue any further. I will point out no one is destroying evidence. I will further point out that we had no meet and confer efforts with plaintiff's counsel about this. We were stunned to see not only one, but two motions it looked like for a TRO filed yesterday. And I understand that counsel did say that they didn't file it as an emergency TRO, but by its very nature, TROs are an emergency, seeking emergency relief. This is my understanding. I don't know what an emergency TRO is, but okay. We agree with the court's assessment. Oh, it sounds like he's saying maybe there is an emergency TRO. Maybe there's like a normal TRO, and emergency TRO is like, I need a hearing tonight or tomorrow, maybe is the difference, but. We agree with the court's assessment and have no objection to having this referred to the magistrate for the PI hearing. PI is the preliminary injunction. The court says, so there were two TROs, but I thought the second one essentially amended the first. There wasn't a different recovery. Is that correct? So the other side has also had, for some reason, they have a lot of issues filing paperwork. Like they made, I think their initial discovery request or something. Not even that. It was like a declaration thing they filed publicly, which they weren't supposed to do. I think that's hopefully struck from the record. They've been fucking up a lot of their filings. It's very fucking annoying, but their lawyer, she says, our administrative assistant did the filings, and I think what happened was she neglected to include Exhibit 3, and so she refiled. So that was it's the exact same thing. There's not two motions. The judge responds, so I'm going to deny 20 because the motion was the same. It was that exhibit that was different. I will deny 20 because 20 was duplicative as in essence of 21. They reply, yes. The court says, and then 21, I'm going to deny the request for the TRO and for the preliminary injunction to Judge Torres, and that's ECF 21. And then I will leave it to Judge Torres to decide what briefing schedule, if any, he wants to give the defense. He might just set it for hearing, or he might give you an opportunity to brief it. I don't know what Judge Torres will do, but I will give it to him on the preliminary injunction. Let me just say, I don't think that there is, I have to check the local rule on this because I can't cite it from memory, although I probably should be able to. I don't think there is an obligation necessarily for them to confer on the TRO. That being said, and I think that's one of the exceptions to conferral, but I think you're going to agree with me on that, counsel. Yes, I do. I definitely confirmed that before I filed. I confirmed, so they checked to make sure they didn't have to tell us before they filed the TRO. Okay. What a slime ball, dude. The judge responds, I don't think that there is a requirement. That being said, this does strike me as something that you could talk about and say, because even from the evidence that plaintiff has shown, it seems like the defendant, at least with these messages to the plaintiff, is suggesting that he would withdraw the video or try to do things with the video to take it out of the public space. That seems like something you might be able to work out, maybe not, I don't know. And if there is an issue with the destruction of evidence, that's something that on a motion for spoliation, you will have to confer. It seems to me that you should be conferring about this, that it makes most sense, and especially if you want a resolution that's quicker, is to talk about it because you will have to set it for PI. There will be a hearing, there will have to be a written report and recommendation, it will have to come to me. I think you should pick up the phone and talk. Their side has been incredibly, I'll say antagonistic. I don't know if these people are all like friends with each other or what, but it's very, very, very irritating communicating with the other legal team on this, but whatever. I mean, it is a little odd, man. I will just say, if you're sitting talking about the schedule and everything, clearly you were already working on the TRO. Probably the defendant didn't love to get that TRO filed, like the day after you were conferring for an hour on the schedule. It doesn't mean you couldn't do it. It's just that it's not great. Can you explain TROs and PIs real quick? I literally explained this like 10 times. She replies, their lawyer says, I didn't. I hear what you're saying, Your Honor. The judge says, it's not a great way to start a case. Their counsel replies, we have had discussions with counsel prior to this, and they were not very productive, so I did not think that discussing this matter with them. I mean, Mr. Bretler just said his client is not destroying evidence. We know the client is destroying evidence. We've seen it. So it's just not, the judge says, hold on. When I speak, you have to stop. Sorry, go ahead. Yes, sorry. One, not just because I'm the judge, but two, because my court reporter only writes down what one person says, and I promise it's always what I'm saying if there are two people talking. My point to you is that you can tell them your client is destroying evidence. Of course, they're going to tell you that he's not. I would hope they're going to say that. Now, if you show them evidence of it, they're probably not going to say, yeah, he is destroying evidence, but they might talk to their client and come to some agreement with you about what he can and can't do. It's stupid. I'm glad I'm not crazy. It's stupid reading this because this is all like very obvious. If you think somebody is destroying evidence, then obviously you would have that conversation, right? They should be calling my counsel and saying, hey, your client is deleting things that we don't think he has a right to be deleting. Can we talk about this? But they just didn't do that at all. Instead, they just ran to court to file a fucking TRO, for just an insane fucking random thing. It was like, okay, good meme, I guess. They might talk to their client and come to some agreement with you about what he can and can't do. So, productivity isn't them acquiescing to your allegation, but you might be able to get some resolution of what he can and can't do in this space in terms of what he can do with his emails and what he can do with his chats. I mean, there are so many platforms and things now, I don't even try to keep up with them. Even though I have a teenager, and I think I do keep up with them, I don't because there's something new that comes out every day. So whatever platforms he is chatting with people or talking to people on, these things I know are moving targets, but it's always productive to talk. And let me just say one more thing because it's not day one because it's not day one because you filed in February, but we're really early on in this litigation that will be before me for God knows how long. You need to confer. They respond, understood. The judge says, and you need to confer a lot. I think good lawyers working in good faith can work a lot of things out. And when you can't, that's my job, and I'm happy to hear disputes. I obviously love it, otherwise I wouldn't want this job, but the dispute is better and it's easier for the court and it's fairer for the parties if what's before the court has really been crystallized by conferral. Sorry. So I hear you that these lawyers aren't going to agree with you, probably on much when it comes to the substance, but it does help to crystallize the issues if you at least talk to each other. And it's very difficult when they've been sitting with you for an hour talking about the schedule and you never mentioned the TRO and it gets filed. It doesn't help in terms of the lawyers trusting each other to at least bring issues in good faith. It's a complex case. I understand, it's a sensitive matter for your client. I understand that. But if we want to go forward in a way that's productive going forward, I'm going to encourage you as best you can to talk to the lawyers. Keep talking to the defense lawyers. And I'm not telling you to agree with them. I'm just telling you to work in good faith to try to bring things to the court when they have been crystallized and when they have been vetted by both sides. I think that only helps the court, and I think it only helps the parties. So, as I said, for purposes of my ruling, I find that the request for a TRO is stale. There is no urgent issue before the court. It can be handled at the preliminary injunction. Because of my court schedule and trial schedule, it will be referred to the magistrate judge. I would expect that by Monday, his chambers will reach out to you by order or by phone or something, or Tuesday to maybe figure out what those dates are and what the scheduling is. All right, anything else on behalf of the plaintiff? They respond, no, Your Honor. The judge says, on behalf of the defendant, my lawyer says, the only thing, Your Honor, is I will absolutely appear in person at future hearings. The only reason I couldn't is because we only had 18 hours notice of this one. Otherwise, I would have been on an airplane and appreciate the court's accommodation. The judge says, look, I missed it because I saw Bilson and I missed that there was an LA lawyer on it. And I just wanted to have it today because I'm out of the district Monday and Tuesday. I didn't want to wait on a TRO, or I didn't want to on a TRO wait till Wednesday. So we just jumped on a hearing. I know it's Friday afternoon, so it's 5 o'clock. Sorry, Miami traffic, Friday afternoon is rough. I wasn't trying to punish anybody. I've just had hearings all day. And so this space I had for you. Thank you. There you go. So that was the transcript for the hearing here, which was goofy. So all of this rolls over into a preliminary injunction request, which is them basically making the same request as what was in the TRO. And then I think our filing was due today. So this is our response to the preliminary injunction request. I don't know when they have to have this responded to by, but the court already denied plaintiff's application for a TRO, finding there was no emergency because plaintiff waited too long to file. The court should deny the remaining motion for a preliminary injunction because plaintiff fails to meet the standard for an injunction and there is no conduct to enjoin. Plaintiff is asking the court to order defendant Bonnell to do things he has already done or is under illegal obligation to do. Moreover, plaintiff is engaged in and continues to engage in the same conduct that she asks the court to prevent Bonnell from doing. Plaintiff has intentionally attracted publicity for this case, including by soliciting public donations to cover her legal fees. Now, her attempt to enjoin Bonnell while simultaneously engaging in the same conduct she wants him to stop is fundamentally unjust. Am I allowed to bring up conversations that we've had between counsel? Are we allowed to? Am I allowed to? I think I am, right? That's not like I wouldn't be allowed to say that publicly, right? Where's Leon's law? Or Jen? I think it shows up another. It's not a huge deal, but like one of the annoying things is that like they're trying to enjoin me from mentioning anything about this publicly. Like they don't want me to be able to talk about it. They want me to take down, like part of their request is for me to take down everything that I've said. They've requested all of that, but they said that they're willing to also take everything down except for they want to leave her Substack up or not the Substack. They want to leave the request for funds up, the donation thing. And it's like, bro, are you serious? Like, you want to dump everything publicly so that everybody else can make a fucking video about everything and then have all those attacks against me. And then you want to file a TRO and enjoin me from being able to talk about it? Are you fucking serious? Yeah, I don't know, bro. It's just fucking, it's goofy, okay? Jesus. But the motion fails as a matter of law because plaintiff cannot demonstrate through admissible evidence that she is entitled to the injunctive relief she requests or that such relief is necessary. As a threshold matter, the court lacks subject matter jurisdiction here. Threshold matter means like does it meet like the bare minimum to do like a thing? Like it has to meet this thing for it to be like considered or whatever, right? Like as a threshold matter, humans have to have DNA or something, right? The court lacks subject matter jurisdiction here. So this case was filed in a federal court because one of the causes of action is referring to a federal law, right? Count 1 of the complaint for violation of 15 U.S.C. section 6851 is the sole basis for federal question jurisdiction, yet count 1 is fatally flawed because the alleged violation preceded the effective date of the statute by nearly 6 months. So one of the big issues with this is when they filed their case against me, I think they knew that it was out of range for the civil cause of action that they're citing here, but they lied about the date on the DM. They switched the day and the month to try to bring it in range. But the issue is that that's not true. And the issue is that if that message date is wrong, and it is what I say it is, and I know it is what I say it is because I have all the logs, what would happen is the first federal cause of action here, the only federal cause of action, would be invalid. It would be a failure to state a claim. It wouldn't survive a summary judgment. And if you dismiss the first cause of action, then the entire case is dismissed because it falls out of federal jurisdiction. They would have no subject matter jurisdiction on the case. And if they wanted to, they would have to refile in Florida court without the first cause of action. But the other 3 causes of action they've listed are even more ridiculous than the first one. So this is why I'm so fucking irritated by this whole stupid fucking court case. But whatever. Because this statute is not retroactive, the court does not have subject matter jurisdiction over plaintiff's federal claims and should decline to exercise supplemental jurisdiction over the remaining state law claims. Because the court has no jurisdiction to hear this case, plaintiff cannot establish a substantial probability of success on the merits. Critically, even if the court has jurisdiction, it should deny the motion because plaintiff cannot demonstrate irreparable harm. The complaint concerns a single transmission of one video to one individual over 3 years ago. Indeed, at the April 4th, 2025 status conference, Judge Becerra stated succinctly, and then they just quote the transcript from our talk, there's nothing that's happening today that wasn't happening when you filed the suit or even a month before, right? The order that you're seeking requires Banal to do nothing more than he's already required to do. There's no urgent issue before the court. Remember, because of who's named on this complaint, it's just me and the opposing party. The only thing that they can really talk about is a video sent to one person. All the public stuff and all of that, they aren't naming anybody else as part of this lawsuit, so none of that is relevant to the lawsuit. You can't bring that in as part of this, even though everybody thinks you can. That's just not how any of this works. But statement of facts: Defendant Bonnell is a live streamer, progressive political commentator, commonly known on Line as Destiny. Plaintiff also is an online streamer who uses the screen name Pixie. Plaintiff and Bonnell met each other. Blah 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 blah. This is just like basic facts, basically so far. I think. Plaintiff and Bonnell met each other online in late 2019. Shortly after meeting, on October 23rd, 2019, plaintiff sent Bonnell a private message and developed a friendship with him. Eventually, plaintiff Bonnell began openly discussing their sex lives with each other, notwithstanding plaintiff's January 3rd, 2025 social media post in which she claimed, "I have never, ever sent videos of other people to Stephen Bonnell ever." On multiple occasions, plaintiff offered to send Bonnell and in fact did send him sexually explicit videos of herself and third parties. For example, on March 17, 2020, plaintiff messaged Bonnell, "I took some videos of the guy, I can send you later if you're interested, I'll send you when I get them." In that same conversation, she encouraged Bonnell to send her similar videos of himself with third parties. "I won't bet anything you want to send me. I'm a super curious person." Plaintiff on March 19, 2020, sent Bonnell 4 separate sexually explicit videos of herself engaging in sex, blah, blah, blah. And then there's exhibits for all of this to back all of this up, obviously. In another message from March 19, 2020, plaintiff suggested that she and Bonnell meet in person and make sexually explicit videos together. "Would you want to make some videos together?" Plaintiff repeated the suggestion on September 6, 2020. "Do you want to take videos when we do stuff together?" It did, blah, blah, blah. 6 days later, on September 12, 2020, plaintiff Bonnell met and agreed to record their sexual encounter. At the time, Bonnell was engaged to be married. Bonnell told plaintiff that he and his then fiancée enjoyed watching such videos of each other. Plaintiff did not object to Bonnell showing the video to his then fiancée or to anyone else. Plaintiff's correspondence and the content she previously shared with Bonnell demonstrated to Bonnell that she was comfortable sending explicit videos of herself with other sex partners. In early 2022, Bonnell was contacted on Discord by an individual who used the screen name Rose. They quickly began an online friendship. During their friendship, Bonnell exchanged sexually explicit messages and content with Rose, including the video that he made with plaintiff more than a year earlier. Plaintiff was anonymous, as Bonnell never identified her by her legal name, her screen name, or otherwise. Likewise, Rose never indicated that she recognized plaintiff. Bonnell transmitted the video to Rose, the video on April 9th, 2022. Ooh, typo. And believes that she is the only person to whom he has sent the video. And since that date, Bonnell has not shared or otherwise transmitted the video to any other third party and will not do so, obviously. Over 2 years later, on November 29th, 2024, Bonnell learned that he was a victim of revenge pornography. A number of his communications and sexually explicit videos were published to a website called Kiwi Farms. Bonnell does not know who leaked the unlawfully published online content, but he suspects it was someone with access, whether lawfully or not, to Rose's Discord chats. On the same day that Bonnell discovered the leak, plaintiff contacted him about it. Plaintiff made it clear that she did not want to be identified in the video and wrote that she was 100% denying it's me, since it's not super clear it's my face or anything like that. Within days, and at plaintiff's request, Bonnell took steps to have the video removed from various websites. Among other things, Bonnell retained specialized legal counsel with expertise in revenge pornography matters to assist him in connection with the removal efforts. Bonnell provided plaintiff with updates on his progress. These were all DMs I've shown. Nevertheless, on December 11th, 2024, plaintiff's tone towards Bonnell turned hostile and threatening, prompting him to contact a mutual friend of his and plaintiff to see if there was anything he could do to help further. After speaking with plaintiff, their mutual friend advised Bonnell that he should offer money to plaintiff. Then, on or about January 22nd, 2025, Bonnell received a document preservation demand letter from plaintiff's attorneys. On January 31st, plaintiff's attorneys sent him a follow-up letter demanding that he pay plaintiff $15 million for damages she allegedly incurred and take measures to prevent the further dissemination and or distribution of the video. Upon receipt of the first letter, Bonnell began preserving all documents and correspondence pertaining to plaintiff's purported claims. Here's another exhibit. Contrary to plaintiff's accusations, Bonnell has not permanently deleted or destroyed any evidence pertaining to this lawsuit. In an effort to comply with plaintiff's and her lawyer's demand that Bonnell limit the spread of the video, he deleted files and correspondence, but only after he took adequate steps to preserve all such evidence. Despite claiming that at least 15 potential witnesses contacted her, purporting to have evidence that Bonnell shared the video with them, plaintiff provided only one declaration from a person named Hannah Daniels Brooke, purporting to state as much. I don't know if I included this part in our exhibits here, but the Hannah person also, this has been a massive mindfuck to me because there are others involved in this too that I won't name publicly, but the Hannah person was trying to bait me. I think they deleted some of their messages and what they leaked of mine, but like she was literally on like some, wow, it's so like, I think I talked to this person for about a year. We'd never had any sexual contact or sexually explicit messages like at all. And then out of nowhere, she's like, wow, I can't believe that crazy girl Merck. It's so mean when people try to out each other's sexual advances. Like, that's horrible. Like, I would never do that to you. And then we started to kind of chat sexually a little bit. And then obviously she leaked our messages immediately to Justicle's Discord server. I was like, okay, well, good one. It's funny because she deleted, like, I think she ended up leaking like some of these, but she deleted some of these messages. Like she deleted the message where she called out Merck. She's like, Merck came for you. No, not again. We've got to get you away from crazy girls. I don't remember what this was, but she said, even if you did, who cares? It's shitty to out someone for making an advance at you, especially if it's someone you trust. But I wouldn't stress over that was so unnecessary. Well, Stephen, I have the best news ever for you. I am a trustworthy person, and I don't out advances. I was like, okay. But that's good bait, good bait. I give her, 7 out of 10 bait, 7 out of 10 bait. Not bad. However, the statement in Brooke's declaration have nothing to do with the video at the center of this. The video to which Brooke refers in her declaration is an unrelated video featuring Bonnell and a third party. So if you read the logs Brooke, this girl was the only person who signed an affidavit as part of Pixie's case. And Brooke claimed that I offered to send her Pixie's video. So 2 things. 1, I never sent her anything. 2, I didn't even offer to send her anything. 3, I made a joke about videos that I could send. But if you're reading what I'm saying, well, very explicitly, I'm talking about it's something unrelated, but it's a video of me eating somebody out. So it's not the subject of this complaint. That's not anything to do with any of the videos released relating to any of the stuff, but definitely nothing in this complaint. Okay? So the declaration, I don't know why they do this. It's just a fucking lie. I mean, that's the reason. But so they claim that that's evidence of me transmitting anything between me and the video that's part of this complaint. It's not. It has nothing to do with this. But that's the only one that's that they've signed an affidavit for. But good one. Is an unrelated video featuring Bonnell and a third party. Plaintiff played a significant role in exacerbating the harm that she allegedly suffered by posting a lengthy public statement and promoting the leaks on her Substack page. In that post, plaintiff falsely accused Bonnell of intentionally distributing pornographic content and using a proxy to widely distribute the video for self-promotional reasons. Nonsense. In reality, Bonnell was the primary target of the leaks. Plaintiff's false accusations and public narrative not only mischaracterized the events, but also amplified the spread of the video, thereby worsening the purported harm the plaintiff attributes to Bonnell. In that Substack post, plaintiff also indicated that she was planning to file a federal lawsuit against Bonnell. She then used her various social media accounts to advertise and promote her narrative. For example, on X and Blue Sky Social, she wrote, "I will be suing Destiny in federal court. Here's my story," and provided a link to her Substack. Plaintiff's commentary drew significant attention online and caused innumerable people to search for and download the video. Additionally, plaintiff and her friend, Lauren Dreeben Hayden, created a Give, Send, Go page to raise money to cover plaintiff's legal fees in the lawsuit. The fundraising page also includes a link to plaintiff's Substack post. To date, plaintiff has raised approximately $50,000 of her $130,000 fundraising goal. Plaintiff's public comments and fundraising efforts have led to more interest in the video. In her motion papers, plaintiff directs the court and the public to various websites where the video supposedly can be found. Without even filing her pleadings under seal, plaintiffs identified specific websites on which the video is available for viewing and or download, provided URLs to those sites, and even suggested search terms. And then this is a link to their own motion. It's fucking ridiculous. This goes to the legal standard of granting injunctive relief. So you have to show substantial likelihood of success on the merits, irreparable injury that will be suffered unless the injunction issues. The threatened injury to the movement outweighs whatever damage the proposed injunction may cause the opposing party, and if issued, the injunction would not be adverse to the public interests. So we just go through some of the legal standards on that. Argument 1, plaintiff is not entitled to injunctive relief. Plaintiff's inability to establish a substantial probability of success on the merits of her claims is fatal to her motion. A plaintiff's probability of success on the merits generally is the most important of the 4 factors a court must consider in issuing injunctive relief. If the movement is unable to establish a likelihood of success on the merits, a court need not consider the remaining conditions prerequisite to injunctive relief. Plaintiff has not and cannot make the requisite showing. So the first part is the court lacks subject matter jurisdiction. Plaintiff alleges the court has subject matter jurisdiction because her claims arise under federal law, namely 15 U.S.C. 6851. Cardi provides remedies for conduct occurring only as of the effective date of the statute. A court must not give retroactive effect to statutes burdening private rights unless Congress had made clear its intent, obviously. Indeed, a federal district court has held that Cardi cannot be applied retroactively to conduct predating the effective date of October 1st, In this other case, a plaintiff sought to amend her complaint to add a claim under Cardi for conduct allegedly occurring in March and April. In opposition, the defendant asserted that the law didn't go into effect until October 22nd. Let's just give an example. Another case where somebody tried this. Obviously, it didn't work. You can't do this. Here, Bonnell's sole transmission of the video preceded the effective date by nearly 6 months. In plaintiff's complaint, plaintiff alleges, albeit mistakenly, that Bonnell transmitted the video to Rose on or about October 4th, 2022. Plaintiff's mistake is understandable. In a screenshot of the transmission, the date of the communication appears as 10/04/22. However, the date is reflected using the European date format, day, month, year, because Rose was communicating with Bonnell from a European time zone. Notably absent from plaintiff's motion is any admissible evidence that Bonnell transmitted the video after the effective date of the statute, because plaintiff is now aware that the actual date of transmission was in April 2022, nearly 6 months before Cardi took effect. Because the date of transmission precedes the effective date of the statute, there is no federal question and no basis for subject matter jurisdiction. Accordingly, plaintiff cannot establish a likelihood of prevailing on the merits of her claims. The motion must be denied and the lawsuit should be dismissed. The court should not exercise supplemental jurisdiction. This is just going through all the PI stuff. Oh, and then some of the other claims, because some of the other counts that they're suing for, so like sexual cyber harassment. I don't know how many of the elements, I don't think I meet any of the elements of this. This requires the transmission of sexually explicit material that 1, contains or conveys the personal identification and information of the depicted person, and 2, was transmitted with the intent of causing substantial emotional distress to the depicted person. To prevail on such a claim, a plaintiff must demonstrate that the material was transmitted with explicit intent to harm plaintiff. Further, the material must identify the plaintiff by name, postal or electronic mail address, telephone number, social security number, date of birth, or any unique physical representation. Here, plaintiff has proffered no evidence to demonstrate that Bonnell transmitted the video with the specific intent of harming plaintiff. Indeed, the record demonstrates just the opposite. Almost immediately upon learning of the leak, Bonnell took steps to protect plaintiff's privacy. If you're ever bored, and it's kind of funny, this is one of the things I've been staying up late, or I was a month or two ago, staying up late reading, is like if you read all of the underlying court cases they cite, these cases are fucking insane. Like most of these Doe cases are like plaintiff broke up with defendant, and then defendant tried to call them 400 times, and plaintiff didn't respond, and then defendant started like emailing or posting publicly like porn videos of them to try to, they're like unhinged. Like the defendants in these cases are legitimately fucking crazy, like schizo people. And it's funny because that's like all the underlying cases they cite, but it's, yeah. Almost immediately upon learning of the leak, Bonnell took steps to protect plaintiff's privacy. He engaged a specialized law firm at his own expense, sent takedown demands to numerous websites that hosted the video, and kept plaintiff up to date on his progress. Similarly, under Florida law, a claim for public disclosure of private facts requires the publication by the defendant of private facts that are offensive. Oh, I've seen some dipshit lawyer, penny lawyers on YouTube and Kiwi Farms talking about what it means to publish a video. And some people are like, oh, well, if it's a Google Drive link, then that counts as publishing. No, that's not what publishing means. There's not like a cutesy word for public. Like publish is when you make something available at large to the public in like a very obvious way. So publishing something on a newspaper, publishing this on like a public facing website, something to the effect of this. If you read some of the cases on this, there are things that even I was surprised didn't count as like publication for this public disclosure of private facts. Like one of the cases that they cited for this was a doe who, I think a guy, her ex, like had a video of them banging, and he like held the phone up at a bar and was showing like, 30 or 40 people at a bar. And even that didn't meet the element for publication. But like publication generally, it requires you to like, you have to publish this on a public website where people, it's not just like, but whatever. How much does this cost you so far? I don't know, probably it's too much. Probably like $40,000, $50,000, $60,000. Good use of my money. How much does it cost her? I have no idea. The way that the lady and everything is arguing, they almost seem like they're personal friends or family friends, so maybe they're getting like a discount, but I don't know. Who the fuck knows? Citing an underlying case, critically, the publicity given to the private fact must be more than mere publication. The fact must be made public by communicating it to the public at large or to so many people that the matter must be regarded as substantially certain to become one of public knowledge. It is not an invasion of the right of privacy to communicate a fact concerning the offender's private life to a single person or even to a small group of persons. Here, no large-scale publication by Bonnell occurred. The video was transmitted to one person on one occasion, or on one occasion to one person. Such conduct does not amount to publication as a matter of law, obviously. Further, plaintiff's claim for intentional infliction of emotional distress is similarly deficient. Plaintiff has not cited any authority for the proposition that a single private transmission of a video to one individual who is unaware of the plaintiff's identity constitutes extreme or outrageous conduct. On its face, the alleged conduct was neither retaliatory nor malicious. Indeed, plaintiff met Bonnell in person for the express purpose of making a sex tape together. They previously exchanged similar content with each other. The potential for distribution of their video, whether intentionally or not, was certainly within the realm of possibility. Plaintiff's purported outrage now is disingenuous at best. Plaintiff cannot establish irreparable harm. That's just going through irreparable harm standards. Citing, again, what the judge said for the TRO. Moreover, the case authorities on which plaintiff relies to support a finding of irreparable harm demonstrate just the opposite. In each of the cases cited by plaintiff, the moving party established through admissible evidence that the alleged conduct was continuing or even escalating. For example, in Doe v. Constant, the defendant surreptitiously acquired nude photographs of plaintiff and distributed them on multiple occasions to her family, friends, colleagues, and her office landlord. The plaintiff demonstrated evidence the defendant was continuing to attempt to engage plaintiff without her consent, and that he surreptitiously captured several photographs of plaintiff using his cellular phone while she was testifying in the preliminary injunction hearing. In granting injunctive relief, the court concluded that this behavior, along with a cyclical pattern of escalating contact with plaintiff followed by disclosure, tends to show the defendant poses an imminent risk of dissemination of plaintiff's intimate visual depictions. Again, like all the underlying cases for this are the defendants are legitimately fucking unhinged. They're legitimately insane and unhinged people. Jesus. Plaintiff's reliance on Doe versus unknown party is similarly misplaced. In Doe, the court found evidence of defendant's continued campaign to harm plaintiff, including a pattern of practice of retaliating against plaintiff due to an ongoing custody dispute. In Diaz, the defendant Tekashi69, a well-known rap artist, publicly posted sexually explicit videos of plaintiff on multiple online platforms for commercial and promotional purposes. Evidence demonstrated that the defendant continued to display and market the explicit content to promote sales of his music. The court granted injunctive relief accordingly. Here, there is no continuing conduct, let alone escalating conduct, to be enjoined. Plaintiff has submitted no evidence that Bonnell continues to distribute the video. Indeed, he is not. Bonnell transmitted the video on just one occasion over 3 years ago. Bonnell's never posted the video on an online platform, nor has he threatened to do so. Bonnell's taken no steps to exacerbate the harm. In fact, he's done just the opposite. Simply put, there is no ongoing conduct to enjoin, and therefore no irreparable harm to prevent. Plaintiff's own publication cannot form the basis for irreparable harm. Plaintiff's claim of irreparable harm is further belied by her own conduct. If a party has acted to permit the outcome which they find unacceptable, we must conclude that such an outcome is not an irreparable injury. If the harm complained of is self-inflicted, it does not qualify as irreparable. The case law is well settled that a preliminary injunction movement does not satisfy the irreparable harm criterion when the alleged harm is self-inflicted. Here, plaintiff exacerbated her own alleged harm. Before posting online about this lawsuit and her purported claims against Bonnell, plaintiff admitted to him that she was not publicly identifiable in the video, part of her messages, but for plaintiff's own public comments about the leak, she would have, for the most part, remained anonymous. However, on January 20th, plaintiff published a Substack post wherein she publicly identifies herself as the woman depicted in the video, a fact previously unknown to the general public, indicated that she was planning to file a lawsuit against Bonnell and falsely accused Bonnell of widely distributing the video. Plaintiff also created a Give, Send, Go page to raise money for to cover her legal fees in connection with this lawsuit. Further, plaintiff used her social media accounts to advertise and promote her claims and solicit donations. And in some of her public statements, including in her own motion papers, plaintiff identified specific websites on which the video is available and provided URLs for those sites as well as search terms to find the video. Accordingly, plaintiff has not and cannot establish imminent irreparable harm in the absence of injunctive relief because any harm she allegedly suffered was largely self-inflicted. Requested relief is not necessary or warranted. So request orders 1 and 2, improperly seek to enjoin conduct that's not occurring, so stuff that obviously I'm not doing. Never published the video to any public forum, haven't shared or transmitted it Any other third party? Numerous public comments about the suit and allegations against Bonnell. She seeks, further, despite plaintiff's numerous public comments about the suit and her allegations against Bonnell, she seeks to enjoin him from defending himself in the same online community. Specifically, plaintiff attempts to prevent Bonnell from using or publicizing her prior messages with him, many of which cast serious doubt on plaintiff's reported claims. Plaintiff's request is particularly unwarranted, given that she was the first to publicize the party's private communications. For example, in her January 20th Substack post, plaintiff published a self-described evidence log wherein she links to 3 private communications between plaintiff and Bonnell. Plaintiff's attempt to muzzle Bonnell while maintaining her ability to speak freely about the case is fundamentally unjust. Plaintiff admits that she possesses no evidence of spoliation. Critically, plaintiff has not yet served Bonnell with any document requests in this action. Spoliation is a discovery offense, so issues surrounding alleged spoliation should be resolved during discovery. Due to plaintiff's failure to serve document demands, she has no basis to assert, let alone evidence to support her contention that evidentiary material has been destroyed or otherwise lost. No such evidence of spoliation exists, and for good reason. Bonnell has preserved all evidentiary material consistent with his legal obligation. In the event that the court does issue a preliminary injunction, we're asking for a $500,000 hold, I think, just in case I suffer damage from the injunction or something, I think. So, but hopefully they deny it, I guess. I don't know how these usually go or what. I guess obviously I'm the respondent here, so I would hope that I would win this thing. I don't know when they have to have it decided by, but for us, if this gets granted, is it over? No, we still have to go through the whole discovery phase. Basically their whole thing is what they're praying is that like I basically sent a whole bunch of like her material to other people and it just hasn't come out yet, and they're hoping that somehow they can like uncover this somewhere, but I haven't done this. They have no evidence of this, so it's just, this is like so the goal is to just like try to dig through as much of my shit as possible, and then who knows how much more they want to fucking leak, because they enjoy doing that, I guess, so far. And then once they've found nothing, then hopefully we file for summary judgment, and then at the very least that prima facie that first complaint dies, or the first cause of action would die because they failed to state a case, because they have no evidence of anything that happened within statute range. And then the case would get dismissed because of lack of subject matter jurisdiction, because it would no longer be in a federal court. And then if they want, they can, they'd have to refile, I guess, in Florida court, but then they have to drop that federal thing. So it's just for like sexual cyber harassment or something. Like, are you expecting any real money from this, or just a public retraction / apology? No, I will not get any money from this. And I will never get a public retraction or apology. My guess is she's probably realizes that she doesn't have like a huge streaming YouTube career thing, and she's just trying to cash out before, I guess, leaving or something. I don't know. Who knows? But fun times. I feel like them just having it dismissed and not refiling might be the worst outcome. What, for them or for me? Well, I'm okay with it getting dismissed. I don't give a fuck. How long do you think this will go on for? I'd have to go back and look. I don't know fucking federal rules of civil procedure, any bullshit. So I wouldn't be able to tell you. I don't know if you can file for summary judgment before the discovery phase is over. So we either have to wait for the full discovery phase to end, which I'm sure is on the court schedule somewhere, and then you can file for summary judgment, or if you're allowed to file for summary judgment during the discovery phase. I just don't know what the answer to that is. Is there a date for when the PI is being heard? I don't know if PIs are both parties show up for a hearing or what that works, but I mean, that them never refiling means that there is always an open issue about this case that people might still latch onto. I mean, people will anyway, it doesn't matter, so it is what it is. Good times. Fun memes. Have you actually been in the courtroom yet? And actually, I don't think we ever have to go to an actual courtroom until like probably the day of their trial. I don't know when you're supposed to physically, or when the actual like parties to a case and not just the representation has to go to a courthouse. I have no idea. What's your best case scenario? Mine is having it dismissed at summary judgment, I guess, and then good times. Did you see a 2-year-old citizen got deported? Nope. The real meme for this would have been if, I think I'm in the same district as Eileen Cannon, right? As if the case would have gone to her. Whew, that would have been extra spicy. Quick Hassan meme from the video earlier. He had encyclopedic knowledge of Sam Hyde in 2021, a whole year before the fight.
Can you admit at this point that when Sam Hyde did that video, that it was very funny?
No.
I'm friends with you. That was very funny.
I always I had no idea who the fuck this dude was at all.
I'm gonna kill you! He was doing
at the time,
yeah.
I didn't know who this guy was, right? And I'm like, why is this fucking ugly freak yelling about me all the time? I just didn't even know.
Who the fuck is Sam Hyde? Sam Hyde is some fucking 4chan troll that gained a little bit of prominence and had a Adult Swim show for a week and a half, and everyone thinks that he's a fucking brilliant actor or whatever the fuck. He just sucks. He literally just sucks. I like comedy. It's just some fucking random has-been who dumbass 4chaners still self-report on every time they bring him up. He had 3 fucking funny memes and that's it.
Can you admit at this point?
Damn. All right, well. I love you guys. It's been fun. I'll see you tomorrow in Detroit. Check out my YouTube community post section if you're looking for a place to buy tickets. In case you're not there. Or you live near there and you haven't got a ticket yet. Springboard, vacuum, spark. I bet it's starting ideas. Summertime, wintergreen, witchcraft, fallopian, bubblegum, autumn leaves, cinnamon, launchpad, inner, menthol, unforgettable, test, and catalyst. Tubes, fallopian tubes, vacuum tubes, test tubes, and an inner tube. Things that really fucking blow your mind. Cinnamon, menthol, wintergreen, bubblegum, unforgettable. Is autumn leaves a flavor? Gum flavors. Oh. I thought these were strong flavors of things. Autumn leaves, unforgettable, witchcraft, and summertime. Great American Songbook names. What is a songbook? Okay. The book with songs. Good one. All right, be careful. We're going to cappuccino, 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 cappuccino. I will catch you guys.